In the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre and Post Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' respectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information as a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match.
2 weeks ago, we saw the best teams play it out to qualify for Wild Rift League Asia across Vietnam, the Philippines, and Southeast Asia, where in Cerberus, Team Flash, Nigma Galaxy, Final Adversity, Barrier United, and Invade Esports were able to qualify for the regional league. This time around, there will be bloodshed in the Rift to battle it out for glory in the last spot to qualify in the league. Welcome everyone to Wild Rift League Asia Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Infinity, and beside me is Dash. This afternoon is going to be wild.
That's true. This game is going to be wild, and we have a lot of games in store for you, everybody. This is going to be an exciting day because there's a lot of teams that we're going to be seeing that are going to be going home for today. So this is the last chance. Everybody, everything is hands on deck because this is going to be one wild day. Again, this is going to be the LCQ. So excited to see Infinity. It's been a while since we are here in the Wild Rift Asia, and also I'm excited to see who's going to win. What are you thinking for today? What are you excited for? What do you think?
You know what, Dash? All that I was thinking about before this series, or before we even started, is that I'm fearful. I'm fearful for the teams that we have right now today in the LCQ, because remember, only one team can qualify for the regional league.
Yeah. Also, I'm surprised that there's a lot of PH teams. A lot of them are now going to be qualified or trying to qualify for today. And also, there's a lot of things that we need to think about here because this matches everything. Everybody has met already on a lot of tournaments before, but now a lot of our expectations, even before this tournament started, were not met. Which is why I'm surprised right now in the LCQ that some of the teams that I'm expecting to be qualified are not here.
For sure, there were a lot of shuffles in the expectations all throughout the series, and as we are going to the LCQ, let's actually talk about the mechanics here, Dash, because all losing teams from all regions or did not register in the previous round will not go through and compete to select one final team to qualify for the Wild Rift League Asia regular season.
Yeah, and that's it. There's no limit. Double elimination, best of 3 qualifier matches, best of 5s. We have seen it a lot, and now in the LCQ, it's a way different. It's a way different story that we're gonna be having for today. It's just best of 3s, double eliminations. This is hard. This is hard to see how everything is going to go. And the qualifier match is the only match that's going to be best of 5. And that will be held tomorrow after we've seen who's going to be here right now. But now the brackets, look at how everything went. Yesterday, a lot of them have fought already. And we are seeing NAOS Esports and Persis Esports on the top. What I'm surprised of is that in the SCA, one of these teams is considered to be one of the strongest. The 300 right now is in the lower bracket.
For sure, because 300, for those of you guys that weren't able to follow through League of Legends Wild Rift for the past few months, it is the former RRQ, one of the best teams, not just in Southeast Asia, but in the world. And going into the lower brackets, being defeated by Persis Esports states something here in the upper brackets and the teams that we have here in the LCQ.
Yeah, right. This is why right now it's going to be a big challenge right here on the lower brackets. We have seen too the 300 versus G2 Blacklist. Before on phase 2, we have seen them fought each other before. So this next game that we're going to be having for game 2 is going to be a rematch. It's going to be a revenge match for G2 Blacklist. In the 300, they're the ones who need to keep up or need to stay on the top because this is going to be one really different matchup that we have for today. But right now, on this next one, look at this. NAOS versus PSO, they are the ones who are going to be fighting each other. We're going to be seeing who's going to be down there on the lower bracket after this first best of 3.
Yeah, and we're starting the day really intense because this is the upper bracket where in NAOS Esports and PSO will battle it out. Remember, these two teams are 2 serious wins away to qualify for the regional league. To follow that, we have 300 up against G2 Blacklist. As you've stated a while ago, that would be a rematch here in the LCQ. Chasing Dreams and OBA to follow up. And then you also have the winner for the second series and the third series for the very last match that we have for the day.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very afraid of what's gonna happen today. Because remember, on the LCQ, everything's here. Everything's on deck. Nobody needs to make any mistakes because one mistake could they could be taken off of the competition. And that's not what you want to happen. You want to get there on the qualifiers. You want to be one of the qualified teams. And also, going back to the qualified teams, during the last time that we had the qualified teams for the Philippine qualifiers too. We do have the 300 and Fennel that has been qualified before. So now some of the teams too on the SCA and even in Vietnam are gonna be down here with the SCA on the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, and it's a really exciting moment to see League of Legends Wild Rift as a whole right now for Southeast Asia and then APAC in general. So I'm really excited to see like how today's matchups will occur because this will dictate who will show up tomorrow in the grand finals. Only one team, I kid you not, I have to reiterate that only one team here in the LCQ could get a spot in the regional league.
Yeah, and we're excited to see who's gonna do that, who's gonna be on there. Because right now, on our next game, NAOS versus Persis Esports. Let's talk about these teams for a while. Because NAOS and Persis Esports, especially NAOS, together with the coach, we have seen this team before, Infinity. We have seen this team before. Yesterday, we have reviewed one of their matches. And one of the things that I'm really excited about this team is how simplistic their drafts are. It's easy to pull off. And what's great about that, because it's easy to pull off, you can make mistakes, but it's not that punishable compared to a very hard to pull off composition.
Yeah, and it's just because you have a really good brain behind of this team. You have Coach Lucid, who's going in the draft, who knows Wild Rift like the back of his hands. And it's really crazy because yesterday with their type of composition, really linear, and that type of draft really matches with how aggression they were in yesterday's matchup up against Chasing Dreams. They had Camille, Galio, Corky, Senna, and Vi, and it's really just straightforward, Dash. It's commendable that we can see right now NAOS Esports batting it up in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to pull it off because it's a different beast that they're going to be fighting for now. It's going to be Persis Esports on the other hand. And we have seen Henry, especially in the mid lane. The reason why the 300 struggled a lot was because Tatsuri wasn't able to fight well against Henry during the time.
For sure.
Henry played it so well in the mid lane that they haven't found an answer against this person. Also, this is one of the things that I'm very scared about because Henry is such a great player on the hands, and also a Wukong on the hands of Henry is very strong too.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about Ramley going into the mid lane because this is a very interesting scenario. And why I stated it to be interesting is because traditionally, from what we've seen and observed in the past, the tendency of support is to sneak on top lane to get so much pressure on the opposite side and get prio for their own solo lane. But this time around, Ramley is just so present across the map, going into the mid lane, pressuring the key targets onto the opposing side, which just gives Henry so much space and so much value across the game.
Yeah, and I like that. I like the way that they play this. And especially when Bewa and Brumley also moving on to the mid lane, they're also uncanny. Especially the way that they play their champions right here. I'm really afraid that this could be a very close matchup. Because right now, even with NAOS Esports, we're saying that their drafting is good. I can argue that Persis Esports, when it comes to their drafting, they're also so good with their drafting.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday we saw a very huge power scaling draft that they showed us, right? You have
Yeah.
Aatrox, Gwen, Corki showing up in the draft along with Gragas and Garen, and that's just too tanky. When it comes to the late game, it's too hard for the opposing side to beat them down, and that's the thing. This is going to be a play of mind games in the draft, a play of strategies in the game. How would these two teams play it in the Rift?
Yeah, it all comes down to how they play it, how they strategize around their draft. And when we're saying that both of them are really good at their drafting, this is going to change. Because on the drafting right now, we're going to be seeing a winner, a clear winner on their drafts.
For sure.
And we're going to be seeing who's going to be advancing towards that grand finals today, right now, on this time. Because I'm excited to see how that's going to go. But what about you, Infinity? Because we've seen them play really well. Persis Esports, especially when it comes to their macro, they're so good at macroing. They out-macroed the 300 out of all teams.
Yeah,
And that's a great feat.
Yeah, and it's just so good to watch because remember the history of NAOS Esports here in the LCQ is that they've beaten G2 Blacklist 2-1 in a best of 3 series, and then after that, in the upper bracket semifinals, they've beaten Chasing Dreams in a dominant fashion, getting 2-0. And on the other hand, Persis Esports got 2-1 up against MDH and 2-1 against 300 in the upper brackets. And these are big names.
Yeah, and because they're big names, this is gonna be changing today. Right now, we're gonna be going to the Pickens Mans, and we have it. PSO versus NAOS Esports. An exciting matchup, Infinity. I'm excited to see how this is gonna go. But right now, I like the fact that they respected this Ashe, because we're talking about very easy to pull off composition, and an enchanted crystal arrow is gonna be an element to that.
Yeah, and the thing is, yesterday in their matchup against 300, this is the same first ban that they had on blue side, so maybe expect Gayong and Karma to follow up for the side of Persis Esports. Now, NAOS, knowing the capabilities of Aatrox on the hands of Tuvs, they ban it away.
They don't want a Senna, because honestly, a Senna is also a very easy to pull off with the Nasus in the bot lane. Is going to be an easy matchup too, so that's why they don't want the Senna to happen. But with what we're seeing from NAOS Esports, they're really targeting Drill with all the picks here, and even Tufts with the Gwen ban that we have here. They don't want any scaling. They don't want any strong champions to actually come out from them. Maybe a Yone could be forgivable, and that's what they're looking for here on the side of NAOS Esports, because we've seen them shut down a Yone before. So they are just going to be letting that out.
Yeah, Gragas is open for them to ban. Corki is also open for them to ban. These are high prio picks that Persis Esports has shown us yesterday. So I'm really excited to see like how would NAOS Esports play it out and mold their draft based on the initial bans and based on the initial picks.
It's going to be a way different draft than what they had yesterday, because they got away with a lot yesterday. But right now, it's going to be a different matchup. It's going to be a different NAOS Esports that we're going to be seeing today. But Persis, with this first pick, they have a lot of choices though. But I'm really looking towards the Yone that could be given towards Drill here, because honestly, this is going to be great. But right now, we're just going to be getting back for a bit. But based on the bans that we've seen there, Infinity, that was a great showing for Persis Esports, shutting down a lot of these champions that are easy to play around, especially in the bot lane. Ashe, Senna, and Galio, those are easy to use. Those are easy to pull off, especially in the first objective. So that's why they went for the ban there.
But we're going to have a prio ban from NAOS Esports, a very flexible champion at the very least. Camille to be banned away, and that leaves Persis Esports to pick up Karma, and NAOS Esports answers with the Riven.
Answers with the Riven, but with Zalpi on their hands, I'm not sure if they're going to be picking the Yone for the second pick here for their side, because this Riven could potentially be a great flex pick, and even the Gragas that they have here. So that's why they're just letting them go for the pick here on the Yone. They don't really need a lot of great prio picks here on their side. Really surprised about the Renekton pick here. They want to at least adapt this Renekton to whatever they want it to be, but so far it has been solid just because of this Nautilus pick.
Yeah, and the thing is, they've picked up Karma, they've picked up Nautilus. So when it comes to the utility side of things, for PSO, this is going to be hell of a draft to battle against. However, NAOS Esports went in to the perspective of getting Corki in the first 3 picks.
I like his first picks though. They haven't went in for the Jace even for the first picks. I'm surprised that they didn't go for the Jace here on their side, because Jace could have been a good pick here. But because they're fighting against the Renekton too, they don't want to double down with the Jace against the Corki. That's why they played it safe, get the Corki on the side of NAOS Esports, so that they might pick the Jace on the second rotations. That's why, looking at the spans, the Zed Akali, they don't want a lot of these assassins to actually come out, because they are going to be picking a mid lane that's probably a Jace with what I'm seeing right now, and there's a probability too that they can also pick up a Yone right here.
Yeah, but instead they're going to pivot onto a Wukong. Yesterday we were talking about how NAOS Esports will be able to pull it through, and Wukong is one of the champions that we correlated synonymously to Zhao P.
Okay, so Zeri, this is a big difference here. A big difference maker for this composition, because I thought that they're going to be going for the Karma in the bot lane, but this Zeri could be pivoted towards the mid lane, which is okay. If it's against a Corki, it's possible to actually work with it. But what I'm looking for here in this team for PSO, if they're the ones who are not going to be snowballing this game, this would be really bad for them, because they don't have a lot of wave clear with this composition.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And speaking of wave clear, you know what? NAOS Esports answered with the Lux. They're going through with this specific champion, so expectedly, we could maybe see Corki going into the bottom lane and something else going for Mitsura, or another pivot for Murmu.
I'm really looking towards the Zappi is going to be going for the Wukong. Calm, a great Riven player. So Riven is going to be taken by Calm. And I believe that Mitsura, this is a Corki Mitsura, and Lux is going to be in the bot lane. Yeah, that's going to be how this is going to go. So with how it's going to go here, this is... Wait a second. Am I seeing it right? A Nautilus jungle.
Oh. Wait.
Okay.
Isn't tank junglers nerfed in the past patches?
I mean, yes, but Nautilus might have the capabilities here. That was a very... What can I say? That's an out of the ballpark pick. I'm not expecting the Nautilus to actually go to the jungle. At least the Fiora could have been a good pick there for their side, which is why I'm really surprised with it. I mean, in paper, that's a lot of CC. That's a lot of a big potential for ganks because of the dredge line. But I'm really afraid that this might be hard, especially for the wave clear side of things, because it's not going to be easy for the Nautilus compared to the Wukong. So the priority when it comes to ganking would be going to the Wukong.
Yeah, and I agree 100%, because in League of Legends Wild Rift, typically you have a battle of wave clear. You have the battle of who clears faster when it comes to the jungle, when it comes to every single lane in a champion 1v1 type of matchup. Now, jungle individual matchup, Nautilus will definitely not be ahead in any matchup that you can see in traditional jungles. So this is going to be an interesting sight going into game 1.
That's a very smart rotation. Okay, so that makes sense now. So with this rotation coming in from NAOS Esports, they're also pivoting towards the mid lane, forcing Rapid to go aggressive here on the mid lane, which is a very much needed thing for PSO. What they want to do is to make sure that Dewa is going to be confident with this Dere pickup and just farm out in the mid lane. And Rafe can't even go away from this, because if ever they get a slow, get a shield onto Dewa, Mirma would not have the greatest time until that light binding would be secured and the little singularity would have better damage. So that is something that we need to look forward to.
Yeah, and this is what we've expected coming into the series. Because yesterday, this is what PSO has shown us. You know, Ramley going into the mid lane, putting a lot of pressure on the opposite side, getting a lot of deep cryo in mid. And now Esports already understood their task and their assignment. You know, we also have to mirror the rotations of their support and go for a dual mid lane.
With how they rotated here, Infinity, this is interesting though, because with especially in the mid lane, if you don't have a lot of wave clear, if the lane is not that long anyway, that's kind of scaring the bot lane though. But if the lane is not that long anyway, it would be easier for Dewa to match up when it comes to the rotations in the mid lane with Mirmo and Rafe. So Rafe is going to be trapped here. in the mid lane, and that's not a good sign, especially for this Krakos.
Yeah, for sure. And Zeri would have to play a little bit towards the late game. Because as we have talked about yesterday, that we have talked about this specific champion, that Zeri is really, really weak in the early game, and there is much needed item skill towards the late game to be able to get that damage through and through against the enemy team in team fight. So this is going to be an interesting point on how Dewa will play this game out. Are we going to see a 20-minute game, or are we going to see a 15-minute game that any of these teams want to put pressure on?
As long as in the 5-minute mark, they're not going to be losing really badly, this pick would potentially be great. Because Dewa doesn't have a lot of wave clear compared to Mirmo, right? But the problem here is, Dewa on fights is strong. That is what's great about this champion, because on this big fights, on this big matchup, especially after the second objective where the Zeri has 2 items already, Zeri's going to be scary because you're not going to be able to touch that Zeri.
For sure. And right now, something interesting that I'm noticing, Dash, is that we're going to have a little bit of AP damage towards Girl on that Nautilus.
Yeah. Going for the AP just for them to have better wave clear. Oh, they're going to go in.
Now going for the 295. And this one, will not connect. Wukong with the Cyclone.
I think he's dead.
But the trade back is secured. 1-for-1 trade.
Okay. Explosive
Rafi
gas,
is
though.
there. The support. Henry will be stunned. Not enough. No trade, no follow-up.
Nothing. No fights. But 1-for-1 at the top side is actually going to be great, even for the hands of Tufts. But because the wave has crashed on the top lane, that's a lot. That's a lot of gold advantage that is funneled towards Calm in the top side. And we've said a while ago, Calm is a really great Riven player, and we're seeing it right now. The way that they juggled that wave on the top side, that was really great showing. But now, 4 minutes on the clock, everybody's going to be rotating, going to be trying to go and maybe try to get some vision on the top side of the map and get the Rift Herald. But at this point, I really like this back on the side of NAOS Esports that Pinsura is just farming alone. He's okay. He's not getting pressured by anything.
Yeah. Just some ability innately onto Corkin, Valkyrie, and just so much damage capabilities on both up against Henry. Going to be the most ideal situation. I think generally a range versus melee matchup, the base champion will have that innate advantage.
And that's true. That's true. When it comes to the range advantage, yes, it's great that Pinsura would have that. But I was expecting that Henry, especially in this first bout that we're going to be having for today, after Pinsura goes back, gets the package, it would be an easier fight for them. But demolishing the top side, if they take this off, Infinity, this is going to be big because that's a lot of gold. That's almost 1k gold funneled onto Calm. So Tufts needs to double down on this, or at least come back somehow.
Yeah, and with this huge pressure on top side, if Hubs goes for the recall to support these objective takes by PSO, or even the contest onto the Dragon, they're gonna lose a turret. They have the pressure on the Rift Herald to just support in Shadow top.
Yeah, look at this Rift Herald being taken. It's gonna be easy taken by Persis Esports. I like the fact that NAOS Esports prioritize the Ocean trade there, because with the amount of DPS they have, this is gonna be very crucial for them. Because the longer they stay in fights, what's good?
Come out. A lot of damage being brought out onto Rami now. Fight first into mid lane. PSO putting a lot of these pressure to try and get the tower first blood. However, this attempt has failed or disregarded by NAOS defense in mid lane.
Surprising that they attempted to actually take the tower in the mid lane without it being like half HP, because that actually took off the viability of the Rift Herald there. Yes, they got a lot of playthings from that, but the problem there is, Dredgeline comes in.
Flash hook! Forces out the stasis immediately from Rafi. Forcing out the flash as well. Buddy
he's
has to
alive!
go back away.
No
and
way!
He's alive! That's just impossible. Now Zombie goes here to respond. Ramley forced to back away. And the miracle just happened for NAOS.
Great attempt from Jurl. The way they used that trench line in order to catch Rafe off guard, but it was still not enough. The aftershock is just too tanky whenever that happens. And This is PSO. I like that they're very aggressive with this. With their type of composition, they can really take this early game fights. Because remember, Jurl even has the Luden's Echo, has a lot of AP. So this would be a way different fight that we're going to be seeing from them. The damage coming in from the Gen 9 from Jurl should be respected.
Yeah, for sure. And they used up a lot of these ultimates to try and just get Raffi down, but it's NAOS' esports capability of just maneuvering back away, knowing when to retreat and knowing when to back off.
Yeah, great respect from the side of PSO. I like that. I like that the rotations are really going towards mid lane. They want to give Dewa the easiest time of their lives, because if Dewa gets a lot of these items, it would be easier for them in the long run. But right now, with what we're seeing, flash in!
Cyclone, they're engaging the fight. This is a 2v1.
Oh!
It's over for Cubs. No way to run, nowhere to hide.
No hesitation for them to take that. Now, mid lane though.
Raffi attempting to get that kill onto Dewa, but just so much ability to make it go onto Perry.
Yeah, calm is out. The no hesitation flashes from both of them because they know that they're going to be able to take that kill. And there's not a lot of objectives around the map either. So with the tower down the top side, they got double the value. They got the turret. They got one. So that's a very big win for them. And now, I'm really looking at this Nautilus pick, and I think it's a great idea. Maxing skill tree is a really good idea so for them to have the better wave clear. And even if the Dredge Line doesn't have that much damage, it doesn't matter. As long as they get the Dredge Line on anybody, the damage is going to be massive.
Yeah, and this is an interesting perspective into the draft. It's like, we're expecting Jurl, or well, Nautilus in this case, to be the support, and then Karma could go AP, but this is what we are talking about when it comes to the mind games that is being played out all throughout the draft consistently each and every single time in this league so far.
Yeah. This is the reason why Ocean Rift is scary. Look at the upside though. Persis Esports might be discovered here in the top side, and this is one of the reasons why I really like the Ocean Rift. There's going to be a lot of kills all around the map just because of the fact that there's a lot of brushes all around. So with PSO, with how they're looking right now, I'm pretty scared of how this is going to go because both of them really have great drafts in their own right because they have a lot of mix of CCs, they have a lot of mix of damage, but now Esports does have a lot more not resource-heavy champions. They only have Mitsura here on their side. Mitsura is going to be the one needing to get a lot of items, but most of them doesn't really need to have, especially on this second objective.
Yeah, for sure. And if they get the referral, they could
That's fast.
the tower in the mid lane. They have Zeri. They have Triforce already. They have so much damage, considering that Nautilus also built AP. So Riptail with the PSO has a great value.
Yeah, great value. And I hope that they would be able to take down the mid lane turret because that is going to be giving them a big advantage here. Top side turret, bot lane turret has been taken down, but mid lane is of greater value if they put down the referral there in the mid lane. Might be a distraction for this Mountain Drake fight.
For sure. And if they get the tower in the mid lane, they have the advantage to go for the Mountain Drake. Or even putting NAOS Esports at the dilemma. What are we going to do? Are we going to defend mid or are we going to contest objective?
Yeah, they're going to be left with a choice here. And NAOS Esports, I do believe that they're just going to be giving this mid lane because they know that this is going to be taken down pretty easily and they need to put one person here. Because if they don't, this is just going to be another hit on their second turret. So they need to be careful in how they approach this. Mountain Drake is at the ready. They have the vision here on the side of PSO. So this is not going to be an easy take here.
Yeah, they're starting this. Drill is just around the horizon. NAOS Esports will back off from the Mountain Drake, going into the mid lane. Rift Herald is spawned.
That's too early. They take the referral. They might go for a fight here. They need to force it.
Henry going for the flag, forcing out the flash for Murmu. Huge value, getting that Summoner spell burned. No flash for the Mountain Drake. And PSO is ready to start the rumble here in the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, great damage from Henry. I mean, Drill is going to be scared later on, but with their referral early put on the mid lane. They dropped it early in the mid lane. That's going to be a big blunder for them. Package is down, and this might be a great fight here, I think.
Jurl is here on the right flank, going in. Will not be able to pursue it, but so much damage from PSO puts NAOS Esports in a shuffle. NAOS is now down to the pinch, forcing out the flash for Raffi. And they just have to scour back away. They traded back. PSO is 2-man down. And Calm is ready to go here in the mid lane. How pressure is done by NAOS is flawless.
Great ultimate from Roundly. The Transcendent Embrace was able to get 4, and that's tons of damage against NAOS Esports. The problem there was no follow-up. And this is what we're saying about the Zeri. Zeri doesn't have a lot of damage until they get like 2 or 3 items in. Right now, they only have the Triforce, and that is not enough to actually make sure that they would be able to take down the damaged members of NAOS Esports. And we've seen it in action. That's why NAOS just turned around, went for the fight, nobody died.
Yeah, and that just brought a lot of value for NAOS Esports. They were able to take 2 members, Mountain Drake, and just lose the efficacy of the Rift Herald taken by PSO. And overall, this brought them now into a 4K gold lead.
Yeah. Great goal lead that they had just because of those fights. And again, the replay. Look at how things went for them, though. They played this so well on the side of NAOS Esports that they didn't even need to get away, because most of the members of Persis Esports were away from each other. They are looking for a pincer attack, but NAOS Esports just stayed together. It doesn't really matter for them.
Yeah. And right now, PSO continuously pressuring in the
That's
mid
scary.
lane.
What?
And now 2-man light binding will connect. Karma is down, and NAOS Esports has the 1-man advantage. Make it 2 as Gerald falls down. This is a 5v3. A lot of disadvantage onto the side of PSO, and Mitsura's capability into the backside might be seen here, just putting a lot of pressure. Might be a pincer attack, but
Baron
falling back away, going for the Baron Nashor instead.
What? Just because of one mistake on that dredge line, they are forced to go for the Baron here on the side of NAOS Esports. They got 2. They netted 2 kills just because of that one mistake. And then what we're saying about this, they might go and try for this, but are they going to be able to take anything? No.
Henry jumping in, however, no capabilities to get that steal. Now Henry is in danger, being chased down by 2 members as he falls. No flash capable of saving his life. And now NAOS Esports once again getting a lot of value with an objective and a kill.
That's a lot. That's a lot to cover. Calm.
Kill. Calm defending Mermu in the mid lane. And PSO has to fall back. 5-man is available for NAOS Esports to pressure mid lane as they will pursue to push it down.
They can push it. They can go in if ever they want to. They have the package on the hands of Pinsura, so whoever fights them, oh, this is scary.
Gerald going in for the ultimate, knocks up onto 1, no follow-up though. And right now, it is Mitsura being able to still get that kill.
No
And that
scope.
will put pressure onto PSO with 3 members alive to defend. NAOS could just put them on a pickle. They're able to open up the mid lane, and they have the lane prio.
Yeah. Prio for these people. Gerald is going in, and just one mistake. Infinity, that stemmed from one mistake. Dredge line onto the mid lane, close to the Raptors. And that is the reason why they lost this towers, this inhibitors, the Baron. That's a lot of things just because of one mistake. One dredge line was all it took for NAOS to just capitalize on that misposition from Gerald. And now NAOS Esports are just capitalizing. They want to get them more pressure all around the lanes. They can go for the bot lane if ever they want to. They still have the Baron buff. It's going to be an easy take for them.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. If you imagine having an AP Nautilus to build onto an AP Karma as well with an ADC Zeri, so the only people and the only players that can engage on those fights and be the tank or the sponge for the team for PSO would be Fiora and Renekton. So we'll see how this would turn out, because right now we have a Zhao P that is locked to the ground, a 1-for-1 trade secured, but we have a flash coming through for Mermu, binding onto 1. The final spark will not connect though, however, and now Gerald is forced to flash away. Not tanky enough. Henry goes back with a dash, but here comes Calm into the backside. Henry goes with a stun and forcing out the flash to retreat. And NAOS Esports breaks down another turret.
Yeah, breaks down the ice, and now NAOS Esports has their eyes set on another objective around the map. 5 seconds death charge. Oh no, that's gonna be chasing them onto the base. And that's one ultimate down because of that. Look at Rafi. Oh no, it actually caught off. Oh no, I thought I was gonna follow them to the base, but now they're taking the Infernal Drake, and most of the members of NAOS Esports might be a bit too late.
Race against time. PSO will be able to secure the Infernal Drake, but at the cost of their junglers. And now NAOS Esports is looking to chase down their opposing team.
Damage.
It is Zeri stuck on the hills, will be able to get that kill for NAOS. They get the double. Fiora is down. Henry and Ramley, the only ones left alive. They're pressuring on the bottom lane, and the Infernal Drake might just have cost them game number 1 in the series. Renekton into the backside, looking to defend, looking to hope to get those kills off. However, NAOS is here to win, and they're here to finish game 1 to take the advantage against Persis Esports.
Finish the game 1 with just one mistake that they've seen. It all snowballed into their favor, and that is such a great showing. Great direction for this team right here. NAOS Esports are really great juggernaut right now, and they deserve so well whatever happened here on their first bout, and we're seeing it right now. NAOS Esports during that first game, they were unbreakable even at the last second, only gave 2 kills, and we've said a while ago, it's very out of the park. The Zeri pick, the Nautilus pick, they were very out of the park, and NAOS Esports showed it to us that they're not gonna be surprised by this new strategies that the other team is putting out.
Yeah, and the aggression from what they've shown us from yesterday, they showed this to us once again here in the LCQ in the very first game. And Dash, they're 1 game away into proceeding into the next bracket.
Yeah, and also with this, basically match point. So with what they've seen from this highlights, all of this is gonna be nothing. There's not a lot of fights until that last bout that they had. It was gonna be 1-4. It was still close at that point. I thought PSO might have the chance still, but now as Esports, the way they played that, the way they played around one mistake, it was enough to actually get them or net them the win. And that's a great direction for this team. This lineup that they have, I was looking at this lineup and I thought they had a lot of CC, they have tons of damage, a very well balanced team. And we've said a while ago that PSO doesn't have a lot of wave clear too. And Zeri takes a long time to actually ramp up, and we've seen it in action during this fight. We've seen it. There you go. This is the fight that I'm saying. This one fight actually turned the tides around. Just because they lost their jungler, that was an easy Baron for NAOS.
Yeah, and they have to pay the price of having a pure AP Nautilus that couldn't really go in front and go to become the sponge for the team. Therefore, when it comes to objective, it is really going to be hard for Gerald to be able to match it up on par onto Zhao P. So this next game number 2 of this series, is going to be an interesting feat on how the draft is going to become, how junglers will be molded into the series.
Yeah, how are they going to be getting away from this? Honestly, I'm really surprised at how this all went out, honestly, Infinity, because I thought that this game is going to be great for Persis Esports because they defeated the team like the 300, and this might be because the 300 was really surprised on how they played the game, but now it's Esports. They're looking like a different beast here in the LCQ. They're probably the strongest team right now because whoever gets here, it's gonna be them in the grand final, so they need to be scared. PSO, they still have a chance if they lose this series, but the people there, the teams they're waiting in the lower bracket are scary themselves.
Yeah, and this is what we've talked about pre-draft. Beginning of the show of Wild Rift Esports in the LCQ, we talked about how NAOS Esports' draft is linear when it comes to playstyle, when it comes to how you want to pursue onto team clashes. And in this draft for NAOS Esports, if Murmu gets light binding, you have a lot of follow-up, right? And you also have a lot of disengages built into Rafi, into Zalpi, into Calm, and it's just so hard to deal with this draft of NAOS Esports.
And you said it a while ago, who is going to be fronting for this team? Because everybody here is going to be dashing in and out. Yes, even if we can argue that Gerald could go in, throw out all the skills, that's not enough to actually burst one target. Even if they go full AP against NAOS Esports, it's not going to be enough. Yes, they have damage from Dewa and Ramley, but it was not enough to actually finish off the targets from the side of NAOS Esports. And this is what they need to think about on this next match. Are they going to be banning some of these champions? I believe not, because most of their champions that they banned a while ago was actually good enough. Those champions that they banned, I was surprised that the champions they're banned are very easy pickups, but NAOS Esports found a way around that. And right now, Mitsura. Oh, wait. Yes, Mitsura. Mitsura is going to be the MVP that we have right here in the game. The KD is 11 and tons of damage. We've seen it a while ago in action. The damage is really, really strong.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think about. And I want to add from what you stated a while ago on how the Nautilus will just release all the skills and the ultimates, and after that, he's dead. And the added thing to that, and the added layer to that, is because you have a Nautilus Electrocute instead of maybe an Aftershock that could give you a little bit more sustainability into team fights.
Yeah, and that's why they need to think about this next matchup. Are they going to be letting go of Dash? Are they going to be letting go of the Senna? Because this is going to be a different match that we're going to be seeing for the next time. Because this match just showed that NAOS Esports isn't going to be surprised with any antics, with any fancy plays, fancy picks. Because if they play Classic here, they might have a chance in the second game.
Yeah, so it's all about mind games from here on out. NAOS Esports one game away into getting the win in this series and go to the grand finals. But for now, that will be game number 1 of the upper bracket semifinals. Don't go away, because we're just gonna take a short break, and when we come back, it's match point for NAOS.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see.
Welcome back everyone to the WRL Asia LCQ, the last hope for these teams to get to the regional league. My name is Infinity, together with me is Dash, and Dash, we have just seen a dominating game number 1 from NAOS Esports up against Persis.
I've said it a while ago. I've said it a lot. NAOS Esports, great performance during that first game. And Persis Esports, they need to play classic here. They need to play the meta just so that they can win against NAOS Esports. I think one of the things that I'm really expecting from the hands of Persis Esports, even if it's not something that we see a lot, I think Zoe might be a good surprise for NAOS Esports, and that's what I'm thinking here. But now we're going to be going right here on the drafts already for NAOS Esports and PSO. Same sides on both of them. So this is going to be a first priority again for PSO. I hope they pick something that could change the tides around against NAOS.
Yeah, and they're now going into respect onto Mitsura. Ban away the Corki, it's just too much damage, and this is just a relevant champion for the mid laners of NAOS Esports, especially being played by Mitsura yesterday in their matchup, and right now in game number 1 that has defeated PSO. So having that respect ban would mean that Mitsura will be forced to go for something else.
Okay, I mean, if they ban the Corki, there's a lot of choices for Mitsura here. I mean, it's Mitsura we're talking about.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of choices for this man. So there's still a Jace, there's still a Zed, if they may, on the side of NAOS Esports. So there's still a lot that they can use. But PSO, okay, the respect there. This Ashes is Senna, the Galio is available here. Is PSO going to be taking this Galio for the first pick? Because if they don't pick the Galio, Camille and Galio might come out for the side of NAOS Esports.
Definitely, I like how you mentioned that perspective, because when they banned away Corki, Camille, Galio was open. Now Karma is also open for any of these teams to pick up. So what will that prio be for Persis Esports on their first pick up against NAOS Esports?
They need to pick the Galio still. I mean, I remember yesterday, the Vi from Zhao is a possibility too. So NAOS Esports could take the Galio here. They can take the Galio, it's okay, even without the Camille, because the Vi is still a possibility that they can use. So that is a very safe pick for them. But if I'm going to be thinking too on the other perspective, Riven could also be a pick that they can use, because Calm played it so well a while ago, and they can pick anything on the second one. Let Zalpi go for scaling, or if they want more CC, Gragas is another good answer.
Yeah, and I love that pick, because it's not just about the comfortability of NAOS Esports on the Gragas. It's not just the power of this team on this specific champion, but it also removes Gragas from Ramley by Persis Esports.
It's the same draft. The Karma, the Renekton actually coming out again. And what are they going to be picking? They need to pick something different here. If they want to fight hand on hand, that's good. That's good. They need to deny the Wukong on the side of NAOS Esports. Hand this to Henry in the mid lane. If Mitsura picks a solo carry mid lane, I think that is a good pick against it.
Yeah, and now this leaves the question of what will Zhao P play? And Lucian will be prioritized. They don't want to give it away to Persis Esports, considering that you have Karma to the side of PSO.
Yeah. My point a while ago, if ever Henry is going to be holding onto this Wukong, Mitsura is going to be playing this in the mid lane. And it's not going to be an easy lane. Yeah. So what they can do here is find a way to play around the Lucian, because the Jace is not a good answer against the Lucian. So an assassin. That's why NAOS Esports are banning the assassins. The Akali, the Zed are going to be banned here, so that Mitsura would have an easier day in the mid lane.
Yeah, and NAOS Esports could still pivot themselves into a different type of perspective in their draft, right? Because Zhao P, or well, the Gragas specifically, is still a very flexible pick. So they could still go for a Nami Lucian, they could go for something else into the mid lane or even the jungle. So I really do like what I'm seeing right now from NAOS Esports' first 3 picks. But right now, when it comes to the bans, we have a Zed follow-up, so 2 assassins being removed by NAOS, and Shen and Ziggs by PSO.
Yeah, this is a very flexible pick from the side of NAOS Esports. What I'm looking for here is a pinch more damage from their side. I mean, the Lucian has damage, the Riven has damage, but it's not enough to actually be impactful at this point. I think Mirmo could still pick up the Lux here on the side of NAOS, because Lux is still going to be a good pick, because they're losing on the wave clear department, and the Lux could be a good answer to that.
Yeah, and Lucian, if this is going to be a similar type of strategy of what they've done in game number 1, wherein Murmu and Rafi go into the mid lane, Lucian is a very mobile champion that can go back to safety easily.
Zoe is a good answer. Even if we don't see a lot of these types of champions, like in League of Legends PC, we have the LeBlanc, we have the Fizz, we have the Zoe. Zoe is one of those trickster/assassins that could fight against a Lucian. So even if it's not an equal fight before level 3 for this Zoe, it's still gonna be a fight that they can fight against later on in the matchup. That is gonna be scary, and this is what I'm looking for PSO. The Zoe, the Yone that they have, this is the damage that I'm looking for during the last game.
Yeah, for sure. And Zoe as well is a really mobile champion that could sleep enemy teams from a long distance. So this is going to be an interesting type of matchup. And you're looking for damage, they lock in onto Jace.
That's surprising too. Because I thought this Jace might go to either on the Baron lane, maybe go to the jungle, and bot lane is still gonna be Mirmo and with the Lux and even the Gragas. So this is a great adaptation for them. They want the Jace to get early advantage when it comes to the jungle, so that's why they picked that against the Yone. So at least the wave clear is there, and the Drill is not gonna be having the easiest time in their jungle.
Yeah, and this is going to be scary when it comes to the pre-clashes that can occur in this game, because you have a lot of pokes coming from NAOS. If Lux will be able to go for the light binding, Zalpi can follow through with the pokes, Mitsur can follow through with the pokes, so there is just so much potential on having that HP advantage before a 5v5 or a team fight occurs.
What I'm looking for here is the same thing that we had a while ago, Infinity. The problem here is they don't have someone to frontline for the team. They don't have an engager. They don't have someone who can actually face check on the side of PSO. Yes, they have a lot of damage from the Yone, from the Zoe, but I believe that it could have been better if they had something else, if they had tank support. Because the tank supports are just so strong right now, especially in the competitive scene. You can get away with the Karma, you can get away with the Yumi, but against NAOS Esports, I think it would be hard. It would be really hard.
Yeah, and this is a very scary moment now for PSO, because if they lose this game, they're going down into the lower bracket. And remember, PSO is Indonesia's last hope to get into the regional tournament for Wild Rift League Asia as a whole, and it is really going to be scary for them here in the upper bracket semifinals. So I'm really excited to see like how PSO will change their strategies, or are they going to pivot to something else from what they've done in game number 1.
Yeah, here in game number 1, it's way different from the side of Persis Esports. I like that they had this adaptation when it comes to the drafting, which is okay, but they don't have a lot of things going for them with this composition. Yes, there were some adjustments. They are having some damage, but would they have enough CC to actually couple that with the aggressive composition that they have? Yes, they have the Wukong from Henry, but would that be enough? I hope it would be, so they can take us to Game 3.
Yeah, and something of an expectations for viewers watching at home right now for game number 2 is that when it comes to a Jace pick into the jungle, or regardless in any single role or lanes, is that at level 3, we could expect Jace to just go into the mid lane or somewhere else and deal so much damage.
That's very much the characteristic of the Jace, because Jace has a lot of skills, which is almost everybody says this. Jace has 6 skills, and that is the reason why he's strong, because he has a lot of things going for him. He's not gonna have the power spike at level 5, but it's okay. It doesn't really matter because he has a lot of skills in his belt anyway, and the amount of wave clear that he has in the jungle is also good. So that is why Jace is a very well-rounded champion, together with the Lucian too on their hands, both of them, because that's basically the trinity right there in the mid lane. The Jace, the Lucian, and the Corki. And if both of them are on your hands, that is a strong comp right there.
And we have to state that the playstyle of NAOS Esports is quite a bit aggressive into their draft. So considering that aggression, here at the early game, they're really just gonna play hand-in-hand combat up against Persis in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I mean, Zoe, we have seen it a lot during Phase 1 and Phase 2, and Persis Esports is one of those teams who actually pulls this off. And I like seeing a Zoe every time because it's very, what do you call this? Very explosive. Great plays. And if Dewa would be able to pull this off, it's going to be a beautiful match that we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, just first item Ludan Seko for Dewa. If he could get that quickly and swiftly, the damage is going to be insane for this specific champion. So expect a lot of things coming into that. In 4 minutes, 5 minutes into this game, it is going to be hell breaking down loose in the rift. So I'm really excited to that aspect. But right now, when it comes to the individual lanes, do we have any expectations here, Dash?
Yeah, I mean, individual lanes is going to be easier for the hands of this bot lane, especially the Mitsura. Henry's having a hard time here in the bot side because, you know, it's Illusion versus a melee champion. Everything against Illusion right now, that was kind of scary from Henry. I thought they're going to be going for the fight there. But with NAOS Esports on this matchup, the early game is on their hands. The problem here is if this heads into the late game, it's quite scary because the composition of PSO was built for the late game.
Yeah, for sure. Because what they have Karma, they have Wukong for those late game utility and tools. Although right now PSO is building into a scary gank in the top lane. Calm dashes away, uses up the flash, still has the barrier, going in for the two-man knockup. Might be an outplay. However, Calm is just pinned down. Will be able to take that first blood. However, the trade back is there, and that is just a 1-for-1.
Great rotations from PSO, going to the top side, even putting the Ignite on the head of Calm, just for them to not have an easier time in the top lane. We know that Renekton versus Riven matchup is not an easy matchup for Riven, but if they get a first kill for Tufts, that's a big win, because this top lane is going to be way harder for Calm.
Yeah, and that was the problem of PSO in game number 1. Calm going very aggressive up against PSO's Fiora, or PSO's top laner, which was Tufts. And Tufts in like 8 minutes already had a 1k gold deficit up against Calm, and it's just too difficult. And now having that prio in the top lane means that they can now dominate Calm in top side, which meant that they will have an advantage in that specific lane.
Yeah. Really nice showing for the side right here, PSO. Now their rotations are way better than what they had during the last time, and they just need to be they don't need to be distracted on the hands of PSO, because with NAOS, even with the kill that we've seen a while ago, they had an answer. The Wukong fell down also on the bot side, so that is a 1-for-1, and that took off the advantage that they had from that gank at the top side.
Yeah, and now it's just a matter of time. PSO is built towards the late game, as you stated a while ago, so this might just be like a patience game coming in from them. If NAOS Esports goes for the engage, they go for the counter attack, but it is really difficult for them to now maneuver here. But just so much damage. This is what we're talking about, Dash.
That's what I'm saying. When it comes to the Zoe, if you don't have an assassin, and if you have a Zoe, you basically have an assassin on your hands. A long-range assassin at that. And whenever a Sleep Trouble bubble hits, that's most likely a kill for the team. So that's why you need to be careful. And now as Esports are going to be careful around any part of the map, especially these walls, because that is where the Zoe thrives.
Yeah, and right now, it is a matter of time for PSO and now it's Esports going near to the first objective. Paint me a picture here. When it comes to the Rift Herald or Dragon, which will be the priority for either of these two teams, especially considering that Infernal Drake will be the first Dragon?
I mean, we've seen a while ago. Now it's Esports prioritizing the Dragon every time. And considering the way that they put wards around the map, look at this. Bot lane is the priority of now Esports too. And top lane for PSO, they're going to be taking the Rift Herald. So they're just going to be trading like the one that they did the last game. Because if they gain the advantage in the early game anyway, they don't need to get that Rift Herald. Because as we said, when we're reviewing, we're talking about the Rift Herald. The priority of the Rift Herald is because they want to take the first turn. And as long as they make their lanes easy, it's okay. The Rift Herald would not have any value like what happened during game 1.
That's true, that's true. So now we'll see how this would turn out, because in the past game, PSO was not able to utilize the Rift Herald very well, not being able to take down turrets. Right now, Zalpi attempting onto a gank onto Henry. Final Spark is there to just build damage, but it will just be the end of it. Now PSO though in the mid lane going aggressive, getting a kill onto Raffi. That's one man down. They cannot defend the mid lane, and Doa is close to death. But that will just
That
be a
trouble
miracle.
bubble.
Karma as
Oh!
well, but Karma will secure the finishing blow.
Oh, look at Xiaopi though. Too aggressive. There's 3 people here.
Flashlight binding will not connect. Karma is stuck in the middle of the jungle of the enemy team. Scouring a bay, buying some time, getting space for his team, but in the end, it's just over.
Mitsura.
Now in the bottom lane,
Oh!
Mitsura just got the outplay, getting the double, the trade back, a perfect execution by Mitsura against PSO.
Great dubs. Now Miramon's gonna fall down too. Oh my. This is PSO. This is what we're looking for, Infinity. During game 1, this is the reason why PSO was able to top the 300 yesterday. It's because they know how to play around the map. Look at this. 2 towers are down already. Top side mid lane has been taken down just because they took the dragon on their hands. Yes, it's an Infernal Drake. You get extra stats. But it's gonna be real hard to make use of it if you can't really find opportunities like what PSO is doing right now. Mid lane, top lane is down, so there's priority next time for the second objective for it to be taken by them.
Yeah, and the thing is, PSO's draft has so much engage tools. Any single of these champions from this team right now in game 2 can engage fights.
Yeah, and that's why PSO, look at the confidence from them. Because they have the tower in the mid lane, it's easy enough for them to take cover around the jungle of NAOS Esports, and this puts them pretty low on the bar here. NAOS Esports lose the tower in the bot lane too because they just left one person on this one. And PSO, they're showing us their fangs, they're showing us their true colors, and this is it. This is the way to go.
Yeah, and right now, NAOS Esports got the trade back when it comes to turret. However, we have to consider that PSO got all the tier 1 turrets broken down already, which meant that when it comes to map control, PSO has the advantage on bot side and top side jungle, even in the enemy team's area.
And we talk about the advantage that they have in the early game, right? For NAOS Esports, yes, they can win fights, but as long as PSO play the numbers game against them, especially on these opportunities that they can have because they have the towers down, it's easier to do. And the more towers are down, the stronger Zeri gets because there's a lot more walls to use.
For sure. And right now though, NAOS Esports, what can they do to get a lot of values back? Because right now, looking at the game, it's looking like every single lane, or well, at least most of the lanes, is in favor for PSO.
Yeah. I mean, 3 towers are down, so yes, it's easily enough to say that they can easily take this referral. Because look at this, they don't have a lot of vision in this part of the map, and if they try to go for a face check on the top side, they can be met with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and that is scary. Once you get hit with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, that's a lot of damage that can be pulled through. Maybe even half of this roster that we have in NAOS, they can be pulled to half HP just with one paddle start to Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
This is really good for NAOS Esports. They got the clear on wave on top side. NAOS Esports went for the 5-man drone. Bot lane was not able to get any kills or value from that. So they get the turret. So I was talking too soon. However,
but
it is the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
It is the Rift Herald that PSO wants.
They can take down mid lane. Because mid lane is already half HP. So if they put this on mid lane, that's an easy take for them. So this is a lot more value for the side of PSO. And they're playing around the map so well. Yes, NAOS Esports have been getting crumbs, getting gold somewhere. But would this be enough? They need to break the stalemate. Because as long as they don't break the stalemate, PSO is just going to take over the map.
Yeah, and I believe we talked about this in the past. Is that when it comes to draft individual matchups or overall matchups, the team that has a better power scaling when it comes to a stalemate has the better advantage, because you're not getting a lot of these value in the early game power spikes of your team if it is stale, if there's nothing getting out from kills, ganks, objectives. So now Esports has to do something that is explosive, that could change PSO's type of advantage.
Yeah. Sleepy Trouble Bubble though. Okay, I thought that's going to be the engage. But with what we've seen right now, Infinity, look at the force that PSO is doing. They're forcing the wave clear in the mid lane because they want to threaten the members of NAOS Esports. They can take this. Mountain Drake might be the target to flash in.
Let's
What a
go.
body
Fate
slam.
Seal will not be able to connect because of the explosive cast that was engaged by NAOS Esports, and now PSO has to
Return.
retreat. They don't have 3 ultimates that could engage onto NAOS Esports, and now
Ramley,
NAOS come going for the flash, engage. Karma is down. They were able to take down 1 and Henry to follow through, and the man advantage for NAOS Esports is secured. Now Tufts
What a
and
hold.
Zoe is locked in into the bottom lane. They might get the sleep onto Lucia, but the trade is there. Tufts is the only one left along with Jurl, but Jurl is too far away. They're going to push in the mid lane, so a lot of bot time by Tufts is being brought to a lot of value in this matchup. They might get the inhibitor in the mid lane, and that just brought down a lot of power for PSO.
What a great way to play from PSO. And now they want to go for a fight here in Zalpi. Fateseal's not going to be hitting, but I think he's going to fall down still.
The flash is there. Stasis Ancha to buy time though. Now Karma to follow up. Will be able to get that ultimate. The kill is secured, and PSO still got kills from that.
What a great showing. What a great showing from PSO. The way they played around the mistake, yes, they made a mistake. They lost a lot of members just because they weren't able to connect their ultimates to their skills. But now Esports was able to get the kill on them, right? But the way they pivoted towards the mid lane after that was great. But now top side might be a kill though.
Lucian is gone. This is one of the key players for NAOS Esports. They lost their ADC, and now PSO is on a roll. They're just going for a lot of values consistently, where NAOS Esports is not able to get the trade back in value.
Yeah, and with this, they can take the Baron. 30 seconds on the clock. They have no mid lane on the hands at NAOS Esports, and it's going to be easy for them to just take this Baron without any contest, because they don't have any vision on this part of the map anyway, and it would be hard to get closer and closer to this Baron. So PSO, that's why they're backing away. They are regenerating for this next bout, and that could potentially be the Baron that they're looking for here.
We'll see. Because currently, there is no vision on the Baron's pit for any of these two teams. And this is going to be very important when it comes to an objective, especially coming through for NAOS Esports if they want to make it back, or if PSO wants to end the game, considering that there are only 4 turrets left on the side lanes.
No turrets in the mid lane, and that is a big setback for NAOS Esports plans. And PSO, building on what we said a while ago, Infinity, even if Henry doesn't have a lot of damage, they only need the Cyclone from Henry, and that's enough value. We've said a while ago that the composition might struggle a bit because they don't have a lot of CC, but Henry is a good answer to that, because he has been seeing a lot of value. Yes, he's dying a lot, but he's enabling his teammates.
Yeah, and generally, when it comes to a Wukong's value, it's more of an engage tool when it comes to team fights. And right now, Henry is doing that. Going for the Cyclone onto Murmu, forcing out the flash. You have the follow through for Zoe. Will not be able to get that sleep down onto NAOS Esports. And so far, this will be a truce. But NAOS Esports has bought time for them to just chill around. But PSO is looking for that engage. Still connects onto 1. Now final spark to just push PSO back. And now Ramley in the front lines trying to get that root. Will be able to connect onto Rafi. And this will bring down 2 members from NAOS in the flank. We have Renekton going for the stun onto 1. But NAOS is forced to retreat. They're forced to back away, which opens up the Baron for PSO.
Baron is going to be taken, and the way the fight goes, NAOS Esports double dipped. They lost already. They lost a lot of flashes before the start of this fight, and they still double dip onto it, and that might be a problem, but Zalpi might have some other plans here.
Now Esports has the vision. We have Dewa going for the sleep.
Bubble.
Stasis Enchant to buy time, but when he wakes up, it is over. And now they're going for the kills. Zalpi still gets 1, and now into the backside. Realm dead. 1v1 up against Henry. They still get the kill. Now the Esports get the miracle play that they need, but now time and Baron is still up.
Now Esports still not done, and we've seen that during this fight. I thought that might be the end for the side of NAOS Esports, but they contested. Even if it was a 3v5, they found value out of that. And with 20 seconds on the clock, they're the ones who's going to be taking this Baron.
And this is what you've stated a while ago, Dash. One mistake can change the game, and NAOS Esports is here to win. They're going in for the Baron Nashor. They're here to conquer. And now PSO has to manage the Baron buff against NAOS Esports for a bit of time.
Great use of the 4v5, or rather the 4v4 during that fight. And this was the reason why they won. Now Esports just struggling, isolating the targets one by one, and they were able to find value out of it. And we're seeing the power spikes right here. Tufts has seen Mitsura. He could take down one, but he's not going to be taking them all. And we're going to be seeing it more on this next fight that's going to happen. 15 seconds on the clock. They're quite equal on both sides, Infinity. So PSO needs to be careful and needs some respect against NAOS Esports right now.
Yeah, and Ocean Drake is now up. Another objective will be able to put out a fight for both these teams. We'll see how this will turn out, because currently everyone is just hovering around the bottom side, is hovering around the horizon. What can occur here, Dash?
They still have the Drake. This is going to be a trinity of Drakes right here on their side, but they still have the Fate Seal and Jero. Look at this, too early.
Jero is not going to be able to get the trade into the Ocean Drake. However, Henry is there to destroy the inhib. Now another lane of super minions will come through into the mid lane.
Great. Again, Henry just putting the pressure back up on the mid lane, even though they have the Baron. But because they have the Baron still inside of NAOS Esports, it's still possible, Infinity. They can still take down this mid lane turret, and they need to be careful about it. They have 3 Drakes, remember. That's a lot of stats on their side. So NAOS Esports are not afraid of PSO.
Yeah, and they're going for 1 because they know the PSO has the advantage when it comes to team fight, and now they're going to pursue it. Looking at the flank, Zalpi is there to go for pokes and damage, but Henry is there to just dismantle the whole team.
Wow,
and right now,
PSO
Calm is late to the party as Yone go for the knockup. Wow. They get the ace, and PSO conquers NAOS Esports. That is the game-ending team fight, and their goal to rush in to the mid lane with a cannon minion. The Nexus is open, 30 seconds on the clock, and PSO equalizes the series with a 1-1 in a best of 3.
The fantasy is still alive, and they are the stars of this show. PSO played this game so well, constantly applied the pressure against their enemies, and they were victorious in the end. Persis Esports, that is a great show of macro, and this was what we said before the start of the show. The 300 lost against them because of that same strategy. The way they played around that Rift Herald in the mid lane started the snowball, started it in their favor. We've seen some light from NAOS Esports during that last half of the game, but Persis Esports just got so much advantage that it was so hard to handle.
Yeah, and that last fight was incredible. If we're gonna see the highlights, it is going to be a little bit farther into the latter part of the game, but Wukong just went into the backside with the flank along with Jero with a Yone to set up the whole team to success.
That was crazy. Honestly, the start of this fight was crazy, and this was what we were saying a while ago. Looking at the highlights, when they lost 2 towers and when NAOS Esports didn't have the chance there, I believe that during that last fight, if we can have a replay of that last fight later on this highlights, that last fight, they were too aggressive. They were too excited on taking towers in the mid lane, and without Calm, they can do anything. I believe that Calm was one of the strongest in their team at that point, and one of the reasons why they might have an easier time taking these fights. But because they took a fight that was not in their favor, and Jero and Dewa was so fed, the reason of their downfall.
Yeah. And we have to reiterate once again from what we've said a while ago that PSO's draft in this game too is, or well, has a lot of engage, right? You have Renekton that can single targeted out champions. You have Gerald that could win team fights on its own. Henry, Wukong that could set up the team with the Cyclone. Dewa with the long range sleep, and Ramley with a lot of utility for the whole team. So there's just so much that you have to be aware of for NAOS Esports. It's just so difficult to fight up against, especially considering from what you've mentioned, Dash, that their lineup is set for success towards the latter part of a game.
Yeah, and we've stated it a while ago. NAOS Esports is a very early game to mid game composition, and The start of it was when they lost that early game grasp. That was the start of their downfall. Yes, they were able to find some light, but this last fight though, looking at how it went, we didn't see a lot of the last fight, but how it went was in favor of Persis Esports because it was a 5v4 during the start of that fight. Yeah. And Henry was the element, the instrument. That's why they were able to win that. Henry went to the back line, get a Cyclone onto 2, and that was enough for them to just jump on 1, take 1 down, 3v5 easy. So, PSO, I like this. I like what I'm seeing from them during Game 2. We said it a while ago. Game 1 was surprising, but Game 2 was exciting. And Dewa, this Zoe could be one of the best champions that was in the hands of PSO, because whenever there's a Zoe on their hands, it always surprises us.
Yeah, it's just so mobile. So mobile, a lot of damage, has CC. It's just, there's a lot of capabilities that a Zoe can do innately built into her skill kit. And it's crazy being used by Dewa as well into that game, because consistently they was just able to maneuver around on those team fights.
Dude,
and
that's the bans.
It's just crazy. And now that was the MVP, but a Zoe.
Yeah, and again, yeah, that's how you should look like whenever you go for a fight, though. Dewa,
For sure.
going crazy with the Zoe. Sleepy trouble bubbles are always the reason why you should be careful of a Zoe, because whenever you get hit by the sleepy trouble bubble, you might lose your life. And that's half HP already when they had the Luden's Echo during that time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a bannable champion, because the only reason why PSO actually won that was because the members of NAOS Esports had a very snowbally aggressive early to mid game composition, and because they broke that early to mid game for NAOS Esports, Persis Esports was able to capitalize on it, which is really great.
Yeah, and they did not have the best of situations when it comes to individual lanes, especially the top lane having, PSO scaling so much because of the punish. So it is going to be an exciting last game in this series. The winner will go into the grand finals. But for now, we're going to take a short break, but don't go away, because when we come back, it's a do or die match.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre- and post-teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight.
Hello and welcome back everyone to WRL Asia LCQ, the very last game of the series. I'm Infinity and this is Dash with me, and Dash, we have just seen the rumble between NAOS Esports and Persis Esports, the mind games in the draft, and now are here in Game 3.
Next draft gonna be different. Game 2, that was so great. From what we've seen from the side of Persis Esports, they're still out of the ballpark. They're still out of the left field when it comes to their drafting. This Zoe was the reason why they thrive on those games. But I can definitely say that Henry also was an instrument. Even if he didn't get a lot of gold, it didn't really matter because the cycles that he has been given the team was really great. Great value for Persis Esports. But right now Esports need to think about how they approach this next game, because game 2, PSO adapted. This game 3, they also need to adapt if they want to still get to the grand finals. But remember, they both still have a chance if they lose this, because you know what? Because if they lose this, they still have a chance right there on the lower brackets.
Yeah. And it is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Later on throughout the day, we are going to see the lower bracket matches on how they're going to battle it out to go into the grand finals. But for now, in game number 3, it is a battle of draft. It is a battle of strategy. What are the type of plays that we are going to see? Because a while ago, we have seen a target ban onto Mitsura's champion, Corky, being banned away. And this time around, it's an open question and an open mystery on how NAOS Esports is going to answer, as you stated, the draft. Are they going to ban away Zoe? Is that going to be a specific champion that they have to target? Or is this going to be something elsewhere similar to the previous games?
Yeah. Because with what we've seen, though, the respect that NAOS Esports has when it comes to the champions that are in the meta, it's big. They respect them so much, and we've seen them ban it time and time again. It's because they don't want to play against it. But what we've seen from PSO, just one ban just made the difference. Corky out of the way made it easier for them to play around the mid lane, especially even if they don't have a lot of value from the Wukong. Cyclone is enough of a value. Even if it doesn't have a lot of damage, CC is enough. And it was enough to traverse the gap that this champions that they drafted from PSO, because most of them are really weak in the early game. But because they were able to survive, it was great. It was great for them.
Yeah, and they're just playing the patience game, right? All throughout that game number 2, they were not going for the hyper aggressive, and there were instances that they did, but they were going in for the 4-man roam. So now Esports can't do nothing from that point in a 4v1 basis. So PSO can do the same thing if they want to go for scaling. They opt out for risks, but instead they go in for those sure kills, for those secured value. And right now we're speeding all throughout the bans here though. Corky, Senna, Ashe being targeted by PSO. On the other hand, for NAOS Esports, they remove Aatrox and Gwen from the champion pool.
And again, it's the same thing that we're seeing from them. PSO and NAOS Esports even are always banning the Camille. They always want to go for the second pick, but they haven't seen any Camille for themselves. And really surprised that they always pick the second rotation, because if it's going to be going the same for PSO. The karma is still available for them, and now Esports could just pick the same thing. They could just still pick the Riven, they could still pick the Renekton on their hands, or do they want to change some things? Because right now, I believe that Riven and the Gragas are still good picks. They need to change something else in their draft.
Yeah, and speaking of change, what do you think will be that perspective? Because if PSO wants to go for the same draft, wants to go for the same lineup, what would NAOS Esports do to counter that?
I'm really surprised that they haven't picked the Galio though. Because Rafa is a really good Galio player too. If they want to change some things, explosive gas and the body slams were great a while ago. But all that's smart, okay. Because if they pick the Wukong, there's not a lot of choice for PSO to go for the CC. Because a while ago, their composition was really reliant on how this Cyclone is going to go from Henry.
Yeah, and now this begs the question. What would the jungler pick up? Because previously in Game 1, Nautilus AP jungler isn't exactly the perfect fit for their draft. And when they went Wukong, it was good. But who else can do the same thing? So right now, what they prioritize is Karma, Renekton, and Zoe, which states a very specific role-oriented draft for now. So I don't know what NAOS Esports is going to lock in, but instead picking up a Lux instead.
They're banning the Zed and the Akali again for the side of NAOS Esports. They have been banning that a lot. They don't want Henry to have that capability. But I believe that PSO could go for a Garen here on their composition. Yes, doesn't have a lot of CC, but what they would need is probably a CC on their jungler. Something that could potentially go for the same single target CC, single target kill that they've been going for since a while ago. I think it's not bad to have a Vi in their composition for PSO. Because if they're going to go for the single target, no problem. That's easy for the Vi.
Yeah, and because they've shown power on that specific champion already before, right? I mean, NAOS Esports has done this rather, and PSO can do the same thing if you want to go for pickoffs, especially considering that you have a Zoe mid laner, expectedly. This could just mash up together in a very good mix and match for the draft.
Akali's available. Who is going to be picking up the Akali?
Galio. There you go. Your expectations has been met, Dash.
Okay, so one thing's good for him. Because if ever they pick the Galio here, and if they don't smell the Vi coming in from nowhere on the side of NAOS, this would be a good composition for NAOS Esports. The only problem I have if they go for a Galio is that they don't have CC. That's one. I mean, they don't have damage. That is going to be one of the things that they're going to be looking at. Because if they don't finish the game early, it would be a problem. And as I say, the Garen is a good pick-off. And the Akali could... Never mind, they can't pick an Akali already on this composition. They need a damage jungler for them to have at least a helping hand. For after Dewa deals damage, there's someone who could finish things off.
Yeah, and PSO played Garen yesterday in their matchup up against 300. So it is not exactly the worst, and they have another frontliner that could open up these assassins and these damage dealers to start off big against NAOS Esports.
What are they looking for here? They're looking for damage on the hands of NAOS Esports. They're looking for a high damage mid lane, but there's not a lot of options at this point.
Ziggs?
Oh, Zeri?
They're going for Zeri.
Are they going to give this to Mitsura? Mitsura with the Zeri? Yeah, I was looking for damage, but not like this. but we saw the Zeri a while ago. It didn't deal a lot of damage. And in a composition in where Zeri needs to position pretty well, because there's a lot of single targets here that could look for Zeri. Mitsura needs to be careful. If ever, Mitsura is going to be the one holding onto the Zeri.
Yeah, and I'm really curious because this might be, well, the first time that we're going to see it specifically on the series for NAOS Esports' side. How it's going to play out? Is it going to be an aggressive Zeri in the mid game? Is this going to be a late game Zeri where NAOS Esports has to play it quite safe? But it's really difficult at this point because you have to consider that you also have Dewa, you also have Ramli, you have Henry to be able to just cancel out Zeri's mobility if the CCs comes through. So I'm really curious at this point, Dash, and you have to walk me through the expectations that we can expect here for Game 3.
let's put this into perspective, right? PSO has a lot of single target. They're gonna be looking for the Zeri for sure. Whenever they have the opportunity, they're gonna be looking for that Zeri. Get a stun, get a Demotion Justice, get a Sleep Will Trouble Bubble, whatever. They need something to hold down to the Zeri. But if ever they won't be able to reach the Zeri, it's gonna be a scary Zeri at this point, because if they won't be able to chase, they have a lot of leaps, they have a lot of dashes, it would be easy for them to do. But remember how mobile the Zeri is. So it all comes down to how they play it. Because remember, NAOS Esports still has the Wukong, so it's really hard to reach the Zeri on the back line. They even have the Hero's Entrance. So it all comes down to how long Mitsura stays in that fight. And that's all there is to it, to what NAOS Esports wants to do here.
Yeah, so at this point, game 3, we have to look at Zeri for NAOS Esports. We have to look at how he would play this out, how he would maneuver into those team fights, and let's see who would win the upper bracket semifinals. But right now, it's NAOS Esports going for the aggression. The double man light binding from Mermu is perfect, followed up by Rafi's taunt, but a trade back is secured with a 1-for-1.
Still a 1-for-1. I thought, how did he know? That's what I'm surprised of. Because they have the... What? I was surprised that they actually knew when they went in, the light binding was able to hit on 2. And that was still a 1-for-1. I thought that... that's why. Okay, that's great. That's smart. Okay, with that, that's going to be good. Great start of the show for NAOS Esports. Giving that to Mirmo was really important. And the Karma, Ramley was the one to get that too. In the hands of PSO. So bigger value for NAOS Esports here.
Yeah, and we brought up the question, is NAOS Esports going to be aggressive, or are they going to patiently play the game? They answered it right out of the get-go. First right 30 seconds into the game. Yeah.
After they got fielded, they were in their baseball field, just went in, just hit a home run.
Yes,
right on the bat.
Yeah. For sure. That was a crazy play from NAOS Esports, but it is not the worst time for PSO as they got the trade back for Karma. It's not the ideal situation because this is the support, but regardless, it is a 1-for-1 trade. And Zalpi's presence into the mid lane just shows, how much they want to protect this mid laner and how much they want to go for the presence into the game overall.
Yeah. And I like that PSO still got the trade there. So this is very much we're still back on the start. That we don't have any kills. Everybody's still okay. But the value of those kills differs because it's a very different roles that we got those first kills. But right now, it's gonna be the same. Rotations onto the top side. The pressure that they're putting on Calm is just immense. Oh, no. They always put the pressure on Calm. Wait, what?
They changed target. I think Murma just hit Garen for some reason, and then
no way.
Turret just changed target. Turned MVP from that bot lane fight because it was crazy. If you think about it, Zhao P was full HP, Turret hits down to a quarter, and then they got the kill onto Lux.
I think Henry just went close. I mean, right? You're seeing Mitsura actually just spamming his shots, right? And Henry just went in front of him, and that gave the tower a chance. Oh, you're hitting my champions, huh? And he got the kill. Easy kill for PSO. And now NAOS Esports, that's a big blunder. I thought that was an easy lane for NAOS Esports in the bot lane because Mitsura is just using his range against Henry, because Henry is not going to get close unless he uses the flash. But with this, at least he's surviving for a bit more.
Yeah, and once again, it's Henry having to deal with Mitsura in the bottom lane. It's a mini range matchup. Mitsura just has to play it on the back end, just poke up against Henry. But this time around, you have Henry just going in for the bot side, maybe hoping for an engage. And here, PSO as well is rotating. So it is a dangerous spot for Mitsura.
Ooh, Ultra Shock Laser though.
Going for the jump. Hero's entrance to zone away the enemy team. Zones away with a sleep. Mitsura just being pulled in onto Ramley. Roots onto Galio. The light binding is perfect as Mermu just clutched that fight, turned things around, got the double. And right now they're looking for more. Garen is looking for the kill onto Rafi. However, the Mash and Justice will not connect. And Galio with a taunt, but a CC is just flawless as they take the trade back. They kill down onto Jurl. And that was just phenomenal from NAOS Esports.
The blunders that happened a while ago, let's take that off to perspective because now Esports played that so well. The way they started the fight though, PSO, with the sleeper trouble bubble, they thought that they would be able to take the kill in Mitsura easily, but because we have the Galio, as we were saying a while ago, the Galio from Rafi with the hero's entrance is enough to disrupt any combos that they have in PSO, and that's what we've seen during that fight, and that just snowballed in favor of NAOS Esports. Look at this replay though. Mirmo also, look at the light bindings, hitting 2 people, and this last one hitting Henry too. That's a lot of value just from those light bindings.
Yeah, and this is what we've talked about a while ago in game number 1 or game number 2. How Murmu's light binding, if it hits, NAOS Esports is free to dominate the arena.
0.
Is free to dominate the Rift. That is consistently what we are reiterating all throughout the series. So expect a lot from this Lux being played by Murmu on how NAOS Esports is going to play through those team fights.
Yeah, and PSO again. Even with the loss a while ago, Dewa doesn't really have a lot of kills during the first game, but he finds values during the mid game to late game, and where the sleeper trouble bubble to the bottom star gets value. Heroes Entrance gonna come in.
Heroes Entrance going for the double man knockup. The taunt is there, perfect from Rafi.
It's a kill.
Calm has to go back away. However, he's buying time. A lot of these champions. But Zoe will be able to get that sleep onto Rafi, get that trade in. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Light binding will not connect
That's
as
scary.
Dewa forces out the flash.
But the bot lane though, Lightning Crash has been used though.
Now Zalpi is there to flash in, going for the Cyclone to buy time and respond onto Mitsura. Henry is slowed. Zalpi goes for the Cyclone, but Henry will be able to go back away unscathed. And that's just enough for NAOS Esports.
Did you see that? Killing spree on Dewa. Even if it was 0-2 a while ago, now he's on killing spree, and now mid lane turret is potentially gonna fall down again. And top lane, Infinity, it's a deja vu of what happened during game 2.
Yeah, and this is the power of PSO. Even when we're watching out the VODs yesterday, how PSO won against 300, this is their power. When it comes to turret objectives in the early game, they have it in the bag, and we're seeing it through and through right now. They get 2 turrets immediately. NAOS has no trade when it comes to turrets, and there's just too much gold injection in 6 minutes.
Oh, wait,
Now
just
though,
a sponge
light
though.
binding once again. That's just a very risky play from Gerald, jumping into the Dragon's Pit with no vision.
Another great kill again for the side of NAOS Esports, but remember, PSO finding this value. So whenever they take the Rift Herald, they snowball it to the top side in the mid lane, and Tufts is walking the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, and now we're going to have a fight once again. And Rafi, 2-man taunt. It's going to be a light binding onto Dewa.
Again.
Dewa can't do nothing. No mobility, no damage, and now Esports gets the shutdown.
Mirmo gets another great light binding out of that kill. Now they want to take down the mid lane.
Rafi on the front lines gets them taunt onto Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix is done. The CC chain is perfect for NAOS as they get the kill onto Gerald, and they secure the mid lane turret.
Gets a kill for the Troubles and a tower too in the mid lane. Great answer back, and slowly but surely NAOS Esports are finding value out of those losses that they had a while ago. Now they want to go for the bot lane, and Henry is left alone here.
Mitsura and Mermu is there. Light binding will not connect as there's just too much speed from Henry, as that will just be enough to go back and retreat. No damage onto Garen.
Okay, here's the thing. The problem here is, even though that PSO has been getting equal kills a while ago against NAOS Esports, the problem here is, if Gerald doesn't get the early game, this is the problem when you pick a Kha'Zix. If you don't get the early game, if you don't snowball the early game, and considering how NAOS Esports fights right now with this composition, they don't stray away from each other. They go together. Kha'Zix won't find any value out of those fights, and that is what I'm scared of for PSO here.
Similar problem we discussed yesterday, wherein if Kha'Zix is batting up against a team stacked upon each other, isolation damage onto the passive will not take into effect. On top of that, you also have Zalpi on the Wukong, so it's so much harder to deal with. Right now though, Mitsura 1v1 up against Henry, forcing out the ultimate, and Henry has to scour back. There's just too much damage and mobility coming in from Zeri. Henry is now back to safety. And you have Lux and Galio coming in for the support. Going into fray. Now
That's
Esports
scary.
is just there. Dewa there to respond as well if a fight occurs, but will not push through as Rafi and Murmu opts to back away.
Still have the Rift Herald, 10 seconds on the clock, and now Esports might have a different perspective here. They want to go and try to take this, but with the way PSO is positioned, they might be a bit too late on this Rift Herald battle. Are they going to be contesting it? It's going to be a 4v5, but they're looking for a tower contestation in the mid lane and the bot lane.
Yeah, they don't have to contest the Rift Herald because they can secure the third bot lane. So we'll see how this will turn out though for NAOS Esports. How can they maneuver onto this Rift Herald to get value? Because right now, a turret has been destroyed into the bottom lane.
They know that they can't win the fight at this point though. So that's why they didn't take any battles against NAOS Esports. They know what battles to take. And PSO, that's a very smart way to play. NAOS Esports now left with 2 towers down in the bot lane. Don't have the priority on the bot lane on this Ocean Drake fight. And that is going to be crucial on this next 30 seconds.
Yeah, and in theory, it's just equivalence, right? You get the Rift Herald that is a tower secured. But PSO can do that with the champions without contest, without risk. So it's just too much of a safety net for PSO on what they're doing currently on getting a lot of these turrets down.
It's not equal if they're taking second tier turrets though. Because
sure.
the second tier turrets have bigger values because that's a lot of vision out of context here for the side of NAOS Esports. So now PSO, with the way the vision works, NAOS Esports might have an easier take on this Ocean Drake.
Calm, engaging onto Henry. This is a 1v1, but just a zone away onto Garen. Ocean Drake being started by NAOS Esports. No vision coming in from PSO. You have Tubbs coming in. Kha'Zix as well.
Nice
will not be able to get that smite through. So no steal. NAOS gets the Ocean Drake. Zelpy going to be the target. The Mash and Justice will go through. Zelpy is going to use up the flash over the wall to back safety. Mitsura flashes over the wall as well as Tubbs looks to engage. But Mitsura is just too mobile to get that kite through. As they get the kill onto Tubbs. And now PSO is a man disadvantage. It is a 1-for-1 trade though. Now Henry with a flash going through.
PSO!
S is dominated by PSO. Zalpi is low, and PSO will get the A's with a 1-for-1 picked off time and time again.
Gets the ace in PSO. That looked like a long fight, and it looked like in favor of NAOS Esports. They got their ultimates down. Rafi used the hero's entrance, and nobody was caught on it. PSO just became very patient, and they used their range, they used their skills in favor of their fights, and NAOS Esports was caught by surprise. Yes, they didn't take the Ocean Drake, but they got tons of gold infusion on a lot of their champions.
And this is what they say, Dash. History repeats itself. PSO is doing it again. From what they did in Game 2, it's currently happening in Game 3.
Game 2, I thought that was just some mistakes by NAOS Esports, but PSO plays this again in the second time. It's like a tape recorder. It's like the same game again. And this is how they play it. This is so nice to see. PSO are just so good at playing the macro. And NAOS Esports are always forced to react.
Going in for the sleep onto Galio, but too far away. There's too much members from NAOS Esports. But on the other side of the map, it's Renekton split pushing the bottom lane. So PSO, it's just a matter of buying time for Renekton to be able to push and continuously put out pressure.
Look at how they are forced to react, right? 5 people were at the top side, and they got no value out of that rotation. And that forced the priority in the bot lane, and that made it easier for the side of PSO to just get more vision on the top side of the map and maybe take this Baron later on. NAOS Esports, with this 4 tower down on their side, it's getting harder and harder for them to traverse through the map, that they need 5 people to actually rotate.
Yeah, and they just have to. Because if you put down 1 member to match up against Renekton, Renekton can go all in with the Dominus and go in for the single targeted stun, which would just dominate the opposing side. And even if there's an opposing team that dominates Tufts at this point, he could just dash back. He has the flash available, he has the ignite available, so there's just too much of a threat that Renekton imposes onto NAOS Esports with those constant split push on the side lanes. And now NAOS Esports has to think, what are we supposed to do? Because right now, Baron is up.
What are their options? They don't have a lot of options. Miro has a lot of gold, could potentially take down the backline as fast as they could. But how are they going to be reaching that? How is the light binding going to be reaching that? That is how NAOS Esports could go about this. If ever Mirmo gets a great light binding to Final Spark, a 4v5 is a fight that NAOS Esports can take.
However, we have to take note that Mitsura is already on the 3rd item. So when it comes to Power Spike, this is his time to shine. We'll see how much damage will be produced though when it comes to team fight, because right now, as we've seen from previous fights, PSO's targets is Mitsura.
Ooh. That stun forced the lightning crash out of them. Oh, another cyclone in mid lane.
Esports is just too much split in this fight. They're able to get that kill
4v5.
onto Devil, but the light binding along with the CC chain that will put them at a man advantage in the latter fights in a couple of seconds.
They got something out of it again. And look at this bot lane. Everybody's here. Are they going to be taking the Baron?
Coming into respawn, forcing over the wall with a flash, but that will be Galio just hovering around to follow up with a taunt, and now Henry is dead. NAOS Esports got 2 kills out from nowhere. Now they got the advantage back.
They got the answer. They got the turret a while ago, and this could force a Baron on the hands of PSO. They need to go for a fight against this. It's a 4v3. Until Mirmo comes in here, it's still a possibility that NAOS Esports could take this Baron. It might be a replay of the last game, but they respected it. They don't want to take. They don't want to make any mistakes. Infernal Drake is going to be here in 30 seconds. And PSO, they got another tower. Out of those 2 kills, a tower is still great.
Yeah, because it can go either way. It could go to the side of NAOS despite having a 3v5 situation. Because remember, Jurl is on Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix just too mobile to get those steals in. And it can go towards the side of NAOS because Murmo is available. If Light Binding connects onto Jurl, that's over for PSO when it comes to that objective. So it's a matter of how you play it out, and both teams just opt to go for a safe play.
PSO has a better line of sight here against NAOS Esports, but NAOS is forcing their hands away here. They need to go for an engage right here, and that is right now.
Let's look at how Dewa going in for the steep onto Galio. That is good. CC's coming in onto NAOS. Stasis going through though to just disregard the CC and the damage. Now Murmo and Mitsura is down. NAOS has no damage and they have to retreat because if they lose, they're gonna lose turrets as well. But Zalpi going to force the back to retreat, and Dewa is there to sleep onto Calm. The CC is flawless and they got the trade. They got the win on that team fight, and PSO is here to get turrets, to get more gold, to get that snowball running.
20 seconds of the clock. They can end this if ever they want to. They can go for this because there's only one person standing here.
We'll see. Zalpi went in, cleared down the waves. That is clever, but is that going to be enough though? It is. Now the Cyclone comes through, knocks up onto 3, but that will cost his life. But that will buy time. Mitsura and Murmo is coming up at 1 second. They get the kill back onto Garen. Renekton is dead. Wukong will be able to get that steal. And now turns still got around with 100 HP remaining on the Nexus.
That's too aggressive from PSO. They force it. There's still a 45 on the Nexus, and that's why they weren't able to end it. Yes, they can take this. They can take the risk of taking Infernal Drake, taking an objective, but Zalpi is not around to actually help them out. Now Esports is looking to take another inhibitor turret in their favor just to equalize things on the map.
Zalpi literally made history and made miracle happen in this game, in this series that could change things up for every single one. And Jurl is occupied from Rafi's existence in the Dragon's Pit. And right now the Nexus is open in the base. The hero's entrance is there, zoning away Jurl, and Jurl is opting to go for the wave. But now change things around, gets the win on this series, and they go to the grand finals.
They had the base race. They went for it on the first time for PSO, and NAOS did the same thing in the end. One mistake could potentially end it all, and we've seen it here. Again, Game 2, Game 3, NAOS Esports were at the losing end. I thought it would have been the chance for Persis Esports if they backed away after that first inhibitor turret, take the Baron, and go back after it. That could have been the win for PSO, but NAOS Esports capitalized on that mistake. And as you said, Zalpi played that so well, played around the minions at the back, and forced them to lose HP, and forced them to lose everybody. And that was great performance with NAOS Esports.
Yeah, and Zalpi is quote-unquote the guardian angel of NAOS Esports. It bought time, it bought an extra life for NAOS Esports to win that game, and it's just mind-blowing to see that firsthand, how NAOS Esports played that very, very well.
Great play from NAOS Esports. The patience that they had during this whole game. With what we've seen, PSO was the one holding. They are the ones who are steering the ship. They are the ones in control. They just lost control somewhere around the ocean and they crashed. And now it's Esports. Great play from these people. They got their chance in the end. Look at this fight, sir. From the highlights, we're always seeing the way they play around each other on the side of PSO with this composition. It's so well thought of. Look at this. The way Joel played this, the aggression that they had, they were so afraid of how they played this because they knew that they have the winner's advantage. They have the damage advantage. And that's why PSO was not afraid of taking any fights.
Yeah, and this fight specifically, it was Renekton who was putting pressure in the backside, was putting the kill pressure onto Mitsura and Mermu. They have to scour back, they have to retreat. It was basically a 1v4 in the backlines wherein Tufts was just dominating. And I have to tip my hats onto the Baron laner for PSO.
Great. Oh, definitely. This was so great. Tufts yesterday had a hard time though. He had so much hard time when fighting against the 300, especially against Helios. But now he showed he has the redemption era. But still, they are going to be going to the lower brackets though, and they might still have a chance here. With what we've seen, the performance that they had today, they can go out at the lower brackets and maybe get a revenge match against NAOS Esports.
Yeah, for sure. And NAOS Esports with that amazing win and that turnaround that they've done up against PSO, clinging for the hopes for a win with Zalpi in the center of it all. They're now going into the grand finals, waiting for the next challenger to come through to go and take the opportunity for a spot into the regional league. And overall, I'm just amazed how NAOS Esports played that through and through the upper bracket semifinals.
Great play from NAOS Esports. Game 1 win, Game 3 having hard time during the last parts of the match and was able to win in the end. Whew. I have no words, Infinity. I have no words because that was an exciting last 2 minutes of the game because they both tried to go for the base. PSO tried, NAOS was the one who won in the end. And this is a great end for a great series. 2-1. PSO have a lot of this team has a lot of promise, but NAOS Esports has a double promise, and that was the grand finals.
Yeah, and that game 3 will be written in history for WRL Asia Open Qualifier as probably one of the best matches to see and best games to see, because the ability of how Zalpi just went in, cleared the wave, disregarded the 4 people who was going and knocking up onto the Nexus, that just basically changed the whole game. Changed the whole matchup in their favor. And time again, this is what you're saying and talking about, Dash, wherein one mistake can change everything in a game.
Yeah. We've seen that time and time again in this game. Game 1, Game 2, and even the last game. One mistake netted them the win in the end. An MVP! Rafi gaining the MVP on this game. And that's a lot of KDA. And also, there was a lot of times that we've seen Rafi using the Heroes entrance, gaining a lot of value for the team. But I could argue also that during this game, Zalpi could potentially be the MVP too, because of how he played during the last minutes of the match. He was basically the hero that the team needed.
Yeah, with those Heroes entrances. Okay, that pun did not come through, but you know what? Rafi played it well because of those engages that...
Wait, that was a bit too late. I understood it a bit too late. Sorry, Infinity.
It's fine.
Sorry, Infinity. You didn't talk about the cave, so I thought... Okay. That's my bad, bro. I'll take your hand. For it.
Yeah, it's just... Rafi's capabilities of just zoning away the enemy team was perfect from those matches, time and time again, in each and every single matches. And That was just amazing to watch and experience firsthand on how that series turned out. However, that is only the beginning of today's matches in the LCQ. We still have more in store for you guys, for everyone that is currently watching the stream of today. And we're just gonna take a short break. My name is Infinity, and this is Dash. But when we come back, it's the second series today, 300 versus G2B.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming mode, Pre and Post Team Fight mode, and Team Fight mode. In Farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In Pre and Post Team Fight mode, we can see the gold difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming mode, Pre and Post Team Fight mode, and Team Fight mode. In Farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In Pre and Post Team Fight mode, we can see the gold difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming mode, Pre and Post Team Fight mode, and Team Fight mode. In Farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In Pre and Post Team Fight mode, we can see the gold difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at a gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming mode, Pre and Post Team Fight mode, and Team Fight mode. In Farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In Pre and Post Team Fight mode, we can see the gold difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post team fight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post team fight mode, and team fight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience.
The WRL-A open qualifiers being intense is an understatement, as the stories of vengeance and dominance was shown across the best teams in the region. Among them are 300 and G2 Blacklist, who attempted to achieve representation in the tournament. Now, the question is, if G2 Blacklist can beat the same team who brought them down in the lower bracket during the Philippine qualifiers, or will history repeat itself? I'm Infinity, and together with me is Otluz, and welcome everyone to the LCQ lower bracket quarterfinals.
Whew. All right, what a story you have there, Infinity. I have the same question, right? Is this going to be 2 times in a row for the 300 over G2 Blacklist, or have they solved the problem? My guess is this is just going to be a banger. And the last time that we saw we saw this series, it was a 2-0 in favor of the 300. I won't be surprised if this will go the distance and will go to game 3.
For sure, this is going to be an intense series that we have on our hands today for the LCQ. But before we dive deeper into the series, Otlus, I just want to hear your thoughts coming in from that first series, 3 games in a best of 3 series.
First off, number 1, PSO is the real deal, right? I didn't expect them to show that form. Number 2, man oh man, WRL-A, LCQ is where magic happens, right? PSO was just a couple of hit points away from securing their seat in the grand finals, but more on that later as we discuss here the lineup of G2 Blacklist. Again, we have Carl, Jace, Ciliath, Demon, and the captain himself, Orthros, manning the support. We discussed G2 Blacklist playstyle in general, and we are seeing now that they have a firm identity that Jace will be the one on the carry duty. Meanwhile, Orthros is now going back to the utility support.
Especially considering that in years past, we consider Orthros to be one of the best supports in the Philippine region. Now, expectations are set for the team, and there's a lot in store in this series because this is basically a do or die in the LCQ.
Exactly, and we are so many months away from the next tournament. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 300, the behemoth is now on a new lineup here, and this is going to be very interesting for our viewers. But yes, you see it right. There is what we call balikbayan, a reinforcement in the Baron lane. 3ZL, more commonly known as Isilla, going to join the 300, and Helios is now going back to the mid lane.
And this is far from a difference of the same team. In the past, under RRQ, they shifted around on their lineup in the middle of tournament, and that benefited them quite well. The question is, can they do the same thing here in this lineup, bringing in Esela in this game, in this draft here in the LCQ? Helios is back in the mid lane from top.
True, and now 3ZL, I want to say the prodigal son of the Philippines, because we know that 3ZL has played in the Indonesian region multiple times now, like 2 times in a row. 3ZL is also the national team Baron laner from just a year ago, so you could see that the decision making here by the 300 going against G2 Blacklist is to also to not just surprise them, but also to make a statement that, you know what, we won a lot of things with Helios in the mid lane. How about we go back and go with it again?
Yeah, for sure. And this is going to be an interesting series overall to watch. How will Helios play it out? Because in previous years, we saw Helios being so flexible, being a top laner and mid laner for RRQ, coming down into the 300 from top lane into the mid lane once again. And it's a crazy sight to see. And I'm ready. What can they do in this game, in this series?
Ask me, Infinity, if I'm surprised.
Are you surprised?
I am indeed surprised. I mean, we knew that Isilla is now going to join hands with the 300, but I did not expect Isilla to start today, because yesterday against PSO, we saw the same version of their lineup from what we've seen in the previous weeks. Now, this just changes a lot of dynamics for 300. The last time that Isilla played with this bunch of players, hear me out here, Infinity, Isilla was their carry. Isilla 3ZL is always going for the Fiora, always going for the Camille, which is currently the meta right now. And back when that was the case, Chaz was actually the one supplementing and using tank junglers. Now the question for the 300 is, are they going to go back to having 3ZL get a lot of resources and Chaz be put on Gragas, on the tank junglers that can actually set team fights for themselves as well.
Yeah, and those questions, those statements can be answered right now as we start the draft for Game 1 of the lower bracket quarterfinals between G2B and the 300. As we swiftly go to the bans, Ashe, Yuumi, Akali removed by G2 Blacklist, and 300 removes Aatrox, Gwen, and Renekton.
And that's a vital ban away from Zelia. Multiple times you've seen Zelia, the mid laner for G2B, go back to his default Renekton, a champion that will just be stable in any matchup given to him. The question for G2 Blacklist, are they confident in going for the Camille? Yes, the answer is definitely yes. Camille is definitely a first pick worthy champion right now in the meta. Can go into the Baron lane, can go into the mid lane. And we saw Helios dumpster Carl on this champion twice in a row. Good read from G2B, but a better response from 300 in getting that Riven.
Yeah, and now Riven being locked in by 300, this begs the question, what will be the next pick as Jace will be locked in for this team?
Not really a huge fan of Helios going with Jace. If it ever becomes a Jace for Helios, it's not his identity. It's not his favorite champion. Right now, going into the draft here for G2 Blacklist is kind of what we expected. They want Jace to carry them into the next round. And the best champion to carry you when it comes to late game scaling is the Shyvana. Now, they also have one of their favorite picks in getting that Lux for Demon. Demon has always been a menace on this kill shot champion, and it's fairly expected that he will be left on an island in the bottom lane, at least in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and 300 answered with a Rakan, and right now, currently, what's going on in the draft is pretty much a mirror matchup with an exception onto Jace on what role he would go. Right now, going into the second phase bans, though, Gianna will be the target by the 300, and Kha'Zix to be answered by G2B.
True, and then Soraka would be the follow-through, because if you ban away the Janna, you ban away the Soraka as well. That's how it should be if you are facing against Orthros. No, they're deciding against that. They're taking away another Celiat stable champion. A good read from 300's Coach Kaigu. Then again, for G2 Blacklist, one thing that's really surprised me right now for the draft of 300 is that Exocen is not on the Galio. He's going for the Rakan. And we saw how effective Exocen was on the Galio, on the Rakan. There were, it's... Or maybe, is this a Rakan mid? Remember Infinity that...
You're right. Helios went for a toss-up in the draft last year, or 2 years ago, when it comes to a Rakan mid lane going AP. So that's the question. Is this going to be a toss-up once again with the 300? Are they going for that risk? Considering that they have a new top laner in this game, number 1, in the WRL-A LCQ. However, G2B answers with the Soraka.
True, and this is what we expected, right? Okay, so Celia will be playing the Garen. Soraka will be for Orthros, of course. I mean, he's like the player that was born to use this champion. Now, if this is going to be a Galio for 300, it could actually work. Now, okay, hold your horses here, Infinity. Is this going to be a Galio? No, okay. No Helios Rakan mid lane in the meantime for game number 1, and we are going to have a more stable pick. That's going to be the Jax, most likely going to the Baron lane. So it's kind of clear what is intended, or what is the game plan here for 300. They want Exocen to be the playmaker still on the Rakan, and you have a 3-headed Cerberus, 3 people that really needs resources in the Riven, Jax, and the Jace.
Yeah, for sure. And you talked about 300 being Jax, the stable late game champion that could scale really, really well, and Rakan being used by Exocen to set up fights. How about G2B? How can they play this out to match up against 300?
This is still what we have seen from them in their wins, right? They are going to put Celia as the stabilizing factor, wait for Jace to scale up. Now, the only concern that I do have for G2B's lineup in their previous iterations is who's going to face check, but that's not going to be a problem anymore for G2B. They have a Garen. They can ask Garen to face check those dark areas the dark areas that 300 is really very good in utilizing. So to me, this draft overall by G2B, on paper, I'm liking it.
Yeah, and they've won through and through, and it's just shown us how beneficial this Shyvana has been so far for the team. So expectations are quite high for both these teams right now here in the LCQ for the lower bracket quarterfinals, and I'm excited to see game number 1. Overall, Shyvana would be the expectations and guaranteed to be that stabilizer, as you stated, for this team. And you know what, Nautilus? This is going to be a vengeance game. This is going to be the same history that we've seen that could change a bit if good things can happen for G2 Blacklist.
I don't know what to expect. Of course, I mean, we can say in theory 300 is knowing what they're doing. It does know what they're doing, right? Having a very, very late substitution. When we talk about the impact of substitutions in the game of Wild Rift, it's definitely up there, right? Infinity. But the good news is 3ZL is no stranger from the playstyle of Helios and company. He has been a teammate of Helios and Chaz in their first iteration as RRQ back in 2020. So it's just going to be all the same. Now the question is, will Carl redeem himself? Remember, he was the one on the losing end against Helios, but now he's facing against 3ZL. Can he match up 3ZL, or is it going to be the same news altogether for 300?
We'll see, especially towards this game number 1, a lot of questions, a lot of statements, a lot of expectations are being brought in the air for both these teams. Once again, remember everyone that 300 was the team who brought G2 Blacklist into the lower bracket in the Philippine qualifiers, and this is pretty much a revenge matchup for G2B if they can bring down the previous kings of Wild Rift.
And this is actually a borrowed playstyle by G2B from PSO. When PSO dumpstered 300, what PSO did was to send Garen over to the Dragon lane and send their bottom duo onto the mid lane. But 300 just has shown that they can actually do a very good adjustment. Was able to take 2 camps away from Jace. That's huge.
Oh, this is really clever. Look at how 300 is playing this out.
Jace is in peril here.
Has no information.
Oh,
Exosen is ready to go. They're going for the grand entrance. Followed up by Chaz. Uses up the flash. Jace is dead. First blood secured.
And that's huge for 300. Again, you cannot make the same trick against 300 with the experience, with the coaching that they have. They will be able to find a read and find a winning play if used against them twice in a row. Jace on the back foot is not the best news for G2B. Remember, he's going to be asked to carry G2B into a 1-0 lead here, Infinity. And that first blood against Shyvana is a bad news.
Yeah, and right now as well, we're going in for Helios, roaming around the map. And there's a lot of expectations being set right now. Jay's dying first in this game is not a good statement for G2B, but looking at top side, it's the pressure that Carl is producing onto 3ZL. This is your question a while ago, Nautilus, and they're diving in. Carl is going for the confidence play. 3ZL is very low. Used up the flash, get the last hit, gets the kill down, but instead the trade back is secured by EXO.
Alright, okay, alright. I see you, Carl, going for the risky play, trying to really dominate the Baron side, and Jace was in the area, but he thought that, Carl was a done deal. There's no reason for him to try to assist him whatsoever. But I believe at that point, if he assisted a little bit too early, maybe, just maybe, he could have saved Carl. But that still is something positive for G2 Blacklist. Carl is on the aggressive side, which could actually mean that 300 would respect the Baron side a little bit more.
Look at the presence of Chaz though here in the bottom lane. Silhouette is overextending.
No flash.
Now, Chaz is going through, diving in, chasing Silhouette down. 1 HP. That's going to be 1 hit
regen
to get that kill. The Mash Injustice will not connect. 300 will secure their 3rd kill of the game.
3-1 here, Infinity. And the good news, at least for G2 Blacklist, was they were able to use the final spark to clear some minions here in the bottom lane, but that does not stop the 300 in marching forward with a cannon minion still available. This could just mean 2 more tower plates for them. And this is huge because this is like, I don't know, this is the same playstyle that PSO did against 300, but 300 is saying that if you're going to copy what was done to us yesterday, it's not going to have the same level of success. And It's an understatement here, Infinity. This is just a stomp from 300 overall.
For sure. And right now, however, the good part with what G2B is doing is they're punishing Jax. At the very least, they're delaying how scaling would work for this specific player, for Esila, in the top lane. Look at the gap between top laners. It is 400 gold, and so far, that constant pressure is doing them benefit.
True, true. But remember, if you're the Jax, all you have to do is to, cook. As we say, let him cook, right? Wait a minute, Carl.
And roam from 300. Carl is pinned down, however, that will not be an all-in for 300 as they opt to go back.
Right, and 300 was actually successful in breaking the tower in the bot lane. Marky in the area still has flashes available for both Chaz and Marky, and I don't think Carl has enough tools to go against two people. Yes, Orthros is there, but just, for some heals, not for any damage. 13 seconds away from the first objective, and with the first brick or first tower already destroyed here, Infinity, I don't think the value of this Rift Herald is the same as the other games. And also knowing G2 Blacklist playstyle, kudos to Coach TG, he said that if they are playing Shyvana, they often go for the Dragons rather than going for the Rift Herald. But at least now G2 Blacklist is saying, you know what, I know, or they know that 300 might be in the area of the Dragon, so they're going for a split.
Celia in the front end, going to silence Chaz. Chaz can't do nothing. Stuck. Jungler's gone for 300, and G2B punish this team.
Wait a minute, I didn't expect that, and 300 definitely did not expect that either. Demon going for that light binding, not going to catch Helios, and that's going to be huge response from G2 Blacklist. Chaz still has the flash available, was not able to use it, and now G2 Blacklist wants to force this dragon. The only caveat for G2 Blacklist is that they don't have Dragon's Descent anymore. And so they are going to be forced to surrender this Infinity. 300 will be able to get the dragon. It's just an equal trade 5 minutes in.
For sure. 1-for-1 objective trade, but just an additional kill for G2B. But however, you have this gold coming through from Marky, getting that gold play just a bit. So pretty much at this point in time, it's even level playing field for both these teams.
Yep. And if you are a fan of G2 Blacklist, you want what's happening, right? I mean, at least Jace was able to get some stacks. Remember, he started this game 0-1-0. But I guess it's kind of expected because the jungler for 300 is not as aggressive as Eason, Kha'Zix. It's a Jace, yes. Damage is there. But compared to those two, the pressure is not really parallel. Now on the top side, we're seeing here Carl versus 3ZL, but look who's up here. You have Exosen.
Yeah, and you also have the mirror rotations coming in for Artros, so if ever a fight occurs, this could be a 2v2, and it's just a matter of time. However, I really do like how 300 has the pry in the bottom lane. What I was going to say a while ago was they had the advantage onto the dragon objective, so it was an interesting play from what we've seen. However, right now, put me on expectations, Atalus. In the following minutes, what can we see in this game?
There will be a stalemate for sure. It's all about planting vision, making sure that you get as much information as you can get. G2B wants to stall the game into the late game because they have the Shyvana. So if you're 300, you want to go for some challenges onto the blue buff, onto the red buff, but you won't be able to do that without proper vision, right? So if the thing here for 300, that they're just going to force their way into where they're strong at. Currently, 300 is owning the bottom side of the map. So if you're G2B, what you have to be careful of is this red buff. If it spawns up, expect that 300 is going to be there to try to at least challenge that red buff.
All right, expectations have been set. We are going to look at a red buff in the foreseeable future right now, especially with the pressure of 300. But 300 right now, as you have predicted, a very stalemate moment from both these teams. But now the question that I have here is, if Jack scales really well towards the late game, and Jace would be that carry for G2B in the late game, how would that turn out as individual carries for both these teams?
I still firmly believe that Shyvana still has a little bit more of an advantage against the Jax, because Jax is more on a single target. Meanwhile, Shyvana can actually do AoE damage. So at least in that regard, you could say that when it comes to clashes, Jace would win, or G2B would win with Jace at the backside. But you're 300. What you want to do here is 3ZL. You just split the map and force that 1v1 against Carl or Zeliat in the side lanes.
All right, side lanes for 3ZL. Constant pressure in the side lanes. Currently, Rift Herald will go up in 15 seconds, and ultimates are ready to go. Resets are coming through for both these teams, so expect, or maybe an expectations of a fight of some sort coming in through to this objective.
Exosen trying to sniff out a pick here.
Zeliat going in for the face check. Knock up is there. Initial fight from
Carl!
Exosen. Now Carl goes into the back end, but Jazz knocks him out of the Hextech ultimatum, disregarding the ultimate of Camille. Rift Herald being started by Zeliat, but just instant regeneration from Garen. We have vision as well from both these teams onto this objective. And so far, both these teams are playing the waiting game.
It's an ult for ult, but the pressure is on for the side of 300. You could see the minion waves is actually pushing towards the side of G2 Blacklist. And just because of that, they couldn't commit whatsoever on the top side though.
Stun onto Carl, but that's just it. With a hook shot going back to safety under the turret. The vision onto the river is important. Now Jace forces out the ultimate to clear down the waves, but one more hit will secure the top turret. They will have the advantage on top side for 300 to get the objective.
Now, if 300 plays this low and wait for Shyvana's Dragon to expire, this could be a very good fight for 300.
But they're forcing out the objective here as G2B gets Rift Herald. Now 300 goes in contest. The Mash Injustice gets a kill onto Isilla, but they trade back onto 3 kills. Now Carl and Demon can't do nothing. No mana for the Lux, and 300 has just punished G2B with them getting the Rift Herald at the cost of 3 members.
Yep, Orthros was first to die, followed by Jason Zeliat, and that's it. 300 against Steamrolls. Plays the patient game, was able to punish G2 Blacklist, similar to what happened in their first encounter here in Infinity. And just to add insult into the injury against the Shyvana users, 2 dragons to the side of 300 is actually huge. Draconic Bloodline really accelerates whenever you get dragons. And now with 300 getting 2 scaling dragons to their side, I dare say that they have negated the impact of Shyvana's late game.
For sure, with that constant pressure, especially how Chaz and Exosen was already there, being mindful of that pressure in the early game, getting that red buff was already a statement. We know the key target would be Shyvana. We know that's your carry, and we would target it. And the silver lining that I'm seeing right now for G2B, though, is that the last Drake would be the Infernal Drake, which would give Jace the true damage that Shyvana needs, and one of the most important Drakes for a Shyvana innately. So that's just a bit of an at least moment for G2B in this game 1.
Well, we'll help him, definitely, because again, you need 300 stacks of Draconic Bloodline in order for you to get that true damage, per se. And I believe that at 12 minutes, if you don't have any dragons in your disposal, then at least at this point, I can see like 250 stacks for Jace in general, again, for that Draconic Bloodline. But we're going to enter, a lull state. Just going back to the last time that 300 and G2B faced against each other, the average game time was 25 minutes. I expect the same thing to happen here in Infinity, with a lot of wave clear available for both sides, Marky and Demon. Plus, I would say the risk aversion of both these teams. They don't want to go over aggressive because they know how punishing that can be for both sides. We saw earlier, G2 Blacklist was able to punch 300, and 300 was able to return the favor. So at least in the next few minutes, it's just going to be a tug of war when it comes to vision. It's just going to be a stalemate. And again.
Yeah, and I agree 100%, because when we look at the draft for both these teams, right, they have a lot of these pickoffs potential, and they have a lot of these CCs that could just make huge punishments against the opposing team. Now
there is a wraparound here, but
Zeliat, Carl going through, Stasis and Chat is just perfect timing. The charm, the quickness, and the grand entrance, a perfect response from Exosen, forcing out the flash by Carl, going onto the bush by time, gets the kill down, but saves the remaining members of G2B.
A questionable move overall for the side of G2 Blacklist, but an even better execution for 300. I remember multiple times if it was Tatsuri would be left on an island and, you know, the supports won't be there in time. But 300 with Helios manning in the side lane, he's very vocal in saying and telling his team, hey, you know what, I feel something is coming. So be here right this very moment, and there you go, a counter gank for 300. It did not net them any objective win whatsoever, but they were able to plant some vision. 300, again, using what they're good at. Just trying to deny vision from G2 Blacklist. And by doing so, they can actually go for those death brushes, which we have seen multiple times from them.
Yeah, for sure. And these two teams are putting huge respects onto one another, considering a huge value from this series overall. That opportunity to proceed into the tournament. However, right now, Helios, the sole member for 300 in the bottom lane, Rift Herald pushing through, getting that turret. That's about it. A huge injection of gold for G2B.
And now they're going to challenge this blue buff. This is what 300 wants. They're going to invade your jungle, not giving you any personal space whatsoever.
Carl gets to see Camille, but Hextech Ultimatum cancels the knock-up from Exosen. And blue buff being contested, as you have mentioned. G2B hovering just around their jungle, but however, 300 will still secure the blue buff for themselves.
And now you could feel the pressure on the side of G2 Blacklist. It feels like they're getting choked out of oxygen, of air here, because 300 is just trying to get resource after resource, going for that counterplay on the bot lane. And once G2B showed 2-3 champions on the bottom lane, Exosen was so confident to just face check and be the, I would say, nuisance or security guard for whatever they're going to plan ahead. Overall, this is what we expected in Infinity. A very close matchup between these two, but a more disciplined approach from 300 overall.
Yeah, a very objective-oriented two teams right now, playing towards the objectives, not risking overextension. And I like your analogy about, you know, choking out of oxygen for G2B, because if you're looking at the overall perspective, 300 is on a vacuum of constant growth and constant advantage. 4K gold lead from just way back in the first couple of minutes into the game, still being sustained in 16 minutes.
Yep. And this is going to be, I would say, the make or break team fight here, Infinity, because this is potential.
Flash grand entrance with a quickness going into the backside, having access. Ortrosa is gone. 300 following up. No heals, no sustain, no utility for G2B. And now Shyvana is stuck in the middle with a stasis enchant. When he resurrects, 300 is there waiting on the horizon to get that kill. And with that, 4 kills is secured.
What an engage coming from Exosen. Yes, it is available on the Galio, but it is even more better with the Rakan. And with that, 300 is making a statement here, Infinity.
Nexus is open. 300 has that focus as they secure game 1 of the series.
Going down from an average game time of 25 minutes to what I think was around 16 minutes. They know that G2 Blacklist would contest for that third dragon. And we know what 300 is good at. Going for that dark areas and trapping, forcing you to face check. That's what happened there. Pulling the trigger was Exosen once again. 300 gets the 1-0.
And the power of this team is now being shown in this series. And a while ago, we put it up there. Is history going to repeat itself? And so far, 300 is going to be going through for that. Game 1 is an indicative of their power in the Rift.
Much more confident playstyle from them. Feels like they have read G2 Blacklist's playstyle from the previous wins that they were able to garner. This is the lone positive that I saw from G2 Blacklist, in where it was actually Demon that was able to get that very good light binding. I missed that one out live, but the good part is that we have a replay to see multiple attempts from 300 to decimate G2 Blacklist that turned out to be a success.
Yeah, and when you're looking out all through these highlights, it's just the constant rotations of Chaz in the early game up until 10 minutes that showed advantage for each and individual lanes.
Exactly, and it's not just Chaz, it's also Exosen, right? his presence in the top lane, his presence in the bot lane was key to them. And again, this is showing the same level of 300 that we expected them to be at in this full qualifier tournament, in this full LCQ. No one expected them to be here in the lower bracket, but as they say, this boys loves their lower brackets.
For sure. In days past, we were having a discussion about Exosense, specifically on the maturity of the knowledge and playstyle on League of Legends Wild Rift is exceptionally insane. That grows throughout age, or well, that grows throughout experience. And so far, it is showing in this game number 1. It is showing in this series, and I'm excited to see more of that in the next couple of games. Maybe in game 2, maybe in game 3, if it ever comes down towards that best of 3 series.
I feel sad for Orthros' Soraka. It felt like, he was not even able to do a thing in clashes because he was the focal point on all the engages by the MVP, by Exosen. Exosen, again, the living goat of the Philippines, League of Legends to League of Legends Wild Rift, ever so relevant. And with a KDA of 10.0, what a masterclass showing in game number 1.
Yeah, Exosen is probably, if not one of the OGs, or not classics, but really just the tip of the top of League of Legends here in the Philippines, representing the region overall in the game. And it's just so far producing a lot of these knowledge and wisdom of the game in and of itself being applied here in Wild Rift. Right now, game number 1 has just finished. Really, really exciting so far. We're going to take a short break. My name is Infinity and this is Oculus, but don't go away because when we come back, it's match point for the 300.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of scales and towers pushed, but also
Welcome back, everyone, to the WRL-A LCQ in the lower bracket quarterfinals between G2B and the 300. My name is Infinity. Together with me is Autolus, and we're now down to match point in favor of 300.
Yeah, what a showing by 300. Actually telling G2 Blacklist that we have you figured out. If you're going for your favorite picks, Shyvana, Lux, Soraka, you will just have a very bad time against us, right? And again, just the first few minutes of that game, I just want to revisit what happened there. They knew that the bot lane will be exposed because Garen was there by his lonesome. So what they did, Chaz went for the blue buff instead of going for the red buff, went straight into the golems and went into the red buff of Jace. What a game plan, pristine game plan from the 300.
Yeah, and it's just big brain, you know, because it is considered, or well, it is well established that in the draft that Shyvana is really strong towards the late game. When it comes to the early game, not that much. So, you know, you have 300 having the opportunity that Exosen with a Rakan has huge CC potential built into level 1 to 3. Jace really strong level 1 to 3 as well. So it's just so good to see those type of strategies being played out. And I'm excited to see more. And I don't know. With what you have stated a while ago, Autolus, with, you know what, I don't know what to expect. I am at that point right now as well.
Well, that's the reason why we are fans of the game. If we can expect what is to come, if we can predict almost every outcome, that we won't be casting, but rather, you know, be Nostradamus or something. But what's important here, Infinity, is this is a good wake-up call for G2 Blacklist. That hey, if we are going to play the same way against 300's 5-head, as you said, they have two coaches. They have Coach Kagu, they have Coach Three Finger, they have the veteran minds of Exosen, and now with the inclusion of 3ZL and his ability to play weak side, Helios is now getting more resources, more focus on the side lane. And we saw from earlier, once you try to dive Helios, the rest of the gang will be there to back him up.
For sure. And Helios is just what I call one of the best players in the region ever coming from the first, second year because of the flexibility, right?
Let me ask you, who's your top 3 players from the Philippines?
That's unfair because there are a ton of great players.
Just tell the viewers on top of your head, who are the first 3 to come into your mind, regardless of role.
I'm stuck. There's a lot of names popping on my head. So it's so difficult. You have Helios, you have Chami, you have Just Chi, you have a lot of these players.
That's it. Just 3.
Wait,
just 3.
There's more.
Now you can add Infinity, of course, on Twitter.
No, don't add
with
me,
his
everyone.
There you go. There's we have bans here. Infinity.
Sure.
The Yumi has been taken away. Of course, Ashe is a very big X factor, and also is a detrimental factor if you want to play Fog of War. But 300 is again on the red side. This could be a redraft that we have seen from game 1.
Yeah, it's similar to the draft that we have seen from game number 1. Similar sides as well. No change whatsoever coming into game 2. Maybe G2B is very comfortable into the blue side, but Shyvana has now been banned away, but a huge respect from 300.
This is what I love about their drafting, right? They know that they can handle Jace's Shyvana, but they knew that at this point, if they are going to give it again to Jace, they will be adjusting their early game to make sure that Jace will have better space altogether. And now 300 is saying that we're going to take the Shyvana away, not because we can't handle it, but because we want to put you in a very uncomfortable spot. Now 300, as I mentioned earlier, is going for a redraft. That's another showing of a Riven into a Jace RP1, RP2.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that when it comes to how 300 has been playing this, because Helios is previously top lane, going to mid lane, Exo sent from mid lane to bottom lane, right? These flexibilities across the roles of these individual players enable them to go for these type of flexible picks, and it is showing in their draft, and it's amazing to see. And as for G2B, they're now going into Renekton and Camille for their first two, similar to what they did in game number 1.
I was trying to guess what the third pick is going to be, and I did whisper a little bit that it could be a Janna angle. I was right, because they wanted to take that away from Orthros. If he's not on the Soraka, he will be more impactful on this Janna, I believe, just because of the ability to reset team fights with her Monsoon. But now 300 just going back with what they were able to utilize effectively earlier in game number 1. Go for that Rakan. The three-headed Cerberus of 300 is just unleashed.
Yeah, and now they ban away Zeri though for 300. Is there any reason why this is such?
They expect Demon to be on the marksman side, because again with Janna, remember back when we were casting WCAO, Wild Circuit Asia Open, not really casting but co-streaming it. I remember a playstyle by Live Sandbox LSB, in where they always have Acrobat and North with Janna paired with a marksman. I remember it was an Ezreal, so do not be surprised if this will be an Ezreal for D.
All right, we'll see. Expectations are set. The bans are already done. Zeri, Lux, Zed, Kha'Zix removed from the champion pool. Now, what will the next pick be for 300?
Let's go for Jax again. I just don't see a response whatsoever for G2 Blacklist. Corky for Mr. Marky.
A different pivot from 300 compared to game number 1. And as for G2B, still going to be a question as Ziggs is open. They lock it in.
Yeah, this is actually surprising, because if you were to ask me, I thought that was an angle for Marky to go with his most played champion in the Ziggs. But turns out that G2 Blacklist will be the one to utilize this Ziggs and to pair and to make things more easy for G2 Blacklist. They have the Vi, Camille, and Ziggs in their lineup. That means that all they have to do is to press their ult, and it will be very beneficial for them here in Infinity.
Yeah, and it's crazy to imagine, because looking at face value of the draft of G2B, they have a lot of these pick-off potential. Carl has the Hextech Ultimatum, Jace with the single targeted stun, you have Demon Satchel Charge, Artra's Ultimate, Zilliat with the Tornadoes. It's just too much single targeted CCs that we can expect a lot of benefit later on to the stages if they want to pursue on to play some ganks.
And also now, just to answer everything G2B is throwing at 300. 300 is saying, hey, you know what? We're going to borrow one of your old playbooks, right? Going for the Shen, playing him on the weak side, and making sure that whenever you go for I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It will be Chaz on the Shen. I did say if they play with Esilla will be the one to carry, and then Chaz would be the tank jungler. The tank jungler for Shen, for Chaz is there for us. So what is there to expect? I don't know anymore. This is G2B versus 300. Let's just enjoy the show.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this expectations that you have set a while ago, right? Being a tank jungler coming through for 300 and having a carry top lane for Esila is something that you have stated a while ago. I don't know if you're a prophet, if you're just a megamind. How do you do this, Otto?
I think it's more of back when I was reviewing back when I was reviewing the first iteration of RRQ, they played the same playstyle over and over again that I expected it to show up when now fielding, it's the same player. Esila is very resource heavy when it comes to his playstyle. So yeah, let's just hop onto the game and see what's going to happen onto the G2.
300 versus G2B. Game number 2, match point already for the team that has dominated G2B in the past. We're now here looking for another win. And we'll just see if G2B can make it through to Game 3 in this best of 3 series.
Just fun fact, here in Infinity, I actually had Chaz as the best tank jungler during his first season here in the Philippines. But lo
Yeah.
and behold, he's actually not just good with tanks, but altogether like with other champions as well. So I was kind of wrong in that regard, but it still remains true. This Shen will still be effective on Chaz because I know his ability to to really gauge the potential of his engages, and this is actually good for 300. Now we also saw from earlier, was that a steal? No. So
No, no,
we
no.
also saw on the mid lane that Helios was actually getting the better end of the trades here in the mid lane. This is also a very problematic thing to watch
Mhm.
for G2 Blacklist because Renekton going against the Jace is actually very good for Jace, especially in a short lane, especially in the mid.
Yeah. And this is what we have talked about a while ago, how G2B has so much single targeted CC potential. And
Yep.
just that fact enables them to roam around into the mid lane with Orcras roaming at the same time with Jace going for potential ganks. It's just too much of a pressure for 300. So we'll see if that can take effect soon.
Yep, but Orthros is the first one to rotate. And the first one to rotate in the Wild Rift often gets rewarded. This is what we saw here. G2B going to potentially dive the top lane.
Grand Entrance knocks up onto Jace, but no damage to follow up. This is only a level 3 state for each and every single player at this point in time, so no ultimates to follow suit.
But actually, what a help by G2 Blacklist. They helped Celias. They know that Helios just was winning multiple trades against this guy. And so they sent Orthros right away. Jace, by the way, is playing utility right now. He's not going to carry this game. But interestingly enough, his keystone choices is still on the carry side. Oftentimes we saw or we see Vi on the Aftershock rather than Conquer, but at least in this game, G2B is saying that, you know what, Jace may be on a utility champion, but he's still going to dish out damage.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit understandable considering that Demon is the only one who has their long-range AP carry per se for G2B, so having that extra bit of damage would help them quite a bit in this game number 2. And now the teams are already level 5. Paint me a picture, Otarus. What can we expect now that ultimates are ready?
Explosive team fights overall for G2 Blacklist. If I'm 300, I'm going to really avoid this level 5 team fights because they have a very easy to execute, or better yet, just get priority. If you actually get priority, it doesn't matter if they have good ultimates because the waves will be pushing onto their side, which means that you'll have access to vision as to where the team is going to come from. So yeah, for 300, the goal is for them to not challenge this 5v5 of GT.
And now 300 and G2B has a 2-man roam with rotations of support in the mid lane, just guiding each other for Helios and Celiat. As we have mentioned, or as you've mentioned just a while back, that Helios has significant advantage up against Celiat when it comes to that individual matchup in the mid lane because of just the range advantage and lately of this specific champion.
True. And 150 gold is not too shabby, I would say, against Celiat. Celiat was actually commendable in at least holding the fort. No kills as of yet. What we expected of these two teams is that it will always go the distance. You know, the first few minutes will just be a farming simulator game, I would say. And then by the time, you know, when 5 minutes happen, oftentimes there's a trade that would happen. I expect the same thing to happen here, especially with Marky having a package available. So we could actually see a Shen delivery system. Shen delivery system is where you actually put Marky as an initiator with a package and then stand united onto Marky, and that's about it. That's actually a good way to engage alongside Exosen. So that's also an option for 300. There's a lot of options once again for 300.
Yeah, there's just a lot of opening. You have Esla that can come in. Marky can come in as well, as you've mentioned with the Stand United from Chaz. You also have Exosense. So when it comes to engaged tools, there is a lot of prominence here for 300 at the same time for G2B as well. Right now, I'm just really excited to watch out. Like, how are we going to look into these matches? Because before we came into game number 2, we were talking during the break, and you've mentioned that this series overall is just going to be objective oriented. There's not going to be much kills.
E5?
Could potentially be the flash stun coming in from Esila, going through the contest. The Rift Herald, Ciliot is already down. Exosen initiating a fight, and Jay's forcing out the flash to go and retreat. Marky gets the finishing blow. They take 2 kills from that team fight.
What an engage coming from Exosen, and they noticed that Carl was so far away from the team. It was not a 5v5, it was a 4v5, and now 300 is now setting their sights over to the Mountain Dragon. Still has a lot of HP. Carl is here. Would try to delay this. Orthros is on the backup.
Jace is too far though. Now Carl trying to get that steal in, will not be able to pursue. Exosan being CC'd, that is good. They get the kill. The trade is there for an objective and a kill. We'll see how this will turn out, because that is fantastic from G2B.
That's crazy, and very unfortunate for Exosan, by the way, because that Howling Gale coming from Orthros, I believe that was the max distance that Howling Gale would be able to distance, or would be able to travel to. And Exosen, at the very last moment, got clipped by that, and just because of that, G2B was able to regain some tempo.
Chaz going in for the taunt onto Orthros, forcing out the flash. You have Jace into the backside, retreating as well as G2B on the opposite side of the map in the mid lane gets a tower for his blood in favor for G2B.
3ZL, meanwhile, was given the time of his life to just farm some tower plates on the top lane. May even be able to at least get this tower down to 40% health, maybe even 20% health. So overall, still is a very even game. You could see that G2 Blacklist was able to destroy a tower. Meanwhile, 300 was able to get the scaling component of the Mountain Dragon. Still, I would favor 300, at least in this regard, because with the small gold lead that they have, we have to take into consideration what Esila or what 3ZL was able to farm in the top lane. And you can see that there is a small disparity already on the top side. Just, a measly 500, but still is a very good one, especially when it comes to, skills matchup such as this.
For sure, especially with considerations of Esila and Carl always going for an individual matchup, considering that they are side lanes, they are on the weak side of the map, so that is a significant advantage. However, here in the bottom lane, we're going to have a 2v1 with G2B going to lock in onto one, but Chaz goes through into the bottom lane for that ultimate, but a knock-up might just have saved GZL's life, and now Chaz go for the 2-man taunt to attempt a retreat. Jace is there as well, coming to the rescue. Jace forcing out the flash over the wall. Exosen following up with the grand entrance onto Demon, but in the end, no trade back.
What happened? What a way to make himself introduced once again for the side of 300. 3ZL with a crazy outplay. Outmaneuvering 3 people to get that trade, even trade. That's a 1-for-1, and that's another positive for the side of 300. Again, that's Chaz for you, right? That's the X factor of having that Shen stand united available for you in your squad. And although it was a 3v2, Chaz was tanky enough to just survive. It was not a 2-for-1, it was a 1-for-1, but overall, G2 Blacklist still was able to, no, they were not the one that was able to get the tower. It was actually 300.
Jace, Vault Breaker onto one. The Mega Inferno Bomb produces damage, but not gonna pursue as G2B gets a Rift Scuttle.
All win. Vision for the Rift Herald. Demon, by the way, is cosplaying as Marky this time. We saw Marky being able to dish out the maximum amount of damage, or he was the highest damage dealer during game number 1. Expectation is Demon to replicate this on G2, but this is going to be an explosive fight.
Rift Herald being started by G2B. Exosen is on the front lines for 300, ready to go. The target
Howling
is
Gale,
Demon.
Howling
We'll
Gale.
see if they could actually
Howling
secure
Gale.
it. Now the Howling Gale will go in for the knockup. We have the front line going into the backside. We'll be able to kill down Exosen as G2B has the advantage and they get the trade back. A jungle traded for support.
Another 1-for-1, but Jace was able to secure the Rift Herald. You know who was responsible in making sure that that secured that Rift Herald was to be secured by G2B? It was none other than Orthros. Orthros once again just surprises me as to how he uses and how he utilizes the positioning of his Howling Gale to make sure that 300 would second guess themselves. Siliath though, 2v1.
Stuns onto Helios. Chaz is there, so Selyat has to play it safe. And both teams are safe.
Again, going back to my point, we have Orthros again. Oh, that's Jana. was
Yeah.
able to, I don't know. It shows, right? You know, I'm a huge fan
For
of this
sure.
guy, and just the ability to really impact the game by a very well placed tornado. Did actually help a G2B a lot more than it should be. If it was me, if it was other Jana players, maybe it wouldn't hit. But now there's another objective to fight for. G2 Blacklist again. When it comes to ease of execution, it's a lot easier for them. But one thing's different now for 300 is that they have the package available for Marky. So this could be another explosive fight. 11 minutes in.
Yeah, for sure. That can cut throughout team fights. And you know what? I have to add that Artros is just built different. His skill shots are like point and click CC. So we'll see how that would turn out right now. 300. Almost getting the objective.
flank.
Ocean Drake will be secured. And right now they turn around getting for that objective. Demon is there being the target of 300. Will be able to secure back to safety. But in the end, 300 was able to secure the Drake and the jungler of G2 Blacklist.
And the fight was over before it even started. Jace was caught out of position by 3ZL, like so said. Just a small high tap from Orthros, but then again, 3ZL making sure that his presence would be felt at least here in his series debut once again for the side of 300. Helios and Chaz, tag team, will be able to break down this tower, no contest whatsoever. Then again, I just want to microscope on what 3ZL's impact there was. He was able to get Jace's head before the fight even started. That's a huge swing for 300.
Yeah, because immediately, I mean, as everyone knows, if you get the jungler, there's no smite. If there's no smite, it's so hard to get that steal in. So, commendable play coming in from SLS, who stated a really, really good target, especially when it comes to objective takings from this specific team. But right now, 12 minutes into the game, everyone has built onto their 2 items right now at this point in time of this game too. Is there any more expectations that we can set here, Autolus, especially that Baron is coming up soon?
Yeah, I just want Jace to build some tanky items because right now his damage Vi isn't doing a thing. I mean, it's setting up a fight, that's good, but it's not maximizing the item choices that he has. Exo
Grand entrance with a quick entrance coming into the back end. It's just so big, and 300 will lose their jungler, but they're
3ZL?
still opting
Whoa.
to fight. It's Essela into the front lines, going to go for the up flank. They get the kill onto Jace and Celia to follow up. In the front lines once more, Essela wants to go for more. It's just too much damage being outpoured by G2B, and Artros still able to get that final shot onto Marky.
That's huge. That's important because overall, that's a 2-for-2. Should have been a runaway for the side of 300 again. 3ZL. My God, this game has just been too easy for 3ZL.
Yeah, and GT is in this game really wanting to go for that game 3 because so far their playstyles are magnificent. Right now, though, 300 has 2 Drakes already, and yesterday we were talking about like dragon accumulation, objective accumulation.
Yep.
3 dragons, if you have it in the bag, it's so hard for the enemy team to be able to oppose you. And now the question is, how would G2B play towards that specific statement and that specific indicator to turn things around?
They have to go for picks. That definitely is what their draft is all about. But oftentimes, as we have seen, whenever they attempt to go for picks, the answer is just one skill coming from Chaz. One stand united is what's needed to just negate every game plan that G2B has. So to answer your question, it has to have it has by 300. So a couple of mistakes from 300 would be able to help G2B go back into this game.
We'll see. Celiot in the front lines going for the stun onto Helios, but in the flank, we have 3-man response coming from 300. Now Camille forced to go for the Hexic ultimate and buy time, but Chaz has already finished him up. Right now, 300 has the advantage coming into this fight. You have Exocet, Grand Entrance over the wall, Artros with the Tornado will be able to disengage 300, but at the end, it is a 1-for-0 trade in favor of 300.
Fight's not finished. They want to take down this tower. That's a very good shield onto the tower, but that's not enough. 300 will be able to secure another objective for themselves. Just a quick trivia for everyone watching. Out of the 8 kills, 3ZL was responsible and was able to participate in 7 of them. Just a huge impact overall, a night and day contrast from what we have seen from 300 when they were fielding Tatsuri. It's not a knock against Tatsuri, but it just feels it's more natural to see Helios in the mid lane and 3ZL, man the Baron lane.
Yeah, a lot of benefits so far from this Riven, from Esla overall for the team. It's expected from 300. With the chemistry, as you have mentioned just a while back, knowing Helios, knowing these players. But Esla, there is an already established connection between each and every player. And right now, once again, the Infernal Drake is up. You've mentioned how 300 has to secure it. If they do, it's an objective that is great. And now Stasis Enchant immediately forced, canceling the ultimate of Jace.
They have to force it now. Almost all, I mean, that's 2 ultimates down for the side of G2B. What's been a dark area for them is just darker now. 300 has their sights onto the dragon.
3k HP remaining for the Infernal Drake. Now you have Jace coming through, but 300 is still going to secure it. And now G2B is attempting to go back because Jace is gone. They are at a man disadvantage. And now with a package of Corki, will be able to cut down the team. 300 securing another kill. So much value from that fight.
3CL trying to sniff out. Carl in the process won't be able to see him. Look at this, 304 man strong. The average game time out 25 minutes. Feels like G2B is in a big trouble here. Infinity.
We'll see, there's just still a huge wave clear by Demon in the Ziggs. We'll be able to push back 300 on their push attempt in the mid lane.
Just so easy, and now 3ZL is winning the 1v1 against Carl. 300 again, just by being able to read the draft of a pick-off composition coming from G2 Blacklist and having that wild card of Chaz going for the Shin. 1 stand united, 1 Stasis Ancient answers all the aggression coming from G2 Blacklist. Everything is pointing towards the fact that 300 might have everything in the bag right now. Exocet another engage.
Quickness with a Grand Entrance, but his teammates is too far. And now Chaz comes in with a stand united. This brings an extra support for the team. Instead, G2B backs off. Just too much pressure from 300.
Another blue buff secured here by 300. Now they have every bit of this map to play around with. You know what? Scary 300 and dark areas, right? It's very well documented that once you give them the lead, they're just going to suffocate you. Make sure that you don't have any space to breathe whatsoever. Look at Jace. It's just so sad for him. He tried to look for his red buff, but lo and behold, it's already gone.
Yeah, it's just so hard right now. And what we have established a while ago with 300's key takeaways or key components of winning this game so far has been met. 7k goal lead in 18 minutes, 19 minutes with 3 dragon objectives and 5 turns down the bag.
Helios?
It's really scary. Now going in for the ultimate as well, but Jace with an immediate Stasis Enchant cancels the ultimate of Vi, and right now G2B is on a pickle. They have to force their retreat. Celias and Artros is already gone. Jace is 1 HP with no jungler's objective is up in the air, but 300 doesn't care about the objective. There is the end end of the game, winning that team fight could state a win for 300 in this series. And G2B, Carl, the only one left to survive that fight, is here on a defense, but 300 is here to win. They're locking on the Nexus and they're beating it down. They're breaking it down.
No way!
It's a
You don't have to do
turnaround
this!
on the Nexus. As they win this series, they proceed into lower bracket semifinals.
Congratulations to 300, but I don't know. I mean, I didn't like the last part. Just felt so wrong. But there you go. Congratulations to the 300. It's not their last series. Meanwhile, on the other side, G2 Blacklist would have to bow out of the competition. Again, this is the lower bracket. The winner advances, the losers gets eliminated. And with that, 300 with a very dominating showing. Games 1 and 2, 2-0, flawless victory for them.
Yeah, and once again, the playstyle of 300 being objective oriented, Exosen being very present across the map overall has been showing, and Chaz to be the same thing.
Look at this outplay coming for the ZL. Again, that small amount of time that was bought by the 3-man knockup. His third broken wing was actually enough for 3ZL to buy some time for his teammates to be there for him. But overall, again, what a draft overall by 300. It just answered everything that G2B wanted to do at the first few minutes of the game. 3ZL, looking at his impact overall, a very good, a better showing overall from 300 squad. Just comparing it with their time against with Tatsuri, it just feels more natural to have Helios back in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it is his home ground. Mid lane has been his role for quite a bit in the second year of Wild Rift Esports, wherein Helios and this team specifically dominated the whole scene. Not just regionally, but also internationally. And right now, just the experience overall has been showing in this game, in this series.
It's not the hot take, but the reason why I don't want, I mean, I'm not liking this is because G2 Blacklist has been, what should I say? They have had their own fair share of journey as well. And it's all about respecting the players overall. I'm good friends with both squads, and I just felt that this was so unnecessary. I don't know, maybe you can add me if you don't agree with me, but it was unnecessary. They already won. I mean, there's no... What's your take? I don't know. I mean, what's your take?
I don't know.
Was it fun? I don't think it was. I don't...
But right now, though,
yeah,
300 has won the series and they proceed into the lower bracket semifinals. And they're now going to wait who will win the lower bracket quarterfinals as well, to then battle it out to proceed into the lower bracket grand finals to match against Persis Esports.
True. That's what's going to happen next. That will be Chasing Dreams versus OBA, Taiwanese team. So
Yes.
we're going to look into that. The MVP is Chaz. You can actually give it to Chaz or 3ZL, but I feel that Chaz, again, the champion itself, and being able to utilize another playstyle for 300. Remember, 300's jungler, Chaz, was known for the moniker Chazix because he's a very good assassin player. But there you go. I mean, Chaz can now play the Shen because he can actually play 3ZL as their carry in the Baron lane, and that's a more balanced composition. They can draft 5-star.
Yeah, it's just an amazing play overall from both teams. Tipping my hats off to 300 and G2 Blacklist. But that is the end of the series, the lower bracket quarterfinals. And my name is Infinity, and this is Autolus with me. But don't go away because we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's Series 3 of today's matches in the LCQ.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre and Post Team Fight Mode, and Team Fight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In Pre and Post Team Fight Mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre and Post Team Fight Mode, and Team Fight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In Pre and Post Team Fight Mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In Team Fight Mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre- and post-teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' respectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time.
With great power comes great responsibility, and the responsibility is in the hands of the winners. A while ago, we have seen the 300 win that fight on a 2-0, 2-1 a while ago too for NAOS Esports. Now it's time for Chasing Dreams to chase their dreams. So we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash. I'm here with Nautilus.
I don't know how to react.
Surprise!
Great power. Yeah, I didn't see that coming whatsoever. But what? Okay, right. Great power, great responsibility. That's good because now it will be a showdown between Chasing Dreams versus OBA. They stand for OBA. That's it. There's no direct meaning that was given to us.
Yeah.
We're just going to call them OBA. And that's it, right?
I thought it's gonna be something else. I'm looking for the meaning of OBA, honestly, but
no.
yeah.
let's respect the players, but just brief background again. OBA is from the Masters region. There's actually a collection, a ragtag of players. I'm seeing that some of them are from I believe it's a collection. They have Hong Kong players. They also have Chinese players in there as well. So it's going to be very interesting because this is actually a team that we don't have that much info on. Yeah. All we know is that they have pictures. I know. I mean, there are what we call unlockable characters.
Yeah,
we have God. We have God in the Maryland. Time 8 in the jungle. Ui Hin in the mid lane 0 and Liang as their bot lane.
What kind of God is God? But let's see what kind of God he is. But here, with what we've seen from OBA, they've defeated a lot of the well-known teams that we have right here, and this might be one of the chances. They defeated MDH, they defeated 8 Adventure Phoenix, and now they're here fighting against Chasing Dreams, who also is one of the favorites. I mean, there's a lot of PH teams right now, here in the LCQ, and we know that they perform pretty well.
And on the other side, at least we have a little bit more information for the side of Chasing Dreams, just because they are from the same region as us. Chasing Dreams is going to field Spelts in the Baron lane. A veteran from LoL PC days, really is a stable rock in the Baron lane. They have their carry jungler in Renzi, and now they're going to be joined by the trifecta of Kanji, Timelapse, and Disaster. The last time that we saw Timelapse and Disaster was back when they were part of One Snap Esports, and they were able to win against NAOS Esports. Speaking of NAOS Esports, did you know that OBA's journey to the lower bracket was because of NAOS?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Interestingly, how did that work? For OBA?
It was a 2-1 in favor of NAOS, and after getting some chit chats with the coach of NAOS Esports, I was told that OBA is going to be a very, very strong dark horse in the lower bracket, and they kind of expected this one from them. When it comes to draft, I will dive deep a little bit later, but at least in that regard, you could say that the effectivity of Chasing Dreams draft, they have to just visualize that they are facing against someone that was beaten by NAOS Esports. Filipino teams tend to help each other, and I believe Coach Lion Nation might have tapped approach Lucid for some advice.
Yeah, and they might know what is going to be drafted right here for the side of OBA, and that's going to be one of the challenges that they need to. That's their first hurdle, especially when it comes to their first time meeting each other. So they need to actually know what to draft, what to expect from each other. And as you said, Philippine teams are helping each other, and I hope that they would know how to draft against OBA. But OBA right now probably is going to be surprising us, like how Persis Esports a while ago surprised us also, getting a close game against NAOS Esports.
True. It's the NAOS Esports series was a classic, I would say. And now this Chasing Dreams versus OBA, I wouldn't be surprised here, Dash, if we would have the same result. If this will go the distance, it's kind of expected just because of how even the teams are here in WRL-A OQ. We saw G2 Blacklist bow out of the competition, and I firmly believe that both these teams doesn't want to follow suit.
Yeah, and again, we're on the last stages of the last chance qualifiers, and whoever loses here in the lower brackets are going to be eliminated from the tournament. So they need to chase their dreams, both of them, even OBA. So this is one of the challenges that they need to face, and especially that I haven't seen Lilia yet so far during the competition. I'm really surprised that I haven't seen Lilia yet, because I remember I had like war flashbacks from Chaz using the Lilia. that is great to see, and I hope I see it again here in the hands of Chasing Dreams.
You know what we're going to see here, Dash?
What?
Lots of Zoes. So
I know that's okay too. I like that too.
Really? No, I don't like that.
I like to see
what?
Zoe.
No,
There's no counterplay, which is fun to see. After you get sleep, you have no counterplay after that.
I mean, Zoe is one of those champions that really is a high skill cap.
That's true.
And can actually win games 1v9. I have been, with very good Zoe players, be it in LoL PC or League of Legends Wild Rift, and I've seen them connect those skill shots as if they are directed shots, right? Or point and click shots.
Yeah, I think they're hacking sometimes whenever they hit a great Sleepy Trouble bubble from downtown.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see, honestly, because Wild Rift is a smaller map, right? And most of the time when you get a Sleepy Trouble bubble, that's greater to see, because the Sleepy Trouble bubble is a lot of value. And when you don't hit that, that's a loss of damage already when you have a Zoe in your team. So it's like a big high risk, high reward type of situations.
True. But the better end of things, at least in Wild Rift, is that you will have access to a lot of skills because of the shorter cooldowns.
Yeah.
So Zoe won't really be able to really maximize her spamming kit because there is a potential of the other team, of the opposing team, going for Vi, going for Wukong, going for Lux. We saw from Mirmo earlier, twice in a row or 3 times he was able to catch Zoe with his light bindings, but that was made possible by a catch from Galio's, from Rave's Galio, or possibly even now Zaupi's Wukong. But enough of that. Again, looking into this next matchup, everything's on the line here, Dash. And I know that you have had competitive experience yourself. What's the first thing that comes into your mind when being forced into the situation in where it's a do or die?
Last chance, right? Most of the time, players back then on my level, I think it's a lower level compared to how these players are going. Most of the time, when it comes to this, people go for the comfort. People default to their comfort every time, which is why most of the time on greater teams they don't do that. They still stick to the meta.
Right.
But back then, we default to comfort because at least we know how to play that. At least we know how to play this composition together with each other, because that will be much more important for us as a whole. But before that, let's get into the picks first.
Yeah, there you go. And speaking of comforts, I believe the comfort picks for OBA we discussed. There's a Zoe factor. Meanwhile, for Chasing Dreams, I would love to see Rengar for Renzi. Just because it was Renzi that first introduced Rengar into the Philippines competitive scene. But there's a lot more options. Now compared to before. So I wouldn't be surprised if that won't get picked. I won't be disappointed, but I'm still hopeful.
Yeah, I'm still liking the fact that people have big priorities when it comes to the Camille and the Galio so far. It's always not bannable, but they're good priority whenever they're playing on top of each other, because it's a very easy combo to pull off. So if Chasing Dreams would be picking that off on their side. For the Calio or the Chemical on their side, it would be very effective. But with OBA, as we said, they need to respect the Zoe. As you said a while ago, it's gonna be a great pick if it's against those types of combos. They could just run away, run in, run away when it comes to this fights.
And for the side of OBA, since they are on the red side, they could actually pick Zoe last, which is going to be a problem in its own right. And looking at Chasing Dreams, though, there's still this playmaking potential coming from Disaster. Just looking at this team as a whole, I see Renzi being the focal point of their offense and Disaster as his tag teammate. So it will be the jungle and the support synergy coming from Chasing Dreams that would open up the map for OBA. Now, Aatrox has been banned here, Dash. And I believe, most common champions would follow through, possibly even the Yumi.
Yeah, the Ashe, the Senna, I've seen it a lot, also getting banned a lot of times. Even the Karma. I haven't seen an Ashe and a Gwen during this whole day. And the Aatrox too, I haven't seen any of it because people don't want to play against the Aatrox. Aatrox is just so good, especially in those last team fights, because the amount of AoE and the amount of damage that he can give is just so much.
Yeah, the unkillable Aatrox is
Aatrox.
what we call this guy, at least here in our region. Akali has been banned away, also a champion that hasn't seen light in most of the games so far. Here, really? Dash and yes, kind of expected because again, this champion is just a problem waiting to happen for you. And this is a very expected pick coming from Chasing Dreams. It feels like that every single time the Camille is open, is going to be the first pick.
Yeah, and once you pick the Camille, Gal is gonna be picked by the other team because they don't want to get that easy combo in against you guys. They pick the Galio and the Karma. They most likely want to get this in the bot lane, but most of the time, when we talk about it, we don't like Karma in the bot lane because it doesn't have the same flair when it comes to the wave clear compared to the other options that we have.
Yeah, and that actually opens up the explosive duo of Gragas and Ziggs in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Timelapse is also a very good Ziggs player. But with Karma picked up here, at least it's not going to be a Zoe game. And we're not going to be annoyed with all those skill shots left and right. This is also a very strong pickup coming from OBA. They have prioritized Fiora as a potential counter pick to the Camille. But there still is a question as to what will be the mid laner and the jungler for both sides. Because it does feel like that we have everything set in stone, at least for the Baron and duo.
Yeah, if they want to have the single target here on the side of OBA, because there's damage coming in from the Fiora, right? But it's still not going to be enough. They might need a Yone in their composition if ever they need to double down on the damage department. But there's still a possibility of Kha'Zix. After the Hextech Ultimatum. Surprised. Yeah. I'm surprised too.
Yeah, I actually prefer Vi for OBA, at least in this draft. It would make a lot more sense, especially against the lineup of Chasing Dreams and their reliance on the Ziggs. Remember, the focal point of CD's offense, at least in this draft, is to make sure that time-lapse goes untouched.
Yep.
The more bombs being thrown away by the Ziggs over and over again, the better the chances are for them to win skirmishes, team fights, and overall the game. So squishy.
Yeah. They have a lot of damage though, but they can get assassinated by the Kha'Zix really
exactly
easily. Yeah, I mean, and also I thought they're gonna be picking the Garen here on the last pick because they also have a lot of damage already, but they went with the Zeri.
And this is actually a bit scary for the side of Chasing Dreams because
that's true.
You have a very squishy lineup. Spells won't really be a tanky Baron laner. And when talking about the Gragas, he's not going to be paired up with a Senna, which means that he won't have access to the early game resources that would allow him to be a little bit more tankier. So overall, I could see that OBA would be able to penetrate through Chasing Dreams.
Pretty
overall, I'm just lacking I'm just lacking the draft overall for OBA.
Yeah, I mean, they're not as slippery as we almost think they are, especially with this composition. Yes, they have some ways to get away from the fight, but with the Karma, it would be easier for them to just get closer. The Inspire to the Kha'Zix just makes it easy to get to the back line, and Kanji and Timelapse are easy targets. And I really hope that it was a melee at the last pick, because if they had the melee, it would be easier. Maybe a Riven could have been good.
Even a Garen is actually a
Garen
perfect
is good,
fit.
yeah.
Because all you have to do if you're facing against the Kazakhs is to pile on top of each other and wait for the Kazakhs to hesitate and to go in. And all you have to do is to go for that Bog's Plat moment. But that's all in theory. As we say here in Wild Rift, wild things happen.
Really wild. I hope it would be. Because honestly, the draft is wild. That's all I can say. The draft is very wild. I hope it would go in favor of one another. But with what we've seen for now, even OBA with the Zeri last pick, their composition could have been good. Because the Kha'Zix and even the Fiora is good, but they have the Zeri too. So that's just doubling down on the damage, which is really surprising. But now we're going to go into the game. Chasing Dreams versus OBA. This is game 1. And we have a wild game in front of us.
I think one of the reasons why they went for the Zeri is at least it will be a ranged versus range matchup in the mid lane. But it's very well documented that Zeri is a very, very, I would say, weak champion when it comes to early game. But look at Liang. Whoa.
That fight, and that just not enough time for Liang.
My God, what a movement
He's
from
not yet
OBA
done.
chasing Dreams. Oh,
He's not yet done, actually. He's still
this could be a first
fighting
blood.
out in OBA and forced spells to walk away, and that just netted them a bit of
No
a
smite!
delay here.
No smite, no
Now
smite!
without smite, he can take this. Oh, it's a good thing he wasn't able to. Frenzy's now low in HP, forced the flash away, and forced the flash on Liang too.
Yeah, but that's a good 50-50 force by Liang, and a flash for a flash. It's actually very beneficial for the side of OBA. That's a support flash to the flash of Frenzy, and more importantly, time 8. Did have the time of his life to get 2 camps already and also steal their ass.
I like this lineup though. The Zeri versus the Corki in the mid lane is a very honest fact. Is they're just gonna be fighting against each other, not doing a lot of damage, but still just farming. So it all comes down to who gets their items first. But I believe Anji would have a better mid-game impact compared to the Zeri. Because so far, Zeri hasn't found success doing this day.
And all...
I mean, NAOS did. but not the Zeri in itself.
Right. So they won not because of the Zeri. That's what you meant.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. This is win. Yeah, but this is a very slippery Zeri, as we always hear from multiple casters from League of Legends PC. Zeri is our newest champion to be made available here in Wild Rift Esports. And so things to expect about this champion is that, you know, our pro players are still in the experimenting stage, I would say, when it comes to itemization, because earlier we saw Trinity, not really Trinity Force, but Blackleaver built.
Blackleaver,
by Matsura on this champion. But all that, another engage.
For 5 though. We weren't able to get it.
Frenzy. No flash. Okay.
Now being the target, damage. In time, he has now low HP. Might be able to commit to this, but at least a 1 for 0.
And now Renzi at least was able to return the favor.
Okay,
a 0.
Time left. Inspire damage right there. 0 takes a 1 for 1 out of the map.
Yeah, not a 0. It's 0. Again, that's
0.
a 1 for 1. You're right. Chasing Dreams. Renzi was having a hard time already, at least in the jungle. And that kill was, I would say, what was needed by Renzi to come back into this game. Because as you can see, OBA was able to get, or Time 8 was able to steal away his red buff. And had it been that Liang did not overextend, you know, things should go in the favor of OBA. Luckily for them, they were able to at least get a solo Gupolo in the bot lane. And that's not what you want if you are time-lapse. This matchup between the Karma and the Ziggs, no one should die.
Yeah. They should just be chilling in the bot lane and not getting any kills, but maybe because they were able to deal tons of damage already on the bot lane, you know, just kill it whenever it comes down to the Karma, which is why it's a bit hard. Right now, mid lane, the pressure is going to be on, and they might just take the knowledge out of them. Damage, like the crash has been pulled through. Not a lot of damage, but they're trying to take down the minions in order for them to just back away, not give them the second plate right there.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous for the side of OBA because once you are able to make the tower's HP go down below 60%, that's very vulnerable to just one headbutt from Shelly.
Yep.
And this Shelly would be contested at least in this game because I see that both of them wants to find tempo. They don't want the other team to really get that advantage and snowball this game out of control. So it's very possible that both this lineup or both these teams would actually go for a 5v5 skirmish. In a couple of seconds.
At this point, there's still quite equal. Not a lot of fights happening. 5 minutes is when we actually see something coming up from both of our teams. So far, from the PH teams that we've seen a while ago, they always have a priority when it comes to this dragon. Now, with the spot that we have, might be still on in here because of the vision right there.
Yep.
Not going to be continuing. Looking at where the Z is, Renzi might be prioritizing this dragon.
And that's actually a little bit surprising because I thought that Chasing Dreams wants to go for tempo, especially that they have the Ziggs, that they have the better read, they have the vision available here, and with the package available, Chasing Dreams is melting this dragon fast.
They're just taking it without any contest coming from OBA. OBA is just taking the referral by themselves. I believe that when it comes to this take, it's supposed to be more valuable for Chasing Dreams to just take the referral because that's an easy mid lane. But now Death Mark on the back line. Zero forced to back away, but the Mega Inferno Bomb almost taking the kill on Zero.
One auto attack away from the assassination. I feel that Renzi just pulled away from his Death Stance. Not Death Stance. What was it? That mark. What was I saying? All right. Anyway, so that mark a little bit too early, but that's okay, right? Oftentimes you would see that here in Wild Rift, in where you utilize the death mark just for that extra shadow, AOE damage, shurikens, and of course shadow dashes or slashes will actually be very, very hurtful by the time that he has a lot of items in his pocket. But right now we are back onto the stalemate.
Yeah, stop side. Hextech Ultimatum has been used to get some frames, but it's not enough to actually survive, and OBA takes another kill.
Yep, breaks open the game, breaks open the tower on the top side. A momentum swing for the side of OBA. Disaster has to be careful.
Yeah, tower on the top side, and OBA still continuing to actually push, but it's going to be taken out. Referral is going to fall down, and OBA slowly but surely are just playing around time 8. And this is what you want whenever you have a Kha'Zix in your team.
Yeah, an assassin versus assassin matchup.
Force they use, avoid assault, gets away, gets the Rift Scuttler easily.
I waited though, because he told me to wait, so I waited. There's nothing explosive happened there. Dash, that's an explosive one.
Yeah, explosive cast going in, Justice Punch. Not going to be continuing with the Mega Inferno Bomb. That might be the kill on Leon. He's going to fall down with the damage, and that is going to be Renzi falling down in answer. Good trade for OBA.
And this is what we are talking about, right? If Chasing Dreams did prioritize the referral, they would have access to this mid lane tower being broken apart. And that was a difference maker there. The tower standing strong there was actually what was needed by OBA. Doesn't have mana Uin.
I'm just scared to actually fight this with the Lightning Crash, but time lapse in Kanji dealing so much damage against this guy. But again, they're going to be going back to their places, going back to their dance positions, and they're just going to be pushing around.
Now God has a little bit of the advantage on the Baron side just because of that very timely roam from time int. And now we talk about the items of Uyen. This is not the Mitsuru build that we saw from earlier. This is C4s, just more, I would say, damage overall. And not really survivability, but
G gonna be the target. Comes in the donut in the middle. Gets the kill.
Call it Bavarian, call it whatever. That's
they have a filling.
Yeah, that's a very easy assassination that was initiated by Zero. It's one of the things that I would say, is it the fault of Chasing Dreams, or is it because OBA was just so crisp with their movements? I think it's a little bit of both. Chasing Dreams is not getting the good read of where OBA is in the map. That's because of the vision that has already been supplanted here by OBA. So overall, just from a few minutes earlier, I still firmly believe that OBA's game plan here is to accelerate this game out of tempo for the side of Chasing Dreams. But the good thing for Chasing Dreams is they have Ziggs, the defense minister of Fadra.
That's why it's still hard to take down this mid lane turret, right? Because this is what they want to do. OBA wants to open up the map to give more opportunities for time 8. But now, with the refill in 5 seconds, they could potentially do that if time lapse goes out of control, or at least out of position.
Oh, time 8 though. Okay. Playing with fire, good thing Spelts was not there to pull the trigger for that Hextech ultimatum, but the Rift Herald is now being contested.
Yeah, no visions whatsoever yet, and they're gonna go in with Hextech ultimatum to Liang. Gonna go get 3, and that's gonna be a Mega Inferno bomb to kill Liang, but they still weren't able to find anything else. The package was enough to actually push them out of the way, and that is an easy take, even for OBA.
Who took the Rift Herald? Was it Kanji?
Oh.
Was it? No, I mean, was it Renzi or OBA?
OBA was able to take it.
Okay. All right, so OBA was still able to get what they were after, and that still is a prize win for them. Now onto the scaling component of this champion. At least in 4.0C, we saw Zeri being nerfed quite a bit. Just a small nudge here and there. There you go, you're right. Time 8 does have access to that Rift Herald, which means that OBA could actually make a play here in the mid lane, summon the Rift Herald, and go for the Dragon contest.
Yeah, they can go for another fight here if ever they want to, but Chasing Dreams, they found success a while ago with the package, but now they don't have that in their hands. Rift Herald is available still, so they can still go for a fight here, but look at how it happened. It was able to get a boop. What was that? And now Mountain Drake could now be taken, but look at the position of Renzi. That could be quite scary.
True, but Kanji's now half health. The good thing for the side of Chasing Dreams is that Time 8 did expend his Void Assault.
Liang too aggressive.
Oh no!
Wasn't able to find anything else. The Deathmark is going to come in. Was able to pull him back. And that's going to be the kill on to the Galio. They still don't have the Gargoyle. No defender whatsoever in the team. 4v5. A fight that Chasing Dreams would want to go for. But with what they're looking at right now, they just want to take down bottom lane. Look at this. Hextech ultimatum backline. Uyen not going to be a good target. And Enzo is there. Zero is there to help them out. Mountain Drake is still available. So this can still be a fight.
And a good flanking position coming from God here. God from above is a very scary sight.
God from above. Is he going to be raining down the lightning against these members? They're going to go in. Look at the aggression coming in from together with the heroes. And just another God is going to come in from top of the air. The Angel has been landed. And this is going to be the time for OBA. Weren't able to find any kills, but at least they were able to find what they're looking for. And that is a dragon.
But that's a very messy team fight here, Dash. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. But all I saw was Renzi not being there to go for that 50-50. Because he did try to chase one member of OBA. And that, I would say, is a miscommunication. But that's okay. I mean, they were able to get the tower. They were able to get the bug. So Chasing Dreams was still able to get something out of nothing. But there's... What? Okay. Alright, I respect that. But there's just this thing that basically baffles me. Right now, Chasing Dreams and OBA is just like trading some pleasantries with each other. I'm going to throw, no you throw. I'm going to throw, no you throw. And at the end of the day, we have a very, I would say, even game that has a slight favor in the favor of Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, Chasing Dreams was able to gain the mid lane turret, and as we said a while ago, they had the referral on the hands of OBA, but the only value that they had during that fight was the bottom lane turret. But right now in the live, we're seeing another fight happening. It's the Camille versus the Fiora, 2v1 together with themselves, but they still weren't able to net them the kill on the side of OBA.
Now, there was some sort of replay that I wanted to try to analyze, but you're right. There was a team, there was a skirmish that was happening on the bot lane. Returning the favor is Chasing Dreams, but they want to crash this tower. Disaster.
Cass wanted to pull them back, and Zero is going to be the target here. And with what we've seen from Disaster, great Mega Inferno bomb from the backline, but the time lapse just bursted throughout the air. They were still able to get a 1-for-1.
Time 8 versus Time Lapse. Time 8 wins round number 1. Uyen, though, was able to at least defend the tower against Spelts. But overall, you could see that, the small cracks in the defenses of OBA is being, I would say, taken advantage of by chasing dreams. You could see that Renzi was able to steal the blue buff, Kanji being left on an island on the top side, and just earlier, Spells was also able to inflict damage onto the second tower of OBA. It does feel like that, OBA is answering the aggression by chasing dreams, but slowly but surely, you could say that CD is out macroing this team from Masters region.
Yeah, even though that we've said a while ago that the Rift Herald being taken by OBA has great value so far, mid lane hasn't been taken over yet. They're having a hard time doing macros around this. And chasing dreams, as you said, they're just capitalizing on it, and they're very successful with it. And now they want to go for a fight because they know that they have the advantage at this point.
14 minutes and 30. I don't think that both these teams has what it takes to really surprise each other, to get a Baron. But you can see that the 1v1 between Spells and God is no longer a 1v1 because Disaster is there as well as Time 8. But there is, a very clear identity for OBA. It feels to me that Time 8 is the heart and soul of this team because almost all plays that they did was at the back of Time 8.
Yeah. And Time 8 has always been very aggressive whenever they had the chance because, as we said, they have a lot of targets to latch onto. The Kanji, time-lapse, they can just burst them down pretty fast. And a while ago, we saw a trade just fast. Timeless just fell down really fast during that fight. And OBA right now, they need to find more value out of the map because Uyen and God were waiting for them to actually get the damage that they need. But with the second item, I believe that Uyen doesn't have it still. Maybe at the third item, that is when this series is going to go in.
Maybe even fourth. I just feel that, the progression of marksman items here in Wild Rift feels to me that, you need 4 items to really be very impactful. Is that going to be the win condition for OB? Obviously, right? They were so confident in picking the Zeri. And we haven't seen a Zeri pop-off moment. Is this the game that we will see it? Maybe, maybe not. But right now, Renzi has been, standing toe-to-toe against Time 8. And I did say that Time 8 is the heart and soul for OBA. Feels to me that Chasing Dreams also has that same identity.
Yeah, Spell's gonna be the target. No magic whatsoever. Classic ultimatum gonna come in with a hero's entrance. It's gonna push them back and not gonna be following through. And OBA just gonna back away without any food on their bags.
Yeah, and in 20 seconds, we have the dragon respawning. What shadow?
Death mark on his head. They have one right there. There you go. The scope is in, but it's not enough damage to actually get the kill on God. They have Uyen here. They're going to be following suit. Ultra Shock Laser not hitting.
I love this kill. Ultra Shock Laser. All right, then. Liang trying to go for anything. I mean, let's go. Go back.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they have the lasers. They have Disaster. And it's going to be a disaster for Chasing Dreams if he won't be able to get away. But he has the flash to work with. Mega Inferno Bump to put 0 onto low HP. Spelts might be able to find his spray. He would be able to get the taunt in. Uyen is dealing some damage, but not enough to actually be impactful in this team fight. They have the package to work with. Uyen is still running around, but Renzi too aggressive. Might fall down. He doesn't have anything. He has the flash to work with. Explosive cast to pull him back. And this Infernal Drake is still alive at this point. We're still not done with this fight. They still want to take it. They're low HP, but Time 8 is the only healthy member right here on their side. They have the Hextech Ultimatum to work with. Infernal Drake is going to be for free on the hands of Chasing Dreams. They're sticking together. They're not giving Time 8 any chances to assassinate anybody of them. Time 8 1 HP and survives.
Okay, alright. Well, another engage coming from Renzi. That's it.
Yeah.
In that, well, okay. So this is one of the bigger differences that we have in Wild Rift and League of Legends PC. Here in Wild Rift, you can cast your death mark 2 times in a clash. And you saw there, Renzi started the team fight by going for 0 or win and ending that clash with an exit kill with another death mark. And that's the reason why we love Zeds here in Wild Rift, right?
Yeah.
4 items already for the Zed. Yep.
Yeah, much more explosive and much more mobility, if you ask me, because the Living Shadow, you could, but now not much mobility for this guy because Liang is going to be stopped and he's going to be falling down. Dead is the best CC in the game and no more mobilities for you, Liang.
Yep, God is downstairs trying to take a tower for himself, but Chasing Dreams, they have a decent objective taking damage. They have the Ziggs. They also have Renzi to supplement the 80 damage. But God is still by him is lonesome here in the bot lane and is now going to face against spells. So far, Chasing Dreams is doing what is needed. Another pick.
Zero's gonna fall down here pretty fast. Not even a contest against that. And Renzi's just... I don't know. Renzi's just too strong right now.
Yeah, he's smurfing right now.
Yeah.
It's easy to say right now that Renzi has basically signed, sealed, and delivered this game number 1 for Chasing Dream, barring any jinxes from the caster desk. But I'm really seeing the Chasing Dreams has checked almost all win conditions that they need. They have a very good scaling on Kanji, on time-lapse, and Renzi has just been a very good Zed in this game.
And we've said a while ago that their composition deals a lot of damage, and if you don't have any ways to actually mitigate that, because Liang hasn't found any successes. Look at this, he's 0-7-0. He's friends with Owen. He's 0-7. So, I don't know. That's really hard. That's not a lot of value for a Galio.
Yeah, and to say that, the first few minutes was the Liang show, to see that, it has become the I would say grim show that we're seeing right now from Liang with no assist whatsoever. I didn't even know that's possible.
Yeah. And with a lot of fights that happen, there's a lot of kills that happen too, and might be a kill here. Too aggressive. Kanji looking at the backline, lightning crash, but they might be able to get some kills. Uyen is going to be forced to back away with the package. The damage coming in from Kanji is much more valuable. This Drake is going to be falling down, and that's going to be their chance. Hero's Entrance is going to come in right here, right now. The chance is right now for Renzi to actually go and pop off again against these members of OBA, because this might be the end of this game. Another Living Shadow has been casted, and this would be the end. One more attack, and that's going to fall for 0 to hero, is what Renzi called himself.
Yeah, showing the Dragon's wings. Chasing Dreams has their sights over to the mid lane tower, but Time 8 going in.
Oh, what is that damage? I was surprised too. Time 8's gonna be running away, but Kanji is still here to do damage.
Ooh.
The Elder Dragon just actually breathed through these members from the side of Chasing Dreams. All of them are gonna fall, and this would be the first game, but it's no surprise right here to lose, because we said Renzi, everybody just checked all their boxes on this first game.
Yeah, Chasing Dreams with their identity of putting their resources over to Renzi. Rough start for him, but a very commendable performance. You know what I would call it?
What do you call it?
Stay cool performance. You know the medal, honor medal that we used to give back in the day? Stay cool.
I don't know.
One of them, right?
Okay, right. I remember now. Yeah.
Okay, right?
Actually,
that was back in the
very
LOL PC though. Stay cool.
Yeah, back then. But now, he's a very tenacious guy for Renzi to actually just stay, because Time 8 was performing pretty well at the start of the game.
Yep.
But at some point, it was really hard to find value out of it. Yes, we said that it would be easy for Time 8 to get some kills. Yes, he got some kills, but it's okay, because there's still some resources that they can fall back to.
Some of the highlights that we have seen from game number 1, the solo kill moment from Zero against Timelapse that I didn't know was possible. Was impossible. Liang, by the way, I'm not 100% sure what his endgame record was. Did he even secure an assist? Maybe, maybe not. But again, just a very sad showing from Liang's very good early game. It started with his attempt to basically steal that Gromp, because had it been that Liang was able to steal that Gromp away from Renzi, because that's a good 50-50, right?
Oh, right.
The smite was already there. It would have been a very different game altogether for the side of OBA. And again, Chasing Dreams just checking their check marks. One at a time.
And time again, I've seen from Liang that Liang gets 3-man taunts, 4-man taunts, but there's no follow-up. Because nobody's going to follow up in this team composition. Because you have a Zeri, you have a Fiora. Yes, they're going to be doing damage, but there's no follow-up when it comes to the CC that could couple that. So yes, you have the Transcendent Embrace from Zero, but it was not enough to actually find any value. That's why all eyes were on Liang to find anything, but he hasn't found anything of it.
Still a very difficult game to come back from if you are OBA, because again, assassin-centered lineups tends to have no comeback at all in this game, Wild Rift. And you could see the bullying from Chasing Dreams. Whenever they see Liang, they see gold, right? They don't see stone, they see gold. That's it. And with the Elder Dragon available, it was what was needed for that game-winning push.
I mean, even if he doesn't have any kills, anything, he doesn't give a lot of gold, but he's still a kill. A kill is still a kill, and that could win us a game, or at least win us a fight. And we've seen that time and time again. And even in this Elder Drake fight, Elder Drake, after that, game's basically done for the side of Chasing Dreams there.
Multiple showing of the dragons, all the Elder Dragon, and again, very good showing for Chasing Dreams in game number 1. Do I expect the same thing to happen in game number 2? I feel like, this OBA loss is, I would say, a series of unfortunate events for them. Started with Liang not really finding his ground. I feel that in game number 2, he will have a better showing overall, and we will have an even better matchup between these two. But we have to give credit where it's due. Chasing Dreams, what a showing for G1.
Great play from Chasing Dreams. I mean, Renzi was just a monster. Spells wasn't even online yet. Spells was just Hextech Ultimatum, playing Hextech Ultimatum game, tap it, just CC someone, and was not even online in the damage department yet. But it really cut the members right there. But with this, MVP gonna be going to Renzi. No surprises there for him.
Yeah, I mean, the carry jungler for the side of Chasing Dreams. I'm going to pose you a question. This is going to be a quick one. What if that Renzi picture over there, it was actually me all along? What would you feel?
That is something you were playing, right? You were playing while we're casting, right? That's nice. That's nice. And you're saying Renzi is strong. I mean, yeah, I'm strong. Yeah. But that's okay. But again, that was just our first game, everybody. We're going to be going to game 2 after this short break. We have your casters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Renzi. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these 3 enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre- and Post-Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre- and post-teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information that is a top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great
Chasing Dreams are up in the clouds because of that win, a 1-0 right now. And now, this is going to be the second game that we're going to be having. OBA needs to double down on their strategies, on their drafts, on this next one, because it would mean their defeat and are going to be taken out of the tournament if they won't be able to come back in Game 2. We're going to be your Shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Lose.
Yeah, the sequel. Let's go.
Yeah.
But yes, just going back to what happened earlier again, game number 1. It was a very good showing from Chasing Dreams jungler Renzi. We call him Renzi Frenzy. I don't know,
Yes.
but that's what we coined him. Because every single time we see this player get a small lead, he will just accelerate it to a point of no return. And now for the side of OBA, the lone hope for the Masters region is just one loss away from elimination. So Dash is going to be a do or die. Backs against their wall. What would they be planning ahead against CD?
They actually banned the Gragas on their hands because they don't want to see that actually making Liang's life a little bit hard because of the explosive cast a while ago. So that's a very smart ban. But right now, I think OBA needs to double down on the damage, or rather the CC department from a while ago, because they didn't have any opportunities to actually help out Liang. So that's why Liang was just left there. Left with 0-7 or 0-8?
I think at that point he was 0-8-1. I believe he was able to get that assist. Yeah, from
that last
last
kill.
Void Assault.
Yeah.
Yeah. It saved his record at least by one bit. But again, it just doesn't feel right to say that a Galio would go 0-7-0. I just
That's true.
feel like
Yeah.
it's something that cannot be replicated here in game number 2. So
Yeah.
we're looking into the draft, a very good ban on the Camille, but that's actually very interesting because they're on the blue side.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna be going, or at least give God this. give God this
And pray.
Camille on Earth. Yeah,
You've got
and
it,
maybe maybe give them what they need, right? If ever the Camille, because Hextech Ultimatum, Camille comes from the air. It's like God going from the air, going down. But here, OBA.
Yeah.
What are they gonna pick? Are they gonna be going with the same route like what they did a while ago? I mean, the Karma's banned. They don't have a lot of other options if ever we're thinking about what they did a while ago. But they want to go for a Senna composition.
Which would allow at least Liang have more access to resources. Because it was a quote-unquote cheat code when going with Senna. At least you will have your supports have the ability to farm for themselves. But this is also a very welcome sight here, Dash. I firmly believe that, at least this day, Akali has been on the 100% ban rate so far. So at least now, we are seeing the Ninja being allowed to play in the Wild Rift. Going to be supplemented by a Galio. It's a very strong 2 picks from CD.
Yeah, great 2 picks already from the side of Chasing Dreams, because with Akali, with the Galio, you have an opportunity to actually make use of the hero's entrance better than what Liang had a while ago. But now Chasing Dreams would have a better chances. It worked. 2 people play, and at least they have a target already, and that's gonna be the Senna.
Senna plus the Nasus. A tale as old as time. Yes, Disney reference, but this is... I don't know. Have you seen Nasus' new skin? Anyway, let me move on to what is going to be picked up here by Chasing Dreams. A very strong pickup. I love Wukong. You know how I feel about this champion when we were doing our pre-prod discussions. I did say that Wukong is going to be the biggest X factor in this tournament, at least in the last few matches. And Chasing Dreams getting access to this Wukong, it's a very flexible pick. It can be picked into the jungle or mid lane or even the Baron lane.
Yeah, and this is going to be way different right now because with them having the Nasus and the Senna Nasus in their lane, it's going to be easier for them to draft a lot of melee champions because the Senna is going to be enough to actually sustain most of these people. But as we said, what's great about the Wukong, I love the Wukong. Honestly, Wukong doesn't really have a lot of damage, but the amount of utilities you'll have when you have a Wukong is two knockups already. So that's a big, great way to actually start things for your carries.
Yep. 2 knockups and then 1 dashing ninja. Make it 2. We saw from Chaz earlier the strength of going for that River Shen jungle. It is also possible that this is going to be a Shen in the jungle just because I feel, you want to give resources more to the Wukong and the Kali rather than the Shen. But this is also a very good answer because you can't taunt a guy that is on Ragnarok, right?
Yeah. And what they need here for Chasing Dreams, seeing a very tanky composition already, and it's a very Senna composition that we're seeing from the side of OBA, you need a bit of DPS. I'm not sure if they need to go for anything that could actually... A Ziggs or a Lux was what I'm looking for a while ago, but they're both banned. So they left them with not a lot of options. Kaisa was forced.
What?
But
this is time-lapse, right? I mean, time-lapse is also a very good marksman player. And this is also a very welcome sight to all viewers out there that has been searching far and wide for a marksman. We present you Kaisa.
Here it is. Here's the marksman that you're looking for. I mean, Senna's there, but technically, Kaisa is a better marksman, right? And a more traditional one at that. So at least now we're going to be seeing it in action. So when it comes to the lineup, OBA, classic. This is one of the things that we see from last year. Every time whenever Senna Nasus comes in, everybody's going to go melee on their comp. In Chasing Dreams, having an assassin, this might be hard for Spells, honestly, because there's not a lot of targets to actually assassinate.
I'm trying to find an angle as well for OBA to lock down a member of Chasing Dreams. They don't have a very big crowd control available
Not
for
the
them.
hard CC, right?
Yeah, they don't have a hard crowd control for them going. Which means that as an Akali, you'll just be all smiles. Because if they can't
be happy.
CC you, if they can't see you and CC you, things would go into your favor. Plus the fact that you would always have that threat of having not just one, but 2 people be by your side in an instant. We know the killer's instinct is like an assassin-esque skill for a marksman. And there's also a shit that can just join you with Stand United.
Yeah, and it's a great way to use here for the side of OBA. And what's great about this, though, it's a very classic composition where it's easier to actually get into the back line. You do have a lot of damage from the Kaisa, so everybody's going to be looking towards the Kaisa when it comes to these clashes. But what's great about it, you have a lot of shields, you have a lot of safety for the Kaisa, so it all comes down to how fast OBA could take down time-lapse.
True, and with Kaisa by her lonesome, no, it's going to be a duo in the bot lane. So they want to revert back to standard Wildred, sending 2 people onto the bot lane. The Senna Nasus won't really have what we call kill threat against the Galio and the Kaisa. So it's just going to be a farming game on the bot side of the map unless someone overextends and allows the jungler to really impact the lane. But this 1v1 is what I would say a more interesting one compared to what we have in the bot lane because there's a skills matchup, right? You are able to just precisely move and get those vitals against the Akali. Things should go into your favor, but there is that risk of all in from the Akali.
Yeah, and there's still not a lot of damage in the bot lane. I'm really surprised they actually fought that. OBA, Zero is now forced to flash away, and they can feel this pressure in the bot lane, and this would just force them to use the Honey Fruit again. But what's great about that is that they're going to be healthier because they have a Senna.
True, but the Honey Fruit did actually just allow time-lapse to get some HP here. I believe this is the time that they call their junglers for that cheater recall. Because right now, the pathing of Renzi... But the pathing right now by Renzi is not in the position to really help Chasing Dreams right now. So just looking at the minions' movement in the bot side, I would say that there is a slight advantage for OBA.
Yeah, an advantage would be very much welcome for a composition that OBA has. It's very aggressive, would be great, especially in the mid game. If they take control on this first objective, that would be a very welcome sight for OBA if they want to take over against Chasing Dreams. But right now, they are still chilling around, and they might have a hard time later on if ever they won't be able to pressure after the first objective.
I'm trying to remember here, Dash, the last time that I saw Kaisa in a competitive environment.
Yeah. Don't really
Pre-pandemic,
remember.
I guess. No, I'm kidding.
I think there's a lot pre-pandemic. Yeah.
But it's just a very rare side. And speaking of side, they were able to see time in the area. But then again, you know, the fact remains. So once you have Kaisa, you have the queen of the late game. We'll be able to demolish the front line and shred the front line of OBA. And the better part of this is it's not she's not going to be impacted that much by Wither, right? She has a Catherine Rain that should allow her to still deal damage even without those normal attacks. But engage.
Yeah, the taunt, they have the ultimate coming in together with a friend, and that friend is going to be helpful because the taunt actually take them to kill Leon. Hero Center is going to come in to actually help out with the damage reduction, and Chasing Dreams gets the first blood.
Uyen, will he arrive on time?
Yeah, I think he's going to be caught in time lapse. That was kind of scary. Great baseball throw from Uyen.
Yeah, short. And now Kanji knows that Uyen did actually respond at the bot side, wanted to box him out. But the good thing for him is he didn't push through with it because, as you can see in the map, time 8 is actually in the area to respond into any shenanigans by Chasing Dreams. But a very aggressive play overall that was unlocked by the potential of Shen. Again, Renzi on the Shen is a very big X factor. We did say that the Stand United would turn fights left and right and center, and that's what happened in the bot lane.
Yeah, and what would happen for just fights on the next bats that we're going to be having is that Renzi and Disaster would have the ultimate after 1 minute. Great time that they used it. They thought about it in the future, and now with this, great advantage for this next fight because of that one kill that they gave the Kaisa. Because, you know, Kaisa really has a weird itemization. That's why it's really hard to play around the Kaisa, because she's going to be building the BF sword, and she would need to get that upgraded Ikatian lane before she builds her actual items.
I guess a double BF sword is actually good for her right now. The last time, I don't know, I still cannot remember the last time I saw Kaisa in a competitive setup. But I feel, you know, this could be a Stormrazer's first item, or maybe not. Doesn't matter. You know, itemizations here in Wild Rift doesn't really spell that big of an impact, at least in the early juncture in the game. And also not to mention that, you know, regardless of what items you have, if you misposition yourself, you are, you can easily be assassinated, especially by the lineup here of OBA.
Yeah, and it's a really fast one too, because time 8 with an Olaf, we all know how an Olaf is in the early game. It's very, very strong. But with OBA and both of our teams actually not going for any aggressive plays, not going for the objectives just yet. They're waiting around each other and feeling it out first before they go for something.
This is a very aggressive stance from OBA. What they want to do is to control the zones by making sure that they can outpoke you with Zero's ability to Spirit Fire you out of the picture. And you can see the Chasing Dreams right now. They want to contest this Infernal Dragon. Renzi is in the area. They all have ultimates available, so this could be a very good 50-50.
Oh, they might not be able to take this though, but Renzi is going to come in. Timing is not right. The Hero Center is going to come out. Not going to be able to get one onto them. The damage is disaster. It's looking like a big disaster for the team here because Time Lapse is going to be the next target. Perfect Execution is going to come in onto the backline. Time is going to fall down. And Spelt is going to be taking Zero down together with him. The shield is going to come out. The Stand United is there. And there's the damage coming from Spelt. One more 5-point strike and not enough to actually net them the kill. Chasing Dreams takes down a 2-for-2.
2-for-2 overall, and I thought it was a doomed team fight for Chasing Dreams, but Kanji saved that team fight by himself, going for a multi-man Cyclone. Okay, alright, almost, but not quite.
Barrier.
Yep. Overall, though, I would say that OBA still got the advantage just because they were able to get the Dragon, and Zero scaling, and also Liang. We often say, Senna Nasus is like the infinite scaling composition or draft that we do have here in Wild Rift, because basically stacks after stacks is what they are known for. But OBA is not content with that Infernal Dragon. They want this Rift Herald as well, Dash.
Yeah. And what's great about this, though, is OBA knows that they have the advantage, and Chasing Dreams might be able to contest this. They don't have a lot of ultimates, OBA does, and there's going to be a fight to work for. Renzi is going to be able to take the Rift Herald, good steal, but they're losing all their lives. The Cyclone is going to be there onto the back line, and they are going to be able to survive for just a bit, but Time-Lapse is going to be the next target. Another knock-up comes in, but the God was able to put the lightning down on them, and that's 4 people down, and that's going to be it. The Spelt action, the Spelt hero moment. He was able to get one with a perfect execution, and he is going to fall down too. The ninja falls, and Konoha is no more.
Spell TZ tried to save that fight, but to no avail. OBA was just in firm control of every zones, and again, with the AoE skills that they do have, 1 HP on the tower, 0 is the name of the game. With the Ignite ticking, I think this should be a kill.
Yeah,
there you
go.
go.
This is going to be a kill, an easy one at that, though. And
One
0
more?
is going to be given to Time-Lapse just for their troubles. They need something for their troubles. And this is going to be the tower in the mid lane. At least they were able to react accordingly to that tower take.
Now they're going to rotate on the top side. Chasing Dreams still is punching through and is showing some signs of life against OBA. They're not willing to let OBA run away with things. And now with a back-to-back tower broken for the side of Chasing Dreams, the gold lead that was once 2k, 3k for the side of OBA is now trimmed down to 1k. So that's a welcome sight, because again, they still have some scaling champions that need some items to really be very effective. That's the Akali, that's the Kaisa. So you could easily say that whatever happened in the earlier team fight could easily be reversed by Chasing Dreams once they get hold of those items.
I like the way that they played around the towers even after losing, right? They know how to play around these disadvantages that they got and traded some around the map. OBA wasn't expecting them to actually go to the top side and just take the tower there. Now, it's almost as equal as it could be before they got aced by OBA, and that's just great macro from Chasing Dreams.
And the bigger question here is, will OBA be ready by the time that the second dragon spawn? I mean, Chasing Dreams, will they be ready to really impact the team fight by the time that the second dragon spawns up? Because again, when talking about their dragons and its impact in the game, it's permanent stat buff, and 3 dragons is just so hard to defeat.
Oh, perfect execution. They have the ultimate hero's entrance. The hero is here with the cape, and they are wanting to get the 0. The dog is down, and they want to go for more, and Uyen is going to be the next target. That is under 1 takedown with the right timing, too, for 0. Shutdown comes in.
That's a steamroll composition that we have discussed from earlier. Again, just the ability to have someone go in and have a follow-through by 2 or 3 members is actually very big for Chasing Dreams. Now they want this tower.
Taking down. They have the hold. Time-Lapse is trying to do some damage, but they have a lot of wave clear, though, so it's not going to be easy for them to just take that down. And now they defend their tower for another day.
Yep. And how many ultimates did they expend? Those ultimates, actually, a total of 5 ultimates were expended to get at least 2 pickups for Chasing Dreams. Good news for them is that by the time that this dragon spawns up, most of their ultimates should be available. So this next team fight could be the breaking moment of this game here, Dash.
Yeah, they are geared towards this next one, though. 0 gonna be able to get the wither onto Time-Lapse. Time-Lapse moving so slow. That's not gonna be enough to actually help them out, but 2 seconds on the Drake, and they're still respecting each other at this point. But I believe that OBA still has the advantage here.
True. Another 50-50 here. Renzi has lost smite fights earlier.
Oh no! The hold was perfect. The time is right, and the Mountain Dragon is going to be taken easily. Great way to use. Liang just played it so well, but the fight still not done. They have the Shuriken flip, was able to get in. They have the damage Cyclone onto the back line. They have the Killer Instinct too. The ADC is already in front of them, but Liang might be left alone here. But look at the other side of the fight. They're losing 1 member. Kanji has fallen, and 30 seconds is now on their clocks, and nobody has fallen from OBA.
And you did say that, when it comes to sustain, the Senna gameplay will always almost have the advantage. A very good snipe coming from Uyen. And just the exclamation point of it all, OBA runs away with another team fight win. Their front to back has been pristine. Assassination attempt by Spells has just been answered by flashes from OBA, and that's a huge swing once again for OBA.
Yeah, great play. Great use of the composition from OBA. Look at this replay, though. The Heroes End just wasn't able to find any value.
Yep, zero value at all. And looking at Spells, you can see that he wanted that kill. He really wanted to assassinate Time 8. And with the follow-through of Time Lapse, they thought they had it. They really thought they had it. I thought that they had it, but with a very timely flash from Time 8, that's what was needed by OBA to just catapult that front to back into their favor.
Yeah, great lead. 3k gold from now for the side of OBA. And Chasing Dreams are still finding their ground on how they play around this, because so far, they're quite struggling a bit against the members of OBA when it comes to this fight. And as we said, amount of sustain should be respected. And the longer the fight goes, it's gonna be going towards OBA.
Of course, I mean, that's what Senna is known for, right? The long, extended team fights. But you know what surprised me the most here? OBA's ability to play around the Olaf. Look at the Olaf's gold. The 11,620. That just means that, you know, almost all resources being given to him. On top of that, he was able to net 10 out of 11 KP for kill participation. So far, Time 8 by OBA is saying that, you know what, Renzi may have outplayed me in game number 1, but not too much. Not to a point that, you know, you could easily say that Renzi was the better jungler. Time 8, at least in game number 2, is showing his case that he's the better jungler, at least in the series.
Yeah, and honestly, the way they used this miss since a while ago, together with the Rip Herald on the top side, that's going to be an easy take for this team. OBA just going to walk away with another tower in their hands. And Time 8 is just leading the charge here. You get the kill in the bot lane, but at what cost? They might be able to lose a lot of towers on the bot lane. On top side, Dawning Shadow has been used. They have the shield. The slow and exhaust is enough to actually take them, the inhibitor turret down. And that's just so much, just for one kill on the bot side.
I'm trying to remember the numbers here. Renzi, though, trying to go for the chase. That brush.
Yeah, too aggressive. Renzi might fall down here. They have the taunt coming in, and this is going to be the flash happening to the side. They might lose a lot of the members. Heroes Engine's going to come in, but what would it do? To what amount is it going to be effective? Because nobody could actually take damage on the hands of Chasing Dreams.
Sad series of events for the side of Chasing Dreams, but OBA again, with a very aggressive decision-making coming from them, was able to maximize the tower push on the top side, and now they have their sights over to the Baron. Renzi not available to contest this one, and this is going to be a very easy secure for OBA, unless...
Kanji might still be able to take this. He has the Cyclone to work with, though. It took some time, and they are not going to be able to steal it in the end. And look at this. Time-lapse is trying his best to do something out of nothing, but Kanji just fell. They didn't have any smite, but it was a good try.
I'm still trying to find an avenue for Chasing Dreams to come back into this game. Looks grim. Looks gray. I tell you not. It's... So far, it's just so hard to penetrate through. With 3 armor items available to this Olaf, you could easily say that Time-lapse won't have enough space to deal damage because he will be forced to hit this Olaf. That's what's going to happen. And he won't be able to really dish out enough damage with 3 items to the 4 items of Time 8. I guess it's safe to say that OBA, barring any miraculous comeback from Chasing Dreams, this could mean that we have a game 3.
Yeah, and he's throwing himself towards Time-lapse every time, and that's why you're going to be forced to actually attack him. And it's not going to be easy for them to actually take something out of that. Hero Center is going to come in, but 2 tanky members are in front. And Kanji is not going to be able to find anything out of that, though. The Cyclone is going to be there to help them out, but bot lane is going to be taken down by God. And God is raining terror against the members right here, and they are fighting against them. Time-lapse was forced to flash away, and they don't have anything to actually help them out. The damage from OBA, the sustain, look at their HP. They still are very healthy, even if they're not on their base. And Chasing Dreams might not be able to get this game too. Randy wasn't able to find anything, and this tower is gonna fall down. Next is gonna fall, and OBA takes us to game 3.
We have a series here, Dash. And there is a very good showcase as to why Marksman has been relegated into the bench role. I guess this game sums it up. I mean, Time-lapse tried, but the progression of his damage isn't enough to outscale this stance that really gets access to these very early tank items. And a very good showing by OBA. I'm looking at their logo. It says OBA, Oda. I mean,
One Piece.
Goat. Yeah, I know, Goat author. But is it OBA? Is it Oda? Is it a reference? Is it a homage?
One Piece reference?
Yeah, I know. Is it a homage for Oda, the author of One Piece? We would never know. But right now, what we do know is that OBA was able to stick as 5 and win as 5 against Chasing Dreams. Assassin-esque lineup.
Yeah, and the problem here is that they depended themselves so much on time-lapse damage, and because they picked the Akali first, most of the drafts from OBA are very tanky, or at least could put out. Could do, because there's not a lot of assassin targets.
True. And also, whatever movement was made by Chasing Dreams to at least try to get even in this team fights, they are automatically negated by this 5v5s, where it's not just the smite fights, right? It's also just the ease of execution. It's just so easy to execute this NAOS composition. Look at what they did here. Front to back, flash when critical, and rely on Liang's ability to position himself to go untouched. Because again, the primary target in this lineup is the Senna. If you cannot take away the Senna, that basically means that you have lost a team fight, right? But again, Liang, contrast to game number 1, he's more impactful on this champion, and the 0-7 or 0-8 performance on game number 1 is now an afterthought.
Yeah, and was able to redeem himself in this game. And again, Chasing Dreams, this was just so hard because Renzi wasn't able to pop off because remember, he's using a Shen, playing around his teammates. And I think on game 3, they need to go back to what they did in game 1. Try to make him the carry, try to make him the centerpiece of your composition because that works. Here, it didn't on this game.
Very... I wouldn't say very different from game number 1 because we still saw flashes from Renzi, but I just feel that if you funnel, yeah, that's true. But but I just firmly believe that if you funnel more resources onto Renzi, he will make more out of it than being relegated into the Shen duty. But right now, though, that's the game plan. They knew that would be effective against the lineup of OBA. Didn't work in game number 2. And now, on to game number 3. I don't know what to expect here, Dash.
Yeah. They might go for the same, or if ever, OBA would go for the same lineup. But I believe that Chasing Dreams might go and ban out the Senna. Because this composition is a headache. It's a very big headache for them.
Did we see an MVP? Did we see
right. We haven't seen an MVP during this game, but
okay, I'm asking you. Oh no, MVP. We don't have an MVP. But okay. But MVP? Yeah, honorary MVP. I feel it's going to be Time 8 on that Olaf.
Really, Time 8.
Yeah. Should be
yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree. I was looking a bit on Uyen, but Time 8 was just gave such a lot, or at least to Liang. Because there was a really great moments for Liang, especially those holes during those objectives. But yeah, it's a Senna anyway, so might as well give it to Time 8. But Game 3 is going to come out after some time. That was a great series. Game 1, Game 2, we have Game 3 after this. We're just going to be taking a short break. Everybody, my name's Dash. I was here without to lose. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count and the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In team fight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' team fight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match.
And we're back. That was a fast break, and this is gonna be game 3 for today. It's 1-1 for both of our teams, and we've seen a great performance from OBA during this last one. And we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Otoluz. And Otoluz, what do you think about game 3?
For me, for game number 3, again, all for the marbles, but more pressure is on the side of OBA still, because again, they are the lone representative from the Masters region. Masters region, as we have known them from their debut, since the season 1 of Wild Rift Esports.
Yep.
And carrying their banner was Flash Rules and one team, but now this OBA squad is a force to be reckoned with as well. You can see flashes that this team is really from the Masters region, making Chasing Dreams second guess themselves. And now onto game number 3. Just some small predictions. I really firmly believe that Renzi is no longer be the Shen player, at least for
yeah. I think they need to put Frenzy on the highlight again for this next game if ever they want to come back from this. Again, it's match point. It's a best of 3. Whoever loses is going to be relegated out of the competition. So they need to put their best player out there. They need to put Renzi on the up front for the team. Give him an assassin. He might be able to at least scare you in this game.
Yeah, maybe even Graves. I mean, they wanted to go with a marksman. Why not double down with Graves? No, I'm saying that Renzi is some player that you can really play around with. I've heard stories in the pro scene that this stack of players from Chasing Dreams is really Renzi centric. So they would go as far as Renzi would carry them. Not really carry, but you know what I mean, right? Lead them, I guess is the better term. And for game number 3, I still, I second to your notion that it has to be a Renzi game. It has to be a Renzi carry game. Time 8 is a very formidable opponent in the jungler side, right? So if they want to secure that date, or if Chasing Dreams wants to secure that date against the 300, they have to double down onto their identity and have Renzi control the jungle.
Yeah, imagine, right? After this fight, they're going to be fighting against the 300 out of all teams. So that's another pressure just on top of it for them. So right now, after this game, they're not going to be taking a break. I mean, yes, we're going to be taking a break after, but they are going to be fighting against the 300. So that's another thing that they need to think about after this. Now, on the best of 3, I hope their endurance sticks out until that next game that we're going to be having.
Yep, because up next it will be 300 versus the winners of Chasing Dreams versus OBA. Will it go the distance once again, or will 300's new form be, the Goliath that what we once expected? Enough of that. Let's focus on the draft here, Dash. No standouts for me as of yet, because that's a standard band. You have a Gwen, you have an Ashe, and you also have the Aatrox band away.
Yeah, and again, it's the same thing that we're seeing from both of our teams, and most likely, yes, they needed to ban the Senna because Senna on the hands of OBA was really strong, but they don't want to give that to Chasing Dreams because they're first pick. So they don't want to give the Senna first pick here.
True. Now, Chasing Dreams just has to ban the Yuumi, and then OBA will now be forced to ban Camille. But if they don't ban Camille, then, other priority picks will be available for Chasing Dreams. I dare say, Jace is also a very effective jungler for Renzi. That's also a champion that he played a lot back in his days with Oasis. Okay, so what will be the first pick here?
They're going to be first picking something. Karma is available, though, if ever they are going to be having a first pick.
They can go for Ziggs. I think right now, Karma's relevance is tied with the Nautilus as a pairing.
That's true, right? So they went for the Chase. So still flexible. They can go for anything if ever they want to here. 3 solo lanes or even the jungle. And what could OBA go for here? Because without the Camille, they could go for a Gragas at least to fight again, to let Liang just full redemption.
Redeem himself? Okay.
Yeah, full redemption.
I dare say it's going.
There you go.
All right. Sure. So it will be a Karma once again, most likely, or a Ziggs, which we're in, the response of Chasing Dreams. I mean, if you're OBA, you're forced to pick up Karma here, because if you don't pick Karma, the opening for Chasing Dreams to go for a very easy to execute bot lane of Karma Nautilus will be in.
There's the opening. There's the opening right there. Is Chasing Dreams gonna be taking that, actually, the Karma Nautilus? Because as you said, it's an easy bot lane to pull off, and against a Gragas and whatever else, it might be hard. But it's looking like what you said. Most likely is gonna be a Nautilus here.
Because as a blue side, what you have to do is to really secure as much power picks as you can. Lessen the possible counter picks for your side, but Chasing Dreams is saying that, Nautilus is no longer the flavor of the month, and Galio would be, a better pickup for Disaster. It's a mix and match, but I favor Nautilus a little bit more.
Yeah, the Galio is okay, but as you said, it's better to have the Nautilus to have the easier way out and way in. But OBA going back to the Olaf, I mean, whatever works, and you don't need to fix it for this one.
Okay. I firmly I think right now, Dash, that once because OBA did show their hand very early, Chasing Dreams now can revolt their draft to center around a Shyvana pickup for Chasing Dreams. Because it does look like that, this is actually a very good Shyvana angle. Looking at the duel between Shyvana versus an Olaf, you could say it's an evenly matched up jungle pairing or jungle matchup, just because both of them wants to do the same thing. They both want to farm. And when you have a farming Shyvana that has the access to shields by Karma and shields or support of Galio, things should go into your favors, right? So now the question for Chasing Dreams, will this be a Shyvana game, or they have possibly Yone in mind?
This actually be helpful for them, though, because with the, as you said, though, they need a bit of damage here with this composition, or they can still put out the Jace in the jungle if ever for them, and try to pick up something else to at least carry them. Maybe let Kanji, let Spells have the chance here, but it's looking like it's a better angle, though.
Yep,
honestly,
for Shyvana, right?
I don't see. Yeah, I think there's not a lot of ways to actually go around this if you want to fight against the Olaf.
The very good pickup here by OBA. They need crowd control, going for that light binding, supplementing this Gragas in the bot lane. It's, you know, the quote-unquote kill lane. Every single time that you have a Lux in the bottom lane, there's always a threat. And we saw the aggression by Zero and Liang, you know, trying to out-trade their opponents using the Zen and Nasus lane. Another showing by the Akali. I'm okay with it, but if they go for Shyvana now, they don't have really a beefy face checker frontline. What was it?
They don't have a lot of damage too, because I don't believe that the
Okay.
they went for the Lee Sin. At least had the early game power
They
against
cured?
Tane. But I think Olaf still has a lot of damage. But at least I think what they're looking at here for the side of Chasing Dreams is that they want to have a big kill pressure early on before the first objective. But OBA,
Yep.
Zed too.
This Zed is going to be neutralized as a split push champion, just because as to how how the draft went. They have a very strong side laners now, talking about OBA, because not only do they have Fiora and Zed, they always have that luxury of having that final spark coming from Zero as an insurance as well. Not to discount the draft here by Chasing Dreams, so I feel that OBA just has a slight advantage.
Yeah, OBA with this, I really like this composition because they have tons of things to work for them. They have the Olaf, they have the Gragas. I think that too is enough for me to actually say that OBA could just mow down Chasing Dreams, because they have a lot of targets that especially for the Zed to actually take down, and it's easier for them to just go front to back with this composition. On the other hand, Chasing Dreams would have spells to actually take down Zero, but one light binding could turn down the fight here from OBA.
True. It all boils down to how effective Renzi's Lee Sin is. Because if there is one champion that can really carry the early game, that's the Lee Sin for you. Yeah. I've seen, Lee Sin 1v9 multiple games, not just in Wild Rift, also in League of Legends PC. So a lot really rides in the shoulders of Renzi.
Yeah, it's compared to an Olaf though, there's a lot more chances to actually make a mistake for Renzi, but it's Renzi we're talking about, so it might be a different call here for the side of Chasing Dreams. So if ever, all comes down to how they play the early game. It would be hard if this goes for long, because the Lee Sin would have a harder time compared to Time 8.
True. As we enter into the Wild Rift for the ultimate game between Chasing Dreams and OBA. No more tomorrow for both the squads. Fighting for their lives here, Dash, and look at Chasing Dreams.
Woo.
They're going for some cheese strat.
Yeah.
Go
for cheese, but
no. Okay.
Great ward from Uyen though. Not too aggressive, just putting the ward, chilling out. Because if it was a bit more aggressive, that could have been disastrous for OBA.
And now this matchup between this mid lane, between Jace and Zed, of course, Jace has the advantage when it comes to the range advantage. So level 1 to 4 should be in his favor. But things would get tricky by the time that Zed goes level 5 because of the Death Mark all end potential. But if you are a Kanji, all you have to do is to just supplement your playstyle with some HP, boost it with possibly Hull Breaker, and those all ends would at least be negated.
Honestly, the Hull Break is enough. So actually make it hard for Zed in the lane. This Hull Break is just too good, especially in Wild Rift. In PC, it's not that good anymore, but in Wild Rift, it's still super effective, especially against Assassin.
True. It's not just because of the passive, right? It's also because of the base stats that it provides, multiple HP, multiple damage as well. And that's the reason why it became a default pick for not just Jace, but some mid laners as well. Calling back from Icon's global days. Look at Disaster though. He's trying to match up with Liang here in the mid lane. So no fancy engages, invades from both sides. So it's just an all even matchup. Meanwhile, Renzi though, again on this Lee Sin, should have the tempo advantage, and tempo advantage does he have.
I like that when it comes to the meta, right? The rotations, people have focused during the last month. People have focused more on the top side of the map. But right now, it's way more different because everybody's focusing their eyes on the mid lane. Because I think right now it's way easier to have a conflict in the middle. Just think about it. Right
True.
now, what's happened? Liang forced the body slam away.
Exactly, and in the mid lane, once blood spills, it will be a bloodbath because it could be potentially not just be the support being there for you and your squad, but also the jungler. So what could be a 1v1 could turn into a 3v3 real quick. And you can see the Chasing Dreams with the early game advantage that they possess, although...
Oh, just one. Zero was forced to flash
Flashed?
away and use Ghost even. That's a great win for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, but that's a flash for a flash. Disaster also expended his flash. But you're right, that still is a win for Chasing Dreams because they were able to secure 2 scuttles. I remember the day that, whenever you secure 2 scuttles in the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the game, things... Oh, wait.
Okay. I thought that it's still the early game. I thought that's gonna be a kill because that was scary. That was scary.
Yeah. I held my breath for a second there because I felt like, OBA had the angle to really assassinate time lapse. And the light binding connecting could be an opening for Liang, but they decided against that. Again, time lapse with exhaust still available is still, I would say, we should still survive and engage at that point. So right now, though, OBA trying to make a play onto the jungle of Chasing Dreams.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But with the way that OBA plays around this, though, they're playing a bit more aggressively, right? Compared to how they were in Game 2. They're playing a bit more aggressively. With the close cast down on their side, this might be both members of Chasing Dreams. Just take that. Take the Raptor. They took the Raptors. Let's take it.
What's the reasoning behind the explosive cast, though? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's just to clear the wave.
I think they're trying to get something out of the kill there.
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, it should be available by the time the objective spawns up at 5 minutes. But still, you could see that this version of Liang, at least in the early portion of the game, with his Gragas, instead of the Galio, instead of the Senna, it's a new variety, it's a new flavor of Liang overall. But then again, in 20 seconds, there could be a very impactful explosive cast, contrary to what we have seen just now.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing, though, I like that OBA has been just trigger happy. Whenever there's an explosive gas opportunity for Liang here, they're gonna be trying to go for it because they have a Olaf anyway. The early game damage is not a problem. So now with the objective coming in, OBA, amount of vision that they have, looking like they want to contest this referral battle against Chasing Dreams. Or rather, Dragon, sorry, Dragon.
Yeah. Dragon or Rift Herald, both very juicy targets, but the 1v1 continues.
Force them away. With the hands of OBA, they're still thinking about what to do, and they might be able to help out. Referral is being taken already. They're not going to be contesting. I like this. That they're all just giving out what they can and not trying to take any risk. They might be able to, though. They go in, body slam. They might not be able to take anything else. Not the cost on time 8.
Right.
And time 8 is time no more. But his dad, Chasing Dreams, are chasing their dreams. They want to win. And Liang is going to be the target here. Look at that. From far away, body slam would not be able to do anything. That's going to be a kill again. 2-0 for Chasing Dreams.
Chasing Dreams, if they get this mid lane tower, that would be the exclamation point they need. They expended their Rift Herald here in the mid lane, but the tower is still standing firm, standing strong with the wave clear available to 0. I would say that he should be able to defend this tower. No cannon minion in sight. But still is a small win for Chasing Dreams. It's a trade, right? They went for the OBA went for the Infernal Dragon. Chasing Dreams went for the Rift Herald. But then again, the question mark is, will you be able to translate the Rift Herald into a tower? And Chasing Dreams did not succeed in doing so, at least in the first few minutes after securing it.
Yeah, and I hope that they would be able to do something more for this match for OBA, because even if they take the Infernal Drake, it's not going to have any value at this point in the game for them. Maybe later on after they fail, after the carry like finding
Stasis
is there to actually hold them out. Ragnarok is not practically going to be helping them.
Renzi!
There, look at that. Renzi gets 2 man. and they're not able to follow up.
Yep. But they will be able to secure this tower. That's the goal for Chasing Dreams. So all is well now. In accordance to the plan that they have set forth in this game. If you draft Lee Sin, you basically have to win the early game. And Rift Heralds really help you win the early game.
Yeah. And with the repel that they have, look at the spacing. They're now able to take down the tower in the bot lane, tower in the mid lane also. God fighting against Belts. With the Twilight Shroud, it would be hard for them to net any kill. Ignite taking on his head, they're not going to be able to net the kill.
Doesn't even need to use the barriers. Belts. Oh!
Okay.
Okay. All right. A small gasp moment for Maw to lose there because I thought there would be not really arcane comment, but what was the other skill? Airy? Yeah, Airy. Okay. But Zero does have Electrocute, not Airy, so no follow through whatsoever against Belts. Still use the barrier though.
I hope that they would be able to continue together with this for the side of Chasing Dreams, that they're just taking over this early stages of the game and haven't seen any big plays from Uyen just yet, which is what I'm expecting, honestly.
Uyen and the company is being leashed here by Chasing Dreams because you can see. Oh wait.
Okay, not lane Kanji to be chased down. Even under the dirt, they won't care because they won't be able to have the damage with time 8 ticking on his dead, and Uyen is gonna be running away, leaving a shadow right there to the flash. Was able to bamboozle a bit. Not enough to actually net them anything else. Liang is going to be able to do some damage. Stasis is going to be here. They have the flash to work with, and that's not enough to actually get the kill. OBA trying their best. They was at least able to take one.
Yep, Liang still would cancel out the recall here by Disaster. But more importantly, OBA was able to own the bottom lane tower. Not only that, I believe there was a steal onto the red buff. There you go, a 1v1 scenario. Jungler versus jungler.
Yeah. At the junglers here, OBA. They're just going to be taking that. And now with the Rift Herald available, for the side of Chasing Dreams, it would be a way different story here. Because looking at Renzi, look at how aggressive he's been. He knows that time 8 is not a threat at this point because he's just not going to be committing into any big fights. He's just going to be annoying the backline as far as he can.
Yep, but I mean, OBA is still showing some signs of life and has trimmed down the goal lead to nil. But they're engaged though.
Yeah. Pretty close. Stasis. Hold is there though. Transcendent Embrace is not going to be hitting anybody except for Zero on the back lines. 3k HP onto the Rift Herald. They can still try to take this though. They have the Death Mark. They're not going to be able to take the Rift Herald easily. Not even a kill from OBA.
But the Rift Herald has been secured here by Chasing Dreams 2-4-2 when it comes to the Rift Heralds, and has 30 seconds to basically spam recall and go for a play for the second dragon. OBA loves their dragons. We can remember from game number 2, OBA was able to secure, I believe, 3 dragons for themselves just because of that smite differences between the 2 junglers. But now, it's all been trades. And this could be our explosive team fight here, Dash, because Renzi, at this point, is ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Renzi could go for a fight whenever he wants to. No vision here. Aside of Chasing Dreams. But with the Rift Herald threatening their mid lane, are they going to be continuing to take the Ocean Drake? Because they don't have Uyen on this fight. This is not a fight that they want to take at this point. Because Chasing Dreams are ready. They're just waiting for them to pull the trigger here.
And Chasing Dreams wants OBA to start this dragon. Uyen though.
Fighting a 1v1. Shock Blast. Not able to hit on Kanji. And they're going to be chasing
time
OBA.
8.
Time 8 can be slowed down. They have the whole Transcendent Embrace. Is that going to force a reaction though? Ragnarok is not pulled right here. But Renzi knows that they're low in HP, so they can take this.
I think that's enough to dissuade OBA's challenge. Spells though is having problems with God.
Okay, 1v1 God. Is he going to go to hell though if ever he kills God? He's not, because he's just going to be fighting this. Chasing Dreams. High HP on time 8. He could just go for this if ever he wants to. He just pulls him back. They have their centers to work with, but they don't have a lot of teammates to help them out. Is this going to be given? Yes, it is. And Disaster's left alone. They have the flash to work with. 5 people are still alive. They're going to be dashing out of the way, and Chasing Dreams just lick their roots.
You know what? OBA reminds me so much of Flash Holes. That just their way to try to team, the other team, the opposing squad, they're not going to go for the all risky play, but rather they're going to force you to make a decision. And in Chasing Dreams, even after utilizing all their resources to try to trim down the health of Time 8, because of his Warmog's armor, it didn't matter. He will just tank up to full health in an instant, and OBA now has 2 dragons threatening the 3rd dragon. Chasing Dreams now has a problem to solve.
Yeah, they have a lot of things working for them on the hands of OBA. So what's great about this is that Chasing Dreams is still having a hard time. They still can't position themselves well against OBA because, you know, until now, Time 8 is still going to be a threat. It's still, even without any damage items, still going to be hard. But yeah, they're not going to be continuing any fights whatsoever at this point. But with 2 towers down on both sides, everybody's still feeding each other out.
But there's like one clear thing that is ongoing for OBA. They have the split pushing God on the side lane, unchallenged by Spelts. On the mid lane though.
Okay, post him back. Just send it embrace with the donut. Not enough fillings though to actually do some damage. Ragnarok has been pulled through, but Liang is just moving towards them though. That is very aggressive. And now with time lapse, now able to get the hold. Liang is now left alone. He's not gonna be dying because he was able to flash away. And there's the dash coming from Cells. The ninja is gonna be going in. Has the shuriken flip. Would be able to get the perfect execution at the perfect time. And that is gonna be Spelt. Just letting them a win with a 4v5. This is going to be a fight for the century. They still have one member, Kanji, on the top side. Light binding, perfect placement. Disaster's low in HP, but they got the tower on the top side, which is okay at least.
Yep, and also was able to display the attempt of God to split push. Uihindo is going to face Kanji on the top side. And overall, the fight is not yet finished. Renzi with the Yomu's Ghostblade, still very slippery. At the end of it all, OBA was able to get the tower in the mid lane. Oh!
Very slippery slope, fighting out 1v1. Kanji
No!
is going to be flashing in. Doesn't have the 2 disguise anymore, doesn't have any mana. But he's not going to be able to win this fight because it is a 3v1.
Yep. With that small information that OBA was able to get from that part of the top side, they were able to deduce that there is a smelly Jace waiting or trying to recall in that Tribrush. And OBA with that exit kill might just be happy and content with what's happening right now. Again, they still have the advantage when it comes to the dragon count. The 3rd dragon will be a very explosive team fight here. Dash and you could see in the replay here, Spelt started it off with a very good kill. But the follow through is not going to be there anymore. The perfect execution is going to be enough to assassinate one. God is already a threat. And what was that?
Yeah, I was just surprised though. I was just surprised again. By Zero, seeing the double light bindings was just crazy. But right now, was pulled another light binding from Zero. I just jinxed myself again right there. And they're gonna be going in. They don't have a lot of damage, but they were able to take a kill on time lapse. They are still great because Pelts was able to get one to the back line. Zero might be the next target here. No more Ragnarok on time 8. There's a good chance for CD. The damage is there. And OBA having a hard time actually fighting this. They're backing away. Living Shadow out the way. Just this punch is not gonna be able to hit. And OBA backs away with a 2-for-1.
Still an overall win for the side of Chasing Dreams. Now they're threatening another all-in.
Body slam is not there. Time 8 gonna be caught by the taunt, and that's a kill. 4 people are still alive. They can still do something about this. What?
Yeah, but they should be content. They should be content. Okay, that's a huge gold swing for the side of Chasing Dreams. Was able to also take down the tower in the mid lane, and it all started with I would say a very good start from Zero. You call it out, a very good light binding. But because of the ability of Chasing Dreams to collapse, again, when talking about Karma and Galio, all their utilities will prevent all those lethal blows. And with Spelts and Renzi ready to foray, Chasing Dreams was able to fight their winning clash.
This assignment where Time 8 needs to be scared on the damage that CD could pull off, because they can do damage. And now Liang, Body Slam not able to get really far away, but he's not going to be able to go far because he's taunted. He needs to go close. He needs to back away. He needs to flash. And he was not able to, because Spells is already here onto the back line. He has the Shuriken flip. Too aggressive. Falls down. And now this might be the chance for OBA to actually turn things around. 2 people are down on the side of Chasing Greens. And they are being chased down by OBA. But they're not going to continue because that's enough.
Spells greeted Liang. There's no reason for him to follow through with that. That's just a support. With what happened there, now OBA has flipped the script and now is able to get their third dragon. I feel for Chasing Dreams. They had every intentions, and they, it was the right intention. The execution could have been cleaner. Overall, though, Liang was the catalyst of that play, having to bait himself out to prevent Chasing Dreams to snag the third dragon.
It's a bit different right now, though. For the side of OBA, it needs to go like that. They need to punish the mistake of Chasing Dreams. And that was so aggressive, as you said. I was surprised that Spells actually just went in there and tried to get the kill, even with Liang. I think the better target could have been 0, but I don't know. I was surprised.
Because the rule of thumb here in Wild Rift is it doesn't really matter if you are able to kill the tanks. What is needed is for them to second guess themselves so that you will find opening to the primary targets. If it was 0, if it was Win, or maybe even time 8, it could have been a lot better for Chasing Dreams. Now, I hate to break the news to the fans of Chasing Dreams, but the chances of them winning this game has just dwindled down. This 3 dragons is going to help the scaling composition of OBA, and add to the fact that Chasing Dreams does have a Lee Sin. LS is not really the best late game jungler, so we'll see.
That's what they're being judged with. That I found an answer now on why they were so aggressive in taking a kill, because they're losing time. They know that this might be their last time on actually fighting. This is the death hour for the members of Chasing Dreams. That's why they need to take a fight. They need to take something, because the longer the stalemate goes, it's gonna go good for OBA.
Oh, and now OBA is challenging this blue buff with no regard for their opponent.
Yeah, no regard for the safety, though. The damage again. Leon's gonna be the target time and time again. Nobody is gonna be hit by the final spark. And now, want to spark an argument, but OBA still wants to continue right here. Too aggressive right there from God. He's not God, because he's gonna fall down. He's not all seeing. He's not all being, because everybody's here. OBA has been taunted. Was enough to actually dwindle down or mitigate the fight from going explosively.
That's a questionable flank from God. Was not even able to use his flash nor his barrier. But good thing for OBA is Spells also died in the process. So no man advantage whatsoever for OBA. And look at this. A very sneaky Baron for OBA.
They're pinging. They're pinging. They know. They have an idea. This ward right here was enough to actually call it for them. Right now, too aggressive right here. Time 8 gonna be the target. But it's not enough damage to actually do something against Disaster. Liang so low in HP with Renzi. They're not gonna be able to net the kill again. Liang has been a target since a while ago.
Yep, sold his soul to the demons and is surviving any engages by Chasing Dreams. But the Elder Dragon is now alive and kicking. If Chasing Dreams wins this team fight, they get this Elder Dragon, then yes, they have a chance to win this late game. But if OBA secures it, book it for OBA.
There's a bigger chance that they might lose this, because as we said, they have 3 dragons already on OBA and everything has scaled. And God might deal so much damage with what he has right now. So it's really scary. But with what we're seeing, there might be a window to lose, because look at this. This is the window that I'm looking for, because that was it. They forced Uyan to get out of the way, and there's top lane for OBA.
Yep, the question is, does God have teleport available for him? Because
he doesn't have.
This is a 4v5.
He has the stasis. So this is a fight that they can take. OBA.
Oh no!
It's a good thing that they're distracting Chasing Dreams.
Oh no!
What is happening? They're being forced out. They're not letting them just take this. They're gonna be falling down. They need to get away. They need to recall, because somebody's gonna need to help that base. Because that base is gonna be taking down. They're basing. They're falling down. Look at that. The HP of the tower is falling down. Nexus is gonna fall. Then OBA. God, they're all seeing, all hearing. Even with the bumble a while ago, he was the one who won them the game.
The divine movement, divine decision making from God himself. OBA wins it for their squad and advances to have a knockout match between them and 300.
Wow.
What a win from the Masters region. I was bamboozled. I don't know what to say.
I thought it was, honestly, I was surprised too, because I thought they're going to be losing that fight because they don't have God. Sorry, That sounds so.
I know.
It sounds so weird, but
It sounds
they don't
so-
have.
Atheistic. Okay.
Yeah,
But
they don't
that's
have
okay.
God with them, because it's a 4v5 that
Uh-huh.
they can take. Chasing Dreams do that, because it's a 4v5 that we can take. We try to actually take them down, but OBA knows how to play it. They just backed away so that they won't be able to do anything. And after they backed away, they knew the top lane turret is gonna fall down. Let's chase them because they can't recall after this.
Yeah,
Very
it's
smart.
It's actually a game for OBA to lose. Again, almost everything points towards a victory for OBA. The scaling is at their advantage. Spells could not handle God already. I mean, at that point in the game, because again, Fiora should win against the Akali in a split push matchup. The 3 dragons was also very beneficial for them. This is actually one of the positive points for the composition of Chasing Dreams. You could see its potential. It's the snowball composition. They get 1 kill, they just catapult themselves into getting more, right? But this is, I believe, one of the questionable plays that Spells did in this series. Going for
It's this
Liang
one.
at this moment was too aggressive, over-aggressive, to say the least. And Chasing Dreams has to bow out of the tournament.
Yeah, that was a bit overbearing for the side of Chasing Dreams. And you said it also a while ago that they're on a ticking time bomb, and OBA are just using the time in their favor. And the longer the game went, it was so hard for Chasing Dreams to make a decision, because
Crazy.
they need to find a way to actually go for a fight. An Elder Dragon maybe, but God was there too. It's all because of God that they were able to answer their prayers have been answered. Their prayers
True.
have been answered.
And you know what happened? Chasing Dreams got ruptured.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but yeah,
Yeah.
I had to do it. Anyway, OBA advances and still will have another fight in them. It's going to happen now, today. But we're just going to enter a very short break afterwards. Let's
Yeah.
look into the stats. Time 8 once again has been very steady on this Olaf, looking at the damage potential. So this potential matchup between Time 8 and Chaz is also something that we have to discuss by series number 4. Because you could see that OBA has flashes of what we saw from the junglers of the Masters region, namely Cookie from Flash Fools. He was also very steady in utilizing carry junglers. And Time 8 is just reminding me of FW Cookie. Simply said.
Yeah, Time is just a really strong jungler. Honestly, the way they use and the way they force this Olaf every time is that they always play around the Olaf, and the build of the Olaf is really surprising too. And I like that he's not just building a lot of damage, he's more on the utility side of things. He knows that he's gonna fall off, so might as well build some tank after building Triforce, because that is when you're most relevant anyway. So relevant anyway. So that is very smart for Time 8 to play around with. But again, if we have an honorary mention, it's God.
Of course. God always wins. Anyway, we will be going into a very long break here. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Dash, because as we enter into a very long break, we're going to allow OBA's players to rest up a bit, because up next, we will have the duel between the 300 from the Philippines and OBA from the Masters region.
Yeah, and again, thank you very much, everyone. We have been your Shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Otalu. See you guys in 30 minutes.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for mag resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Hero to enhance the tempo, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: Farming Mode, Pre and Post Teamfight Mode, and Teamfight Mode. In Farming Mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design.
back in the game, and back in the day, it's a great dinner, everybody. And now we're going to be back here on this last game of the day. We're going to be having the 300 versus OBA. We're going to be a shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Optilus. And Optilus, again, after a great dinner, I think we're ready for this next game.
Okay. Speaking of dinner, I had shomai. I had shumai. Depends on from where you're from.
From where you're from, yeah.
Oh yeah, funny context though, or funny story though. I think just a small anecdote. Did you know that Omo did not believe me when I said that we had shomai in the Philippines? He was like, "What? You had shomai?" Yeah, I mean,
why did he not believe it? Why did he not believe it? Does he have a reason?
He was just so proud of shumai in general. You know, he calls it shumai, and that's okay. I mean, it depends as to where you're from, right? So he's looking at my meal and try this. Otto, try this. You know that this shumai? Oh, you have it. Oh. Anyway, that's just a small story anyway to break the ice. But there you go. Wild Rift Asia is back in action. Last chance qualifier, and from the first two words, it is indeed the last chance for both teams that we will be seeing today in our last series. It will be the 300 and OBA.
Whoever loses this is going to be relegated already. So this is a big match for both of them, the 300 versus OBA. And we've seen the performance from the 300 a while ago. It's a different player and a different rotation that they have right now. They have Helios again in the mid lane. And the former Asilla, which is 3CL right now, is now on the top side.
It just feels natural again to see Helios back in his habitat, I would say. The mid lane. God is back. Helios is now going to face against Uyen. And if there's one takeaway that I have from OBA's draft earlier, they just draft as if, you know, I'm looking at this team and just reminisces or just remembers one of the better teams that we had from the Masters region, and that's Flash Fool. So again, the last chance or the last representatives from the Masters region in trying to qualify in the upcoming WRL-A, but standing against them is the heavy crowd favorite in the 300.
That's true. And again, they did their homework. They're seeing this bans, they're seeing the Fiora, they're seeing the Zeri getting banned. I'm really surprised that they don't want to fight against the Zeri, right? Because if there's somebody who could shut down a Zeri, it's Helios.
And Chaz.
And Chaz too, sorry. But they can shut that down, but surprisingly, they don't want to fight against it.
Yeah. Maybe it's something that they didn't have enough practice against. So they take it out of the element, or they take it out of the possibilities. And now the 300 would have access to the first pick. Camille is out of the way, but there's a lot of champions that is available right now that 300 would love to get their hands onto. Riven is one of them. The question for OBA: are they confident to pick Olaf right away against this behemoth stack of players?
Yeah, especially on the side of the 300, they know how to play with the Riven, especially. But with OBA looking really great, because this is one of the tools that they used to win a while ago. And this is going to be the Senna getting the first pick, and Jace. Really good picks at first rotation, so there's a lot of range, and maybe sustain later on. It's looking like their pick a while ago during game 2 from last series. Yeah.
From the last series, yeah, exactly. Just 30 minutes ago here, Dash. Stay with me. Oh, Gwen! Okay, all right. So I'm trying to look for all the champions that are left open. Now, I'm guilty to say that I did forget about the Gwen. It's surprising that it was not picked first, and it's even more surprising that it was not picked by OBA at all.
Yeah.
And now they need crowd control, so instead of going for the standard marquee pick in the Ziggs, they go for the Lux.
Are they gonna go for the Yone though for OBA? Because with what they have, if they want to couple or at least trade against the Gwen, they should pick up the Yone on their side. But what they did was pick up the Assassin on the hands of this Akali. But we've seen the Akali a while ago. They have a hard time chasing the back line, especially on the hands of 300. Marky knows how to position pretty well.
And against the Gwen, I'm not liking this Akali pick at all. Just because...
It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of damage that can go straight into your face, regardless of if you're in the shroud or not. Again, the
Yeah.
snip mechanic is just one of the easy to use skill of the Gwen. But outside of that, we're going to look into the second rotation of bans here for both squads. They're going to focus away or focus on Exocen. Exocen was so good on his Recon earlier, so I will not be surprised if OBA targets Recon next year.
Yeah. And I'm really surprised about this though. For the side rider of OBA with the Akali, it's really hard to play with the Akali if you're playing around the Twilight Shroud and there's a lot of AoE coming in. But looking at the bans, they don't want the NAOS to come out. There's still a Galio available to pair up with the Senna. And even the Nautilus is really good. There's still a lot of picks to work with.
Right. What else? So Senna, Gragas, Senna, Nautilus are the formidable options. Even Garen can actually work with the Senna. There is also a possibility of a Senna Ziggs lineup in the bot lane, just maximizing the poke potential of a Ziggs and a Jace. But if they do that, it'll be so squishy. Galio has been banned away here by 300, so what would OBA pick here? Shen? Senna Shen?
There's a Nautilus though. So
Senna Nautilus?
that's a possibility. If ever they would, there you go. There's the Nautilus. So it's not the best to pair up with the Senna. I really do believe that the Nasus and the Gragas are way better. But at least they had the CC. At least that's good.
I mean, they need a tank for sure. They need something to face check into this squad of 300. Because again, if 300 is able to impose their will onto the map, especially with Lux present for them, you know what Lux is very good at? Maximizing Fog of Wars. Going for that rushes. Because if you come in, Light Binding hits you, and that's it, right?
You're dead.
Another showing for Exos and Recon. I think I firmly believe that, you know, in the match up between 300 and G2B, Exos and Recon was really stellar, and he was the real MVP.
What's great about and there you go, there's the Z2. There's 2 pocket picks on the hands of the 300. And if this goes, there's a lot of great picks that you have on the side of 300. But the problem here is it's the same thing. Like what we said for the 300 every time. They don't have someone to face check. They don't have someone to tank for the team. So it all lies down to how they engage. But how are they going to engage smoothly if they have the Olaf on their face?
True. It's just so hard. Again, OBA is trusting the chops of Time 8 to accelerate this game for them. We have seen OBA's quote-unquote how should I call this? They want their dragons, right? It's back-to-back games that we have seen their preference. That's the word that I'm looking for. Their preference towards the dragon. Meanwhile, the 300, I'm okay with them, going for the Rift Heralds, because if there is one team that can really maximize early game tempo, early game pressure, position-wise, territory-wise, it's the 300.
I like how they always swap, right? For OBA, Zero is the one using the tank support, and Liang is always the Senna player. I like how they switch this up because it's a very flexible way of playing. Whenever you're in need of a Senna, it's better to just let Liang go for it. But based on the composition all alone, I'm really liking OBA's composition just because they have a lot of ways to go through. But I respect the 300's Zed and the Rakan so much that I'm kind of leaning towards them too.
Yeah, there's one mission for the 300, and that is to reclaim what was truthfully theirs. That is to be heralded and to be called the best team in Southeast Asia. And with this lineup, with Helios going back to his very, very comfortable pick in Zed, things are looking up for the 300. I mean, I'm looking at the lineup with the names on it, and obviously, with the names involved in it, I would say that this is a very good draft overall for the 300.
Yeah, and if it's a 300, they're going to be making it work. So still a big possibility for the 300 to just do this. They have cemented themselves already on the ref, on the SCA. So we all know how strong this team is. OBA is basically the underdog of this story. So they need to prove themselves in this matchup.
Only caveat when it comes to 300's laning is that their bot laner, especially with Marky, the one playing the Dragon lane, They're susceptible in lane kills. I remember they are showing against Chinese teams back in Icons Global. They were easily bullied out in the bot lane. Dives left and right happened in the bot lane. And if OBA wants to challenge the 300 supremacy, at least in this game, they have to start there.
Yeah, bot lane is going to be a pretty good target, especially when you have a Rakan. Rakan is, compared to other of the tank supports, Rakan is not basically a tank support. He's basically an engaged support at his own right and not actually a tank one. That's why it's really hard to put a class on this champion. But if you play around Exosen especially, it's going to be explosive.
Category-wise, I believe if Rakan is considered an enchanter, correct me if I'm wrong. But the last time I checked League of Legends PC days, I think that, you know, Rakan is considered an enchanter, but it's a hybrid. That's for
Yeah, yeah. You can do pretty much everything. That's why Rakan is such a good pick. But you just need to play around it, like what they're gonna try to do.
Yep.
Not gonna use the grand entrance I thought they're gonna go in.
And Uyen is maximizing his hit in putting in the pressure against Helios. Young, though, is first to the party and is actually helping out, pulling Helios. Double range matchup, a nightmare for Helios.
Yeah, really hard to fight against this. Even Exosen is going to have a hard time getting close here. Because with the amount of range that they have, and I like that Leung just went into the mid lane, just letting Zero farm out in the bot lane. It's surprising to see a Nautilus farming in lane.
That's actually the problem that I do have with their composition. Hold that thought. They're going to be dive. No can do for the squad of OBA. They will be content with his son and daughter of the Krogs. I don't know what to call them, but anyway. So yeah, that's the only thing that I'm actually a bit worried for OBA. It's because this Nautilus, regardless of how much resources you put into him, it's not going to be as impactful as the Galio, as the Gragas, because those champions build AP items on them. They will have a decent amount of damage and decent amount of tankiness as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nautilus is not really known for its quote-unquote scaling component of the AP side of things.
That gave me a bit of a deja vu. Like what you said, it's not normal for a Nautilus to build AP, but I've seen a while ago. Persis Esports is just the Pandora's box. Pandora's box. Yeah, Jill used the AP Nautilus in the jungle, and that was surprising. Yes, he was dealing damage, but it's not as effective as you said. So that's why it will still be a hard contestation for me for OBA. I hope they would be able to find the chink in the armor of 300 using this Nautilus, but looking at it, might be scary for Zero. Grand entrance is there, and this might be the death of him. It's gonna be an easy kill. Ignite has been tugged, and that is gonna be the kill for the side of the 300.
And that was telegraphed or planned out by 300. Just maybe 1 minute heading into that play. That's how long they planned for that pickup against Zero. Now, this is a matchup that I definitely would want to see because God was able to manhandle Spelts earlier, right? And especially during game number 3, he was outmatching Spelts, out-trading Spelts. But this time, you have 3ZL that has a lot of experience under his belt. Again, for those new viewers out there, yes, there's been a roster movement, roster change for the side of 300. They have added a new 6-man, 3ZL, formerly known as Isilla, and is also a former player of RRQ, is now back into fray for them, leaving Helios back into his natural lane in the mid lane.
Yeah, and we all know how strong Isilla is, right? He basically plays a lot of these carries, and there's a lot of experience from this guy. So the confidence is there. So OBA needs, or at least God, needs to be aware of that whenever they're fighting again in the top lane. Right now, 20 seconds on the clock, objective's gonna come in, the bot lane Helios is just gonna kill Zero.
That's what we missed. Time and time again, there you go. Now Helios is back to his end. Now he's back to being able to terrorize matchups after matchups. Welcome back, 300 Helios.
Yeah, and that's a solo kill. Pretty easy too. Because Abyssal Mask has been built by Zero. That's why it's easy enough for Helios to just pop that Nautilus. It's not going to be even a problem. Right now, objectives are up, but they're still thinking. Both of our teams are still thinking on where they want to go.
OBA really loves their dragons, and How to Train Your Dragon has been the movie title for OBA, but 300 is in the area to contest this.
Down to Drake, super low in HP. Still a trench line is waiting for them. They have the ultimate to come out. A lot of damage on Nexus and use the charm on 2 onto the back, but no follow-up whatsoever.
That's okay.
So they still have the damage right there. Time 8 still has the Ragnarok to work with, so they can still back away from this. It was a very disastrous fight from both of our teams, but nobody has died yet.
And no ultimates whatsoever for either squad. But we'll see though. Ragnarok still available.
Yeah, they still want to go in. GCL already in the backline. Time 8's going to be his target. He has
Okay.
the resource available. That is the dead hole of the Viking is down. And the
What?
Spartans are at the ready right here to back away.
Oh.
Great steal from the 300.
True, and Chaz going back to his roots, stealing objectives after objectives. Not only that, was also able to get ahead of Time 8. We did say that prior to this matchup, one of the things that we had to carefully consider is the matchup in the jungle, because Time 8 was a very formidable opponent for Renzi just a couple of minutes ago, but now Chaz has something to say that Chaz was able to secure the dragon, was able to get that kill, and still has the ability to get this Rift Herald. If 300 gets their hands onto this Rift Herald, it's fair to say that, you know, the mid game should be easily on 300's favor.
They were still hesitating on the 50-50 there. I thought that OBA could actually take that because they were in position. They were in a great position to actually contest that. And because they were afraid, Time 8 lost time. And it was easy enough to just take him down with the amount of HP that he was on.
Yeah. I mean, he was on Ragnarok, but one thing that you cannot really counter is death.
Yeah. Right now, Time 8 now gonna fall pretty fast. Pops the Ragnarok. That's gonna be
Another
easy
one.
for him to get popped. Great kill from Helios. And now onto the back line. God is making wonders. He's making things work. Is it gonna be the prayer of the team here to actually work right now? Zero's gonna fall. God is gonna go in and is not gonna be able to net any kill for their side though. Look at that bomb. The baseball bat from Uyen is enough to get the kill, but it's still a lot of people down on the side of OBA. A 3-4-1 in the tower in the mid lane, and they're still not done. Grand entrance on the back line, and that is a kill on Leon.
Another bump. 1, 2, 3, boom!
Bonk.
Oh my
No
god.
way.
Everything positive for the side of 300. Yes, OBA was able to get their first kill and the series at the expense of Chaz. But look at the goal lead that 300 was able to surmount off of many teamfight wins that they were able to get against OBA. Now, more prizes on their way. 3ZA was able to secure this tower, and I did say that, you know, if 300 will be able to secure another objective, and that's going to be the second Rift Herald, so I mean first Rift Herald of the game, it's fair to say that 300 would have a firm grasp of the early to mid game of this game number 1.
Yeah, this is what I like about this, right? For the 300, whenever you have Helios on a carry champion, like, or at least a set on an assassin in the mid lane, this is how he plays. He annoys the jungler every time, and you can see it here. Time 8 didn't have any chance on stealing that.
True, and again, this is going back to their identity. 300, when we first fell in love with them, back in their time with RRQ, has always been the mid jungle synergy. And now they're going back to their root. Another 300 gold added onto them. Man, oh man, this has been a clinic. This is a go next angle for OBA, I'm sorry to say.
Honestly, I believe that too, because at this point, when you have an Olaf and the Olaf doesn't net any kills in the early game, or at least the first objective, that's going to be bad. And God almost fell down there. If one more shuriken hit him, that would have been enough.
I know. He needs breakfast. Breakfast for the gods. What?
Okay.
Or food for the gods.
I was about to say, we just had dinner, Otlus. We just had dinner.
I mean, I had to do it. I mean, at this point, like, you're looking into this game, and if you're a fan of 300, you should be all smiles, ear to ear. Yes. and you have all the reason to do so, because, one, you were graced upon the presence of Helios once again. Look at that bait. Look at that bait.
What was that? Yeah.
Yep. That bait, I mean,
Flash.
true. I mean, God presented himself onto another god in Helios. And yes, Helios is the sun god, right?
Yeah, that's true. And now Exo Sen gonna be the target, and that's gonna be it. God is gonna fall down. The Dawning Shadow is not there to actually help anything. And Leong is just gonna be backing away in disgrace. Look at this bot lane. GCL not even gonna die. They don't have enough CC to actually keep this guy alive, or keep this guy dead, or keep this guy trapped in the bot lane. And they can't even get any kills.
What an addition for the squad of 300. 3 ZL making easy work of OBA's duo, trying to gank him, but he knows this champion. And basically, if we're looking at the history of 3ZL, he's known to carry multiple teams on the Baron side of things, or Baron side of the map. And those movements, it's all natural for him.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting decision that they have, that they're gonna go in. Oh, another route. They have this stasis to actually work with, and Zero was forced to flash away onto this fight. They want to get into the backline, but they can't reach it. It doesn't matter because Time8's gonna be the target here. He's gonna be low in HP, and nobody's gonna be helping Chaz. Good stasis on the team, and this might be the fall right here. Perfect execution is gonna be there onto the backline, but the route again from Marky was perfect. And OBA, they're being taken over.
No way!
That is just a lot of flashes. Heal is gonna fall down. Too aggressive, too many to actually take, and that's enough damage to actually win them, to net them the fight.
Another light binding
to end it all, and that's the light in their faces, blinding the members of OBA.
OB aced by 300, and Chaz gets the prize of the Ocean Dragon. We're just waiting for the formalities here. We can talk about anything you want here, Dash, because this is the old 300 squad that we really admired from their days here in the Philippines, WCS Philippines, from their days in the WCS Southeast Asia Finals, and also in the Icons Global. There's a reason why they're the fan favorites, because once they get hold of an advantage, they're just going to be pounce onto your heads.
Yeah, and that is, they're aggressive. That is what I see whenever I see a 300, and this is what I want to witness again with my eyes, that they're this good time and time again. But looking at the lower right side of our map, Helios just went away, and that was a great showing again. Helios is gonna fall down, the Ninja is down, but this might be the chance, because Time it has fallen already. But OBA, they don't have enough damage to actually contest against the 300, and they are still dominating with Helios still alive.
What do you want to talk about?
300 strong. That's all. Period.
If Stu is currently co-streaming, I want to do a quick shout out to Stu. I believe he's also a fan of 300 or Wild Rift Esports in general.
Yep. Yeah, I think.
But the Baron is actually melting.
Look at how Helios plays this, right? He just doesn't care about anybody. He just went in for the death mark, get the kill.
Teleport.
And GZL also wants to put his pants, his clutch cheese right there. They had the teleport. Time8 is gonna fall down. Didn't really matter. 300 still won that. 19-2. They've been served to the gods.
The last time I saw this big discrepancy in a competitive game, I believe, was between Fennel University and the Oceania team. Feels to me, it gives me glimpses right now. I won't say it's mech check or the difference between the mechanics of these players, but I would say experience and also confidence. One, they were able to get the kill against Zero, and bouncing it all or topping it all is Helios with that solo kill. At that point, at that moment, every 300 fan knows what's next, right? It's going to be a showcase, a montage moment for all members of 300.
Yeah, it's really hard to see this for OBA having taken down Chasing Dreams and now losing, and now we're seeing again another fight happening in the mid lane, and that was just Exosen and Marky, and they're now low in HP, every one of them. This just says how much they... Oh,
it's a 2v5.
That was a great fight that we're seeing. Marky just went in. Exosen
here comes Chaz
with another charm, and that is just the members right there of OBA just falling down one by one. And as you said a while ago, when we were 6 kills in, it's a go next for OBA.
OBA needs to regroup, because this is just a massacre.
Yeah, they're just killing them all one by one, and the 300 just showed us what we loved about this team.
My God, what a team! What a difference between
it's
the iteration
It's
of
now.
yeah. I'm not 100% sure what jersey that is. I think that's one of
Hey.
his Indonesian teams.
Yeah.
He's a journeyman. I kind of wanted to call him the balikbayan of the 300, right? Balikbayan, for all those wondering, is a local term that we have for our OFWs, overseas Filipino workers, right? So you are if you are an OFW, once you get back here in the Philippines, you would often be called as balikbayan, and 3ZL is that, right? The balikbayan.
Yep. He has been wandering, and a lot of teams has taken him down, and a lot of this confidence has. I thought that it's gonna be putting him down, but right now it's him just high out there. GCL with the confidence that he has, it's actually helping out the team. And most of the time, one of the things that I love about the 300 is that even if the composition doesn't really work well, it's gonna work if it's them playing it.
Yep. Oftentimes, I have questioned my ability as well to read their draft. Because at one point you would say, all right, so this should be a favorable draft for OBA, but 300 would find the angle to capitalize on where they're strong at. Again, individually, just looking at Jazz, Helios, and now with the addition of 3DL, it just feels like they're now in sync. If one person goes in, the rest follows through.
I kind of missed the Zed, honestly. When Helios was put in the top lane, I didn't see much of his Zed, which is I kind of missed it. And now seeing it again, it's like I'm back when I first casted OCS, and I love this. I love this.
You know what happened? You know what I think happened? The belt happened. Kai Goose belt happened. Right?
Right? Yeah.
Stop experimenting, Helios. Go back. Go back to the bit lane.
Pick the Zed, please.
I mean, and this is the swag, everything.
Look at this play, though.
I mean,
Oh my.
yeah. Go left, go right, go up.
He was fighting
go
against
down.
4 people, and he was able to get away.
I don't know. I mean, that's Helios over you. That's the what we call belt diff. He's just built different. He knows this champion like the back of his hand, as you know, most of you would want to call it. But again, another very good showing coming from 300. Feels like that this form of 300, regardless of who you are, if you are NAOS, if you are PSO and you're watching this, you might be
To be careful.
having troubles right now and trying to
Yeah.
analyze what could be done against this squad of 300, because this is night and day compared to what they had with their Jujutsu.
It's a very big decision too. Changing the player from Tatsuri to GZL, middle of the tournament, last chance qualifiers. It's a very big risk. But
Yeah.
I believe that this risk was worth it for the 300 because we're seeing
also-
the light of day for this now.
And they are known to make those risky decisions, right? Remember,
Last
Exosen
time,
was originally the mid laner, was moved into the support mid-season, and that was the magic that they needed in order to catapult them to the top here in the Philippines. And now Helios, with a KD of 16.0, with kill participation of 70%. Welcome back, the mid god from the Philippines, Helios.
Boss H is back in town. He's pouncing on OBA and he's using this as his grounds for, I don't know, he's using this as his playground for the Zed. So now I believe that OBA needs to respect this picks coming in from Helios, especially in the mid lane, because it's such a strong showing. But game 2, what do you think, Altulus, before we go into break?
I'll share my thoughts in a bit.
Okay.
Dear Summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference at the gallons. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes the elemental dragon's buff, the cool map visual effects stick out. The distinctive buff color blocks for each different elemental dragon will be added to the blue or the red side. You can tell whoever takes the Rift Herald to enhance the temple, kills Baron Nashor to increase the lead, or steals the Elder Dragon to secure the game. The countdown special effects for different resources will also help viewers to what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we reshaped the map on the upper right corner. It is easier now to read the simplified map resource icons. The champion cursor now intuitively demonstrates the team tactics, makes it easier for you to track the champion's movements. The most essential in-game stats will be presented by switching between these three enriched panels: farming mode, pre and post teamfight mode, and teamfight mode. In farming mode, we have the key information of players' prospectively play, lane section, champion selection, summoner spell, champion's level, and experience. In laning phase, it comes with real-time gold income, KDA, and champion's build. In pre and post teamfight mode, we can see the goal difference on the board. The gap on each lane can be easily tracked by differentiating the item builds before and after the team fight. In teamfight mode, we only present the concise real-time stats of 10 players' teamfight damage and comparison, so that the viewers can focus on the gameplay by our players. A more compact and intuitive UI design will soon be available to all the summoners at Wild Rift League Asia, and the thrilling League of Legends Handicap Asia League is ready to go. Dear summoners, get online! Dear summoners, in the coming Wild Rift League Asia tournament, we will get a brand new UI update for the Spectre mode. The new integrated UI design provides a better game watching experience with a simple picture and more intuitive information alongside the vivid visual effects. Firstly, we move the original UI information at the top bar and make it into a functional ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only contains the basic information of the current match, such as the team names, in-game time, number of skills and towers pushed, but also displays the gold count on the red and blue rings so you can see the gold difference.
And we're back to the redemption era of the 300, and they are back in town. I've seen it, the 300 performed so well during that last game in OBA, didn't stand a chance. What can they do during this game too? Because they need to adapt right now because we're in the LCQ and it's the last chance for them to come back from this. So this is going to be the next game. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. Again, my name is Ash and I'm here with Lose.
Yeah, what can they do? Because even I am having problems to really think of what to do against this form of 300. As I did say, you know, there is an avenue for them to capitalize on the bot side of the map. Pick something that can really put on the pressure. Pick a more aggressive jungler, because that Olaf just got destroyed by Chaz, the Gwen. I mean, imagine what's going to happen. You go for Ragnarok, and what would Gwen do?
Yeah.
Go through honestly, needles, snip, and then you're dead.
Yeah. Honestly, the Gwen is just dealing so much damage, especially if it's against an Olaf. It would be easier to actually fight against there, and I like that. I don't know. I like that this was such a great performance again for 300. I'm so sorry if we're just praising 300 at this point, because we're waiting for this to happen, honestly, during the whole WRL-A.
And it's not even biased to say that, you know, we're praising 300. It's more of, at that point in game number one, it was just so clear that the tempo was on the side of 300. They were more aggressive. They were more crisp with their plays. They didn't give any scaling opportunity on the side of the Senna lineup. And also banning away the Galio, the Gragas. It took away so much from Senna. The Senna Nautilus, not today.
Yeah, not gonna work. Because if ever that was the other three, if it was the other three, it could have been a good bot lane matchup, but it was still hard to say because most of them are really good on the side of the 300. Fighting against Helios in the bot lane, Nautilus wouldn't stand a chance.
I mean, if it happens into our game here, Dash, like for example, you pick Senna, I pick Nautilus, what would you feel? You would feel sad, right?
Yeah. You won't be able to do anything, honestly, because you're the one farming. What do you need
for,
for the
right?
resources? What for? What's that for? Because you're not gonna be doing anything anyway except for
Nothing.
putting the dredge line, putting the net charge. Then you're dead. If you're dead, it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
And also Nautilus is not known to be the most unkillable champion in the game.
Yeah.
He's busted when it comes to crowd control, but there's really no item that prolongs your crowd control, right? There's really nothing into that. Maybe more cooldown for you, but nah, it still is not efficient.
Yeah.
Let's
He just
move
looks
on
sturdy
from
because of the armor. That's why he
true,
looks
true.
sturdy, but he's not that sturdy. It just gives you the illusion that he's tanky, but not as
Right.
much as the others in the roster.
Exactly. So, well, let's move on from that. I don't think we will see Senna Nautilus once again. I mean, if it happens,
Not gonna pick that again, yeah. For sure.
I'm just going to tweet rage something or do something crazy as well. But yeah, no man, again, for game number 2, if there is one way for them to control 300's over aggression, it's for them to go back to their comfort, right?
Yeah.
There is a reason why 300 is in the lower brackets right now. There is also an avenue for them to go and concentrate on the mid side of things. I know, it's a different version of 300 now because that theory was easily targetable for the opposing teams. Now with Helios in the fray, he's just so wiser, he's just more equipped, and he's just more comfortable in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the plan will be. But to say that 300 is unbeatable is a far-fetch, right? It still is very doable.
Yeah, and remember, Persis Esports is a team who actually beaten them during the times that they were in the upper bracket. So tomorrow, on our next game, if ever they're the ones who actually are going to be going from here, it's going to be a revenge match with the 300 that we're going to be having. So they need to actually win this against OBA.
Yeah, and they're going to show up with another Baron laner and another problem for PSO to answer. That would happen tomorrow because this is going to be the last series of the day. But that's too far-fetched, right? Let's keep it down a notch. Let's discuss what potentially will be the outcome of game number 2. Because if game 1 was any indication, OBA needs to really go back to the drawing board and possibly even go for unconventional picks that are comfort for their squad.
Yeah, if ever they're gonna be doing something different, it's all on the hands of Zero. If ever they would potentially get a Zoe, that surprises 300 every time whenever somebody picks a Zoe. So that could be a good answer for the hands of OBA. But are they gonna be picking the Olaf again? Because the Olaf against the Gwen was a bit hard. But
True.
if they ban the Gwen, it would be possible.
Yeah, it would make sense. But there's still the Yone, right? There's still the Kha'Zix.
The Shyvana.
There are a lot of answers from 300, and I feel wasting bans against Chaz is a waste. But there's actually one thing that I would present you as a thought. Like Zoe right now, or there were games in where 300 was dominated by the Zoe, right?
The Zoe.
But
Right,
with Helios back into his ways and is able to pick up the Zed, are you confident to pick the Zoe against the Zed?
As long as they ban the Zed. If it's against a Zed, no, you shouldn't.
Right.
You shouldn't pick the
That's
Zoe
a big
against the
asterisk.
Zed.
Okay.
Yeah, because honestly, it's hard. Whenever you're picking a trickster, that's how I call most of these champions like Fizz and Zoe
LeBlanc.
and LeBlanc in PC. They're tricksters. You won't win against an assassin. It's really hard.
Yep. And the best assassin right now available to the game of Wild Rift is Zed. No Talon, answer yet.
Of all
no.
people. Of all people, Zed is the meta.
With
Which is really-
a very short amount of cooldown into his death mark. Again, being able to use death mark twice in one clash is just busted on a different level. Speaking of busted, we're not going to see the cat once again. A Camille ban is into no, they're okay. This is what I love about 300. If they're saying, if we're not confident playing against an unconventional pick, they take it away right away. And this is the thing for 300, right? This is the thing for 300. They open Senna, but Ashe is also open. So they're confident that if they leave Ashe open, the Senna will still be prioritized, which means that 300 does not have to deal with Ashe. Remember, the last time that we saw them struggle, it was against Ashe as well. So, it's a 5-head move by Kaigu.
Are they actually going to pick the Ashe, or are they going to prioritize
I
the
don't
Lux
think so.
again? Because if the Lux has been prioritized a while ago because
When?
they don't have a lot of choices, but the Riven Camille. This is a good
When's
thing,
still
honestly.
open? When's still open?
Right.
Yeah.
If OBA can take it. Okay, they took the Nasus.
Do you
They wa-
smell what the Gwen is cooking? This is scary again, once again for OBA. If they don't pick up the
Yeah.
Gwen here, that's going to be very
pick the
problematic. They go for the
Jax.
Jax.
Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of champions that actually auto attack at the side of 300. But even if they pick the Gwen, the snip is gonna cut through the counter strike, so they
It's
can pick that
perfect
again.
as well. It's perfect as well, because if you look at the composition of 300, they need AP damage, and that's where Gwen comes in. They're not
Like
going for the
ban.
Gwen; they're going for the Galio. So it is a potential ban for each squad. But if you are 300, you have the luxury to go for that fourth pick threat of the
Yeah.
Gwen, which means that OBA would be the one forced to ban it.
Yeah. Are they gonna be banning the Gwen Z so that the 300 would be forced to try another composition here? Because they could just ban the Z, or at least ban the Gwen, because there is a lot of choices still for the 300. The Lux is still available. If they want to force Marky out of their way, they need to ban the Lux too.
I mean, there's a lot of champions that Marky can still play. There's the Varus, there's the Lux, you're right. There's even the Corki.
Yeah.
And Zoe is also a champion that Marky could play. Vex, another champion that, fits the playstyle of 300, especially when you have 2 engage option in the Galio and the Camille. But I feel that 300 is just flexing right now. Just so confident that whatever they pick, they have OBA's number.
Yeah, and they're the last pick too. So they're going to be picking the Z last if ever they want to pick the Z up. And there you go, there's the Zoe. Okay, this is what I want to see. A game with Marky on Zoe. So we are going to be pivoting a bit of our eyes on Marky, because I want to see this. I want to see Marky on a Zoe.
He needs, you know what I feel? I feel like, Marky would need a lot of painkillers afterwards, because this is one of those champions that needs a lot of clicking, right?
Yeah, that's true.
and Marky
That's true.
is very close to my age territory, and when I say that, it's kind of
I saw a picture of Marky back in the day. And I remember the picture. He still looks the same, which is why I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised.
There you go, Shyvana. No Gwen needed for 300, but this is also expected, right? This is an iteration of 300 that has worked. Maybe this is a composition that they would love to show right now as a threat to PSO. This is a message not just to OBA, not just to the viewers, but to PSO and NAOS.
Yeah, and what I like about OBA's composition is that they have a lot of utilities, yes, but I'm lacking on the damage department. Most of the time people say that Senna has a lot of damage, but I don't really believe that Senna deals so much and it's going to be a threat. The only insurance that they have in the late game here would be the Jax. And you have a Shen to couple that with. I think that's just doubling down. I think this is still going to be hard for OBA.
True. I second your note on that. But if there's one thing going for them, is that this Zoe won't be as annoying, because there's a lot of champions from OBA that could actually receive the threat of the bubble, threat of the paddle star. They have 2 tanks. They have the Nasus, they have the Shen. But then again, the question still persists. Yes, you can tank the damage of Marky, but what about your own share of damage? Where will it come from? Is Akali enough? I don't think so.
I think no. I especially in the first objective, you won't have enough damage. The Nasus is not going to deal damage. Sen is not going to deal damage. So they're going to be having a hard time in the first objective. So they need to pivot their way towards wherever the 300 is not going to go. Because just go on there. Because just straight for the first objective, because you won't have the tools to actually fight against them. And 300 is a team that really goes hard on damage every step of the way. And that's what I like about this team, because they know that they can play around it.
Oh, well, I mean, this is going to be the first time that we'll be seeing Zoe's effectiveness against the Senna Nasus. That could be a window of opportunity for the Senna Nasus infinite scaling. But then again, yeah, I mean, OBA, at least compared to game number 1, it's not a Senna Nautilus. It's now a more natural pairing in the Senna Nasus.
Yeah, it's better at least for Zero and Leon here. It's gonna be way easier than what happened during the last game, doubling down on the Senna, because they know that this worked for Chasing Dreams. So it might still work if ever they get the right mixture of things.
True. Second that. But you can see that XOSN is fast to respond. That he's going to help out 3ZL. That is still a ranged advantage for the side of OBA. So we'll see though. 300 is just on the reactive side of things, at least in the first few minutes. But one thing to note is that 300 right now wants to scale up. They have a shot.
Yeah, and Shivani is not going to be dealing a lot of damage in the early stages of the game, but it's a good thing that they have a Riven, a Zoe that could help them out dish the damage, because as we said a while ago, OBA doesn't have any damage. So as long as they survive the long dragged on fight, it's okay. Just take down one, it's way easier.
Yeah, and my take is that it won't even reach that. I feel that the burst is also very scary for 300 to finish clashes in an instant. Chaz, look at his pathing. He wants to clear the full. He wants to go for a full clear, which is kind of expected for Shyvana, because that's what it is known for. One of the fastest clearing junglers we have in the game here. Exosen and company is just being challenged here by a bit by OBA. But okay, so at least in the previous patches, there has been some changes towards the scuttle crabs, and the scuttle crabs doesn't see much more relevance, or not as relevant as before.
Yeah, because one of the things that is really good about this now is that the XP that Chaz gets, he just doesn't prioritize anymore, because he won't get the level 5 easily compared to before. So just went back, tried to go for another rotation. After he gets to level 5, that's when he tries to do something.
Right. And he was still able to get his scuttle crab outside that thing. And look at this. Even stealing Papa Golem and the baby golems as well. And
time 8.
Time 8. There's no hard card control. Dragon's Descent will be used to fly over the wall, and that's what's needed by 300. Now, at least in the next few minutes, the Dragon's Descent won't be available, but does it matter? No, not really, because if you're a 300, the only time that you would need is for a 5v5 team fight, which can happen at 5 minutes.
Ooh. Flashed away from Marky just to go from safety. And this is what I'm scared of. Every time you try to engage on this is what's hard. When you're a melee and you try to engage against a Zoe, it's not easy. Because once you get an engage, Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to pop. And you're not going to be able to follow up with any damage.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ability spells that he can pick up. Marky, as we saw from earlier, there was a Proto Belt waiting to be picked up by him. So there's look at Marky. I mean, he doesn't have Flash, but he has Proto Belt.
Yeah.
So what now?
Yeah, you can't really kill the Zoe at this point, especially with the compositions they have. They don't have a targeted CC to take down Marky. The only way that they can take that down is if ever Uyin could get close, because that is the only way with the Akali.
Sure. Very good Shuriken flip, and also a Shadow Dash from time 8 could also be what they need to kill Marky. That will be a problem for There's a lot of problems for OBA to solve. Meanwhile, for 300, all they need to do is to stall out the game, wait for Chaz to really evolve into the next level of the Dragons. Again, the Draconic Bloodline has a different mechanic now compared to before. They don't need, or it's not really a necessity for them to go for the Dragons.
I mean, 1/4 of his HP at level 7 without Luden's Echo. That's just the damage that Marky could pull off.
Right. And this is a reminder why I am not a fan of Zoe in general. Some would say, You know what? Zoe is a fun champion. Yeah, it is a fun champion when you're the one playing it.
Yeah,
If you're the one playing against
that's
that,
true.
Nah.
You don't have much counterplay if it's a 1v1. That's why it's really hard to fight against Zoe. But right now, with what we're seeing from OBA, they need to break the sale. I always say this because their composition needs to do that. Because if they don't, they're gonna have a hard time later on.
Yeah. Well, right now, looks like the priority of 300 is to go for the Rift Herald. It's open for the taking. No one is in the area, and Uyen is half health.
Yeah, they're just going away from where Chaz is just going to be taking the Rift Herald. It's okay to actually just take this, get the objective. We don't need to fight. We don't have the capabilities. The 300 still wants to go for a fight, wants for a challenge. They have the Wind Slash, not going to be able to steal anything. But they are still going to fall down. Nice flash from Helios to actually take the kill. Make it the 1-for-1, but Marky has been hit. Has the flash, but wasn't able to use it. Too much damage from Uyen.
Yeah, you did say about Uyen's ability to at least assassinate Marky. But the prize for his death has already been paid. That's a tower for you.
It's a tower for his troubles. Wow. what a nice trade from the 300 too. This is just hard to lose because OBA, they're just playing, or rather 300, they're just playing the long game here. Even if they lose some fights, it's okay. Because Chaz, look at Chaz, it's just getting gold left and right.
Yeah, and it's not just about the gold. Also, we're talking about the stacks, right?
Stacks, right? Yeah.
And I did try to explain earlier that it's no longer a necessity for them to really challenge Hollow Dragons. Yes, it will accelerate your Draconic Bloodline because I believe it will be an advantage of 30 stacks.
Better stacks. Yeah.
But that's okay though. I mean, all you have to do is to just farm more camps, or better yet, farm more champions.
Oh no! Snippy Trouble Bubble, he's dead. I won't even try.
Stand
but
United?
Stand United though, Wind Slash was there. Helios was ready.
Yeah. I mean,
That's not fun. That's not fun.
It's never fun to play against. I tell you that, right? It's just one of those things that if you don't have, I mean, at least here you could actually invest into the Quicksilver Enchant, right?
Yeah.
At least to clean off that sleep from the other team. But really, what's happening right now is 300 is just putting the pressure, and whenever they find those pickoffs, without the involvement of Chaz, that's just a net positive for them overall, because Chaz is being left to be able to farm everything that he sees in the map. Now goes back, will most likely go for Death's Dance next. But we'll see.
As long as the eyes are not on Chaz, 300 benefits on it.
Yep.
May it be a kill, may it be a loss on the side of 300. As long as it's not on Chaz, it's okay. It's a lose that they're gonna take. And the 300 is just, they're just playing around it. And they're just not committing on a lot unless they hit a CC. Like a Sleeper Trouble Bubble could be the only reason why they fight. They don't need to do anything else.
Yep. It could even be just a zoning. Oh. Wait.
It still gets away. Remember, they used the flash there. And now on the top side, though, they have the Hextech ultimatum. They were able to get a kill on God, and he's just gonna fall. Not even an answer. And Leong is just gonna be running away. Another hook shot was able to hit on Leong, and they're gonna be taking that kill again. Marky's still not done. Wants to get a Sleeper Trouble Bubble, but it's not gonna hit.
But that's okay. 300 was able to get what they went for. Their target was 2 kills and a tower, and that's all she wrote. That's what they needed. That's already done for them. Now 300. This is definitely an uphill battle for OBA. I hate to say it, especially for the fans of the Masters region, but it feels like the 300 just has found their groove once again in the early stages of this game, and would be able to force team fights that OBA has no business taking.
Nothing's too late, even in the last chance qualifiers, and this is one of the better decisions that the 300 had. And seeing them having this momentum is just a momentous experience too. And GCL fighting in the bot lane. God is alone HP. Counter-Strike would be up in a bit, but Chaz is already here to actually help out. Hextech ultimatum to pull in out. Dawning Shadow is there. And there's the shield, but not enough to actually survive. And he's running away. Time is going to be here. Another flash has been popped, and that's going to be a dead ninja on a 1-for-1.
But Chaz is far away, so far away from this Rift Herald, so this could be an avenue for OBA to at least get something. out of what was a problematic state for them in the first few minutes of this game. Them securing this would allow them to at least catch up in the goal department, and is also a denial of some stacks against Chaz. If this was a game that's a little bit closer, we would question those decisions coming from 300. But it's clear as a day that 300 is in the driver's seat and you know, has the luxury to go for that.
Yeah, but I still commend OBA for trying to take the Rip Herald and taking the matters in their own hands. Taking a Rip Herald, taking an objective against them, that could delay a bit of Chaz gaining more stacks by himself. At this point, he might have 250 stacks already. At this point, close to his third skill, and that is something scary too. But now with the Dragon up, he can take the third skill 3 and upgrade it on this next stack.
Yeah,
so they just need to take this.
And the Dragon fight starts now.
They're gonna go for a fight, and that's gonna be onto the back line. They have the counter-strike on God, and that's a great Dawning Shadow, but on front, Chaz, the Dragon is in front of everybody, losing breath against his members. It's still a very great fight for OBA because most of them are still healthy, and they're fighting against each other, not dead just yet. Helios finding some opportunity, but a great taunt on 3. It is enough. This might be the turnaround that OBA is looking for, and they got one, but Marky is gonna be able to get one paddle. Sar Liang is so slow, and he's trying to get a survival on this long drag on fight. Are they done? Sleeper Trouble Bubble was able to hit, and one Paddle Star could be the end of it for them all, and 0 was hit. And
God!
2 aggressive from the 300. 1 fell down, and 2 has fallen on the hands of the 300.
What happened? Dash, I was praising 300. I was saying that they're in the driver's seat, but OBA had other things in mind. First off, I did notice that God was unleashed in that team fight. You have to remember that this is still a very scary Jax. He was able to 1v1 isolate a target from 300, and at that point, the team fight was so messy. The team fight for 300 is very straightforward. They need Chaz to descend. After descending, that here comes Exos and here comes Helios from the side. But if God could actually disrupt the tempo of your squad, it would be problematic. And speaking of disruption,
yeah, Dragon's Descent, time 8. He's not going to be going for a fight, and God wants battle, wants war. And they're not going to be continuing this because 300 doesn't have any vision at that part of the map.
Call Kratos, because God of War is what Dash is wanting to find here. Bubble misses, and that's actually good for OBA's Liang. Now the Rift Arrow is going to be summoned here. That's 2 objectives at the 10-minute mark that OBA was able to secure. They're not willing to roll down and just die. Oh. Okay, 172 health.
172. That's deja vu for another team, though. That number.
I think it's 164, though. I mean, close.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's close. But still. Yeah, the 300, they lost that fight, and that was a big blunder. I thought that they're going to be winning that, but I think I remember that Chaz actually went for the Dragon's Descent, but was not enough damage to follow through. What's great about what OBA did is that they cut the fight into 3. If I remember correctly. That's why it was hard.
Yeah, God isolating 1 target. Also, I believe it was 0 trying to do as much annoyance onto the backline of 300. Remember, it's not straight. 300's execution here is not as straightforward as they hope for. This is not a Ziggs. Marky has to deal damage by connecting onto multiple skill shots. It's unlike Ziggs, in where all he needs to do is just throw bombs one after another. Even 1 Mega Inferno Bomb could actually win the team fight for you, right? If you're a Ziggs player. But so this is a different flavor from 300. Definitely is something that OBA found an angle of. And I'm liking this. If I'm OBA.
Yeah, Dragon's Descent on the back line. Hero's Entrance is going to be pulled off, and they have 0. Surviving for so long, was able to get the stasis, but Hextech ultimate was already here. And look at the back line, though. God is cutting through dismembers right here. Chaz was able to find a kill, and that's going to be good. Because right now, God is now low in HP, but Chaz is still finding a lot. And the perfect execution was able to end their lives. And they were able to get the stasis. It's still a 3v3. Now a 2v3, a fight that they don't want to take. Liang is now low in HP, but a great flash from 3CL was able to turn things around. And they're still surviving. God is in front of everybody. And he's not going to be going away without a prayer, because 3CL is here, and he has the spotlight on himself.
Just a small correction, it's Helios, but that's okay, Dash.
Alright, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. That's Helios, the man, the god,
The myth.
the legend. And there you go. I mean, he's like the post credit scene where fun things happen. That's what Helios was, at least in the team fight. All the while, it was a 4v5, and again, another good team fight condition for OBA. But he with the mechanics. Look at this. Broken wings into 2.
Oh.
Just so
That was
clean,
great.
just so perfect. My man, it's just unreal. Another one, right? I wish I had that. I wish I had that set of mechanics.
Yeah, I
guarantee.
think this is dead. A dead zero. But as you said, yeah, I wish I had that too. Because the way that fight worked, it was Marky was able to throw a Sleepy Trouble Bubble in the last one, and one was able to hit again. And that forced Lee Young to actually go away. Very smart
Oh,
from their
God.
side, and now they're going to go in. God, it's a 4v5. Not going to be a good fight to be in. Stasis has been popped, and they might be able to end this, but it was a great kick from Uyen, and they are going to be following suit. They have the damage from the paddle star, but Helios is waiting for an opportunity, but it's not going to continue.
Yeah, and 300 needs to be careful because OBA is closing in on that third dragon win condition, which has accelerated win conditions of multiple teams in the past, be it winning teams or be it losing teams. Marky though, playing with fire, still has flash available for him.
Trouble bubbles, though.
Oh, yeah. But it's going to be problematic. Okay, let's make it a suspense one because this Infernal Dragon is very important for both 300 and OBA, and Chaz is so far away. 3 dragons for OBA needs to be challenged by 300.
This is big though. OBA taking the second objective on their hands, the Rift Herald and also the Ocean Drake, but now with the last one also on their hands, this might be a bit hard. We're looking at them a while ago. We're saying that they don't have any damage, but it doesn't matter if they have 3 objectives, but this is going to be a fight that you don't want to be in because there's only one, and that's the Stand United to actually help them out. The damage from God is enough to actually take down one, but 2 of them have fell to the hands of 300.
True, and one of the more underrated aspect of what's happening right now is the blocking shield of Shen. It has been so huge for them, the AoE shields, but another engage,
Oh, no.
ZL finds one.
Another fight, Zero, gonna be the target. Is he gonna be a hero right here? Great flash to grow away. More flashes have been committed by 300 because they just want to take this Baron.
25 seconds on the timer for time 8. Time is clicking. Uyen and Liang needs to find the miracle in order for them to at least snag this Baron. Stop this Baron. 300 wants this Baron real quick.
They can't take this though, but Uyen, too aggressive. Twilight Shroud has been used. They have a lot of HP though, but they have a lot of sustain to work with it, but it's not gonna be enough to actually steal it. They have the stasis, and that's a dead ninja. And one more, Lee Young is gonna be the next target. Have the flash to work with.
Ronnie, run! Okay, I'm sorry. Run, Liang, run. Run, Liang, run! Alright, anyway, okay. So Liang lives, or maybe not. Chaz is still in pursuit.
He's still not done. He still wants to chase Liang, but Liang went to the wrong street. That's a kill.
Oh, no. Anyway, alright. So 300 was able to turn things around, and regardless of 3 dragons, now they're facing the Baron empowered push by 300. Another assassination, care of Marky and Exosin, and looks like 300 wants that lower bracket finals.
Here comes God. God is not going to be able to do anything else except for the Baron's going to come in. The tower is going to be taking Nexus and then puddle down. They have the ones that taunt at the back line, but one for HP super low, and that's going to be 300. It's going to be ending it with a 2-0 and a great performance at that.
It's a snap! In a snap! 300 was able to dispose of their opponent and moves themselves to another day. Tomorrow, they will be facing against PSO. On the other hand, we have to show admiration as well to OBA. The lone team from the Masters region is now eliminated, but what a showing from them in this tournament.
Great show from OBA, but the 300 is just on their best form today, and that's why they weren't able to net a win on this best of 3 for themselves. I like that the 300 was able to pull this through with a composition. With having a Zoe is really fun to see, but OBA just had so much hard time. They went for the comfort, and this comfort is still not enough for the 300.
Right, and then to say that, you know, they had no chance is a no-go for me, because obviously they had a glimpse of chance here because they had 30 Dragon. It just so happened that when 300 found the opportunity to go for the counter engage, to go for the counter punch, it was just too much for OBA to bear. As we look into the highlights, we can see some flips and flaps by 300. But this is also the team fight that OBA was able to win just because of God's ability to control the team fight. The Dragon's Descent really didn't do much. And you look at God. Let's go for a date here. The 3ZL. 3ZL had no chance.
Let's have a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Jax is definitely the better 1v1 player. And then now the dragon, this I believe is the second dragon of the game or third dragon?
Yeah, it's the second dragon, the Ocean Drake. This was a great fight, honestly. That OBA just capitalized on their positioning, and they capitalized on the fact that Helios is not gonna be in that big fight. So that's why it was a bit too late, and they just punished the mistakes of the 300 at this point. But this next one was a fight that was won. Helios, look at Helios though. He was so far away. He wasn't the Baron.
I know.
It was so far.
I mean, he's in China already, I think. That's what it felt like, right? I mean,
He walked
Helios,
through.
True. Walking through the whole river. Here in again having that montage plays. Once again for Helios. I mean, what happened? What? I'm not. What happened?
That's the bubble. That's the bubble. That's why.
Okay. He's.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Marky
so
was able to throw one.
Right. Okay. So I was actually wondering why God stopped for a bit there. And now it makes sense. Yes, that's the bubble, of course. All right. Well, anyway, this is the formality of everything that needed to really happen for 300 to book their seats in the lower bracket finals. We did say that, you know, this boys really loves lower bracket runs, and now is in the lower bracket finals against PSO tomorrow. We'll see though what time it will start. I think it will start at the same time, 4 p.m. I would correct myself. There is a new information along our way, but there you go. Stats of the game, Chaz with the highest damage dealt.
Yeah, he was just stealing so much during those fights. I mean, he's not gonna be bursting anybody, but I can also point out that Marky did so well in that game. The Sleepy Trouble bubbles that he was throwing was very impactful, hitting the right targets. That's why they were not having the best of days, especially for the melee champions. On 4 of them, almost all of them are having a hard time because they can finish their combo whenever a Sleepy Trouble bubble hits them.
Just the disruption of this new champion that has been added onto the game. Chaz though is going to be the MVP. Very well deserved with the KDA 14.0. But more than the KDA, it was also the space that was created by his team. Actually, it's a toss-up between Chaz and Helios. If I was given a say as to who the MVP is going to be, Helios would have it.
Yeah. And again, Helios performing
agree?
so well. And yeah, I do. Okay. If I have an honorary mention too, it's going to be Helios. But honestly, I like this form of the 300. If this is the form that they're going to go for tomorrow's games in the last chance qualifiers, the lower bracket finals, this is good. Especially when they're going from the lower bracket finals, then on to the grand finals. NAOS Esports need to be threatened on this form of the 300 right now.
Out of so many teams in APAC region, we are now down to 3 teams in the last chance qualifiers. The 300 joins PSO and NAOS in determining as to what's going to happen tomorrow. Man, oh man, Dash. There you go. There's a visual bracket that is in store for everyone to see. Persis Esports will be battling against the 300. The last time that they saw each other in the upper bracket that just happened yesterday, it was Persis coming out on top 2-1. But does look like that this is a different form, a different version of the 300. And the 300 is here on a mission.
Yeah, and it's a different team that we're talking about right now. As you said, it's a different form. So Persis Esports needs to be careful around here. They don't need to be overconfident. If they played like how they played against NAOS Esports, they might stand a chance. But 300, once they get the momentum, it's still really hard. But here's the matches for tomorrow. We're still going to be going for 3 p.m. in GMT plus 7. So 4 p.m. in GMT plus 8. So same sched like today.
Yes. So guys, do not miss out on the culminating matches for tomorrow, because that's 3 teams and we are just trying to find one more team to join the 7 teams.
Yeah. Last qualifier for
Last
this
chance.
side, for the last chance qualifier. The last chance right there is going to be tomorrow, and we're going to be seeing it. Last 3 teams that we have. Last thoughts, Autolus, what do you think is going to go? Are we going to have a long day tomorrow? What do you think?
Started with a banger with Persis just being a couple of hundred health points away from the grand finals, and now to this version of 300, showing twice in a row their new and improved roster. For tomorrow, I'm going to leave my thoughts for tomorrow. So all I ask is for our viewers to stay tuned and be with us tomorrow, because it's WRL-A Esports. This is what really it is about. It's a wild one. It's a wild ride, and it's a fun one.
Another banger series is at the wait for us tomorrow, and 4 p.m. GMT+8. Don't go away, everybody. At that time, tune into YouTube, WRL-A Esports. Check out the stream, share it to your friends, because it would be a great last chance qualifiers for all of it. It is again a great WRL-A game that we're gonna be witnessing tomorrow. We have been your casters, your broadcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I was here with Autolus. See you tomorrow for more fun games right here in the WRL Asia Last Chance Qualifiers.